Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was fallen married DAPAHNE Greengrass? Movie 2. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Hermione had always loved both riddles and challenge and began closely studying the author's work on the subject. She found herself agreeing with his conclusions on the hints left by the creator. The ritual would need 9 different materials and 9 different runes, not the 7 or 8 of each that modern wizards thought necessary. The book's author was convinced he had determined which 9 runes would be needed, but he could not figure out which 9 materials were necessary. Hermione was very interested to find that the hints tied in with her research on permanent conjuration when she read that one of the materials could not be conjured and the 8 others could only be done so with great difficulty. The author believed that 4 of the 9 materials were gold, silver, bronze, and copper, while he suspected that one of the others was a liquid of some kind. Hermione suspected she could narrow down the search for the 5 missing materials through her research, although she had no plans on actually going through with the ritual. It was much too dangerous. After all, no one knew what it did or what sacrifice it would require. Besides, she told herself, she was only working on it to satisfy her curiosity. There was no way she was going to attempt any of the rituals, even the ones she didn't consider dark. A ritual that was done incorrectly could have horrible consequences, and so it was far too risky. On the way, Harry remembered what he had seen the last time he had been to the fields. They were completely torn up. At the time he didn't think it had anything to do with the Triwizard Tournament, but now he was beginning to suspect it did. He had not been back since that day. The sight of the ruined fields was just too depressing for him. Now, however, a magical barrier had been constructed above the fields that prevented him from seeing what they now looked like. Once outside, Harry saw a group of people standing around talking. The group included all of the other Triwizard champions, their headmasters except Karkaroff of course, and Ludo Bagman. Victor Krum was even there. A surprising fact considering he had returned to Durmstrang after Igor Karkaroff's disappearance. Harry was the last to arrive, and apparently the others had been waiting on him. "Harry, great to see you again," Bagman said once he saw Harry approaching. Harry did not particularly feel like being nice to the annoying man and said nothing, though Bagman did not seem to notice anything out of the ordinary with Harry's response. "Looks like we're all here then, doesn't it? Get on with it, Bagman," Madame Maxine said in her heavy French accent. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at her attitude towards Bagman. "You are looking at the entrance to a great maze," Bagman informed them. "Inside you will face a number of challenges, including moving walls, beasts of all kinds, puzzles that must be solved. It will take a combination of intelligence and strength to make it through the maze to the end. Your goal will be the Triwizard Cup, and the winner will be the first one to grab it." None of the champions spoke following Bagman's statement, though they all looked deep in thought. Harry doubted he could get close enough to the Triwizard Cup to cast the tracking spell, and the fact that walls would move made any map he might make irrelevant. It seemed like he was going to have to rely on his own strength rather than elaborate preparations to win the tournament, a fact that might have made him nervous earlier in the year but he was quite satisfied with now. "When you enter, the maze will depend on how you have done in the tournament so far," Bagman continued, "meaning that you, Mr. Potter, will enter first." Bagman smiled at him as Harry nodded. Bagman seemed to have some unexplainable interest in him and how he did in the tournament, but Harry didn't think he had any malicious intent. "Well then, I will see you all on June 24th. Good luck to you." Bagman walked away from the champions and began talking to Dumbledore, who was slightly more polite than Madame Maxine. "Harry, Veer is Hermione?" Krum asked. Harry was quite impressed that Krum had learned to correctly pronounce his friend's name. "I would like to see her before I leave. She was going to lunch, so she should be in the Great Hall," Harry told him. "Thank you," he replied and quickly walked away. Harry smiled at Krum's eagerness to see Hermione, although he wondered if Hermione was as eager to see Krum as he was to see her. He thought she liked the Bulgarian, but perhaps not as much as he liked her. The fact that he lived in another country probably didn't help. His thoughts on Hermione's love life were interrupted when his fellow Hogwarts champion came up to talk to him. "Hey there, Harry," Cedric said. "What do you think about the maze? Sounds interesting." Harry answered as they began their walk back to Hogwarts. "I'm glad that the winner won't be picked by a bunch of judges scoring our performance though. That is probably for the best." Cedric agreed. "You know, you're lucky you aren't a 7th year. Trying to study for my newts and this is killing me. I haven't even taken the OWLs yet. Don't try and make me worry about the newts too," Harry said with a laugh. "So what are you going to do to get ready for the last task?" "I can't think of anything that would really help," Cedric answered honestly. "But I might have a great idea on how to beat the maze, and am just saying that to throw you off." "Sure you do," Harry replied skeptically. "I feel the same way." Cedric laughed as they reached the main entrance to the castle. "Good luck," Harry Cedric said as a goodbye, and then walked off towards the part of the castle where Harry knew the Hufflepuff dorms were. Harry waved and began walking in the other direction. Suddenly the idea that he only had one more thing to do in the tournament before it was over struck him, and Harry found himself quite happy with that. He was having fun in it so far, and it had been good for him, but he still hated how he was forced into it. Harry wondered if he would miss the tournament when it was over, but he doubted he would. Even if he won the tournament, he knew winner of the Triwizard Tournament would never be what people remembered him for. He still had to wait almost 2 months for the next task, he realized, so even though there was only one more, it'd be a while before it was finished. "I better start getting ready for it, I guess," Harry thought as his mind drifted towards what he had planned for later in the day. If it went as he planned, he would have 3 people instead of 2 training with him. Now he just had to find Neville. "Wow, Harry, what is this place?" Neville asked as Harry led him into the room of requirement later that day. It was currently set up to have one half resemble the Gryffindor common room and the other half to be a large training area. Hermione and Daphne were in the training area casting spells at a moving target when the 2 boys walked in. They both stopped what they were doing and waved as Harry led Neville over to the common room to explain what was going on. "Neville, I'd like you to start training with us," Harry said. "We think this is going to be important soon. Sit down and I'll explain. It's a bit of a long story," Harry replied as he motioned for Neville to take a seat. For the next hour, Harry told Neville everything that he thought the other boy needed to know. Harry began with retelling his adventures of the previous years. Neville knew most of what had happened and could guess at much of what he didn't know, but it was still nice to hear the story from the source. Harry then began to explain the events of this year, and their suspicions that Voldemort would one day return and restart the war that everyone thought had ended so long ago. "Blimey, Harry, you really think that's going to happen?" Neville asked.
"Yeah, I do."
"I wish I could say no, but Voldemort's never going to stop trying to get his body back," Harry answered. "I suppose not. I don't think I'll be much help to you though. You 3 have been doing this for months. Plus I'm not that good to begin with," Neville said sadly. "Quit putting yourself down, Neville," Harry commanded. "We're all going to help you, and I'm sure you will be catching up to us in no time. You're my friend, Neville, and I want to make sure that if something bad does happen, you can defend yourself." Neville looked up at Harry in surprise. Harry not only considered him a friend, but had confidence that he could learn and get stronger. He couldn't remember anyone ever thinking he would be a good wizard. Not even his grandmother, with her constant comparisons to his father.
"Ok, Harry."
"I'll do my best," Neville said sincerely. Harry grinned and jumped up from his seat to head over to the training area as Neville rushed to follow. Daphne and Hermione had already stopped practicing and were talking when the other 2 approached them. "Neville's in," Harry announced excitedly. Hermione smiled while Daphne rolled her eyes at Harry's enthusiasm. The group spent most of the rest of the night trying to help Neville learn the things they had already mastered. He was eager to learn, but his magical abilities seemed very uneven to the others. Even when attempting to cast the same spell multiple times, occasionally the spell would not work at all. Upon closer inspection, Harry noticed that there was nothing wrong with his incantations or wand movements, so it must be something else holding him back, although he had no idea what that was. Hermione and Daphne seemed to notice the same thing Harry did, but neither of them could offer an explanation. Neville soon grew tired from the constant spell casting and decided to go to bed. "I'll be back next time. Promise," Neville said as he walked out the door to head towards the Gryffindor dorms. Hermione and Daphne were also ready to stop, but Harry knew he had to keep pushing himself to reach the point of magical exhaustion. He was about to start casting some of the more draining spells he knew when Hermione stopped him. Sounds fun. Harry answered with a laugh. What do you want me to do? You're still wearing that belt that Dumbledore gave you, right? She asked. When Harry nodded in affirmative, she smiled and continued. Excellent. I researched what it was and what it can do and figured out I can use it to determine how much effort it takes for you to cast a spell. With that, I can find which things are harder to conjure than others. Are you following me? Great. Hermione said. We'll start with things you are sure to recognize. Harry quickly realized that Hermione had come prepared. She started off having him conjure things she knew would be difficult for him, such as silver, bronze, and copper. The next few things she suggested were vastly less difficult for him and included a sheet of tin foil, a lump of coal, salt, sand, iron, and steel. After each item had been conjured, Hermione would take measurements to determine how much power had been necessary and write the results on a roll of parchment that was growing longer and longer. Very interesting, Hermione said as she wrote down another measurement. How about mercury next? It's that liquid they put in thermometers in case you weren't sure. All right, Harry answered and looked back at the table he had been conjuring things on. A bowl had magically appeared, thanks to the room of requirement, and Harry pointed his wand at it while he prepared to cast the spell. When he spoke the incantation, he was surprised to find that this conjuration was much more difficult than the others had been, although not as hard as some others such as copper and silver. Strange. That was pretty hard to do, was it? Hermione asked excitedly. The thought of learning something new had taken hold of her and refused to let go. For a moment she looked confused at the results, but then an idea seemed to strike her. Harry, can you try platinum next? If you need an example, I am wearing my grandmother's necklace and it has a platinum charm on it. Harry nodded and studied the necklace for a moment before casting the spell again to similar results. That was about as hard as the mercury. I wonder why, Harry said. Hermione, meanwhile, was practically jumping up and down in excitement as she started pulling books from her bag. Eventually she brought out a Muggle textbook titled Chemistry and flipped it open to the very back where a large table was found marked Periodic Table of the Elements. This is it, Harry. I was right, chemistry is the key. It always has been, Hermione said. What are you talking about? Harry asked as he looked over to Daphne, who looked equally confused. She knew all about magic, but the Muggle sciences were a mystery to her. Wizards have always known that some things are harder to conjure than others, but they never knew why. Tell me, did you think it was harder to conjure bronze or copper? Hermione asked. It was about the same, I guess. Harry answered. Exactly. And that's because bronze is mostly made of copper but with some tin added to it, and you had no trouble conjuring tin. Look at the table, Harry. All of the materials that are hard for you to conjure have been in this little group right here, she said as she pointed to the table in the back of her book. Harry looked, and sure enough, copper, silver, and gold were all in the same column. Platinum, gold, and mercury were also in the same row. Still, he didn't understand why Hermione was so excited. Okay, so what's the big deal? Harry asked. Harry, this is a major breakthrough, Hermione insisted, and it was. But her excitement was not just because of that. It was also because, if her suspicions were correct, she had solved a piece of the riddle of Heron that her book's author never did. The materials needed for the ritual were actually elements, and she had already positively identified 5 out of the 9. If her guess was correct, the other 4 would be the elements on either side of silver and copper on the periodic table, a fact which explained why no wizard had been able to perform the ritual. After all, how many wizards had even heard of cadmium? Hermione felt the urge to tell Harry why she was excited. To tell him about the book she had found and everything she had been doing. She got as far as opening her mouth to start before she suddenly stopped. She worried that Harry would be disappointed in her, even though she did not think she had done anything wrong. For a moment she said nothing, but eventually decided that she would tell Harry everything. Just not until after she had solved the rest of the riddle. Then she could give him the book and let him decide what he thought of it. So are you going to tell me why it is such a major breakthrough? Harry asked, pulling Hermione out of her thoughts. Oh, of course, Hermione said. More research is needed, but we could learn why some things are harder to conjure than others. We could learn how the Philosopher's Stone works. We might even be able to make one on our own. It makes you wonder if Flamel used similar research when he first created the Philosopher's Stone. Okay, slow down, Hermione. Harry interrupted with a laugh. Hermione had been rambling, like she often does when she gets excited. It's probably enough that you understand it. Let's say this is as big of a breakthrough as you think it is, Daphne said with a concerned expression on her face. If so, you must never publish your work. What? Hermione said in surprise. Think of what would happen if anyone could create their own Philosopher's Stone. Daphne answered. It would be chaos. The economy would collapse because of all of the new gold, not to mention all the problems that would be caused with no one ever dying. Besides, there are definitely some people that should never get their hands on one. Harry and Hermione both knew exactly who she was talking about. I never thought about it like that, Hermione admitted. Perhaps I'm not the first one to do this type of experiment, but they stopped for the same reasons. I guess I should just forget it. You misunderstand me, Hermione. Keep doing your research if you think it will help us. Just don't let it get out to anyone else, Daphne said. Harry began laughing at how wonderfully Slytherin the idea was, which didn't mean he did not like it. Hermione seemed to consider the suggestion and then nod in agreement with it. You do know that it is doubtful I will ever be able to make a Philosopher's Stone, right? Hermione asked, worried that expectations were getting too high. Perhaps not, Daphne answered, but we should try for any advantage we can. If you do find something, it will probably be something no one else has. We can keep working on it tomorrow. Okay? Harry suggested. I would like to finish up here pretty soon. Hermione nodded and began to gather her things up. She knew she would probably spend the next few hours going over what she had learned, but she did not mind the effort. Daphne had decided to stay and wait for Harry, so Hermione left the couple alone. As she left, her mind returned to the book that had taken up so much of her time since she had found it. The author had included his thoughts on the nature of magic, and it had begun to make her think about what it meant to say that magic was light or dark. While she knew what the Ministry of Magic thought the dark arts were, she also knew they had not bothered to explain their reasoning. Her books mostly just repeated what the Ministry said and were therefore useless. Perhaps I should talk to Daphne about it, Hermione thought. If anyone she knew might be able to answer her questions, it would be her. Hermione would consider bringing it up, but for now was content to keep thinking about it on her own. She knew some magic could warp a person's mind and personality and had no intention of ever attempting that. But surely there was other magic out there for her to learn that would not do that and was also not exactly Ministry approved. It might give her an advantage in a dangerous situation, and she knew that being friends with Harry made her very likely to be in such situations. Anything to protect myself and my friends, she thought as she began to study. Now on to something a little different. Math haters beware. Okay. Let's clear some things up regarding last chapter's revelations on Harry's increasing power. All we know for certain at this point is that Harry started the year already slightly above average as far as his age group is concerned, evidenced by his ability to successfully cast the Patronus charm as a third-year student among other things. Since then his magical strength has increased dramatically enough for him and his teachers to notice, and that according to Dumbledore. His power increased by approximately 1% following his magical exhaustion. The way I see it, this is simply not enough information to accurately determine the true rate at which he is improving. Now, when I was writing this part, one thought it made sense for Harry to have gone through approximately 20 of these practice sessions at this point. So that would mean if Harry was always gaining one, his starting magical power would have been about 820. If the growth was linear, then the initial value would have been 800. Both seem reasonable. But then again, we only really have that one measurement to go by, so it is possible that the growth is completely random. Who can say at this point? Well, I guess I could, since I'm the author. Let me just say that I did recognize that with compound growth Harry could get ridiculously powerful in a fairly short amount of time, and that's no fun. I would prefer to hit a balance somewhere between helpless as he was in the books and godlike. As always, let me know what you think, and thanks for reading. I'm not getting anywhere, Hermione said with a frustrated sigh as she threw her quill down on the desk in front of her. The author of her book had speculated what the ritual was used for, but it was quite clear he had no idea either. The one thing he was sure of, although Hermione was not convinced, was that it would give its user access to a kind of magic no one else had. That statement was vague enough to mean anything, though. She pondered those things for a little while longer before closing the book and deciding to end her research for the day. She was spending a lot of time on this project and worried that her friends would start to wonder what she was doing with her time. Her friends, however, were not at all surprised by her behavior. It was actually quite typical for their bushy-haired friends to disappear for hours at a time when she was trying to learn something new. And so, despite Hermione's worries, they had no idea anything strange was going on. Harry, meanwhile, had his own puzzle to solve. As Neville improved, his magical problems became more obvious. He was shockingly inconsistent in casting spells for reasons that Harry was unable to identify. Neville could cast the same spell 10 times with perfect wand movements and incantations, and only get the spell to work 6 or 7 of those times. After one such unexplained failure, Harry motioned for Neville to stop casting and then began pacing back and forth in front of his confused friend. "This doesn't make sense, Neville. You're not doing anything wrong that I can see, so it's got to be something else," Harry explained as he paced. "The only time I've seen anything like it was in second year when Ron was trying to use a broken wand." "Wait a minute, your wand isn't broken, is it?" "I don't think so, Harry," Neville answered, but began inspecting it anyway. Neither of them could find any cracks or blemished on the wand, however. "No, I guess that would have been too simple," Harry said with a disappointed frown. "Of course it matters, Neville," Harry replied. "You can't just use any wand you want to, the wand has to pick you." "What are you talking about?" Neville, who had never been to Ollivander's and thus never heard his speech about wands picking wizards, asked. "Neville, if I were to use the wand you are using, I could probably not do too much better than you are doing. That wand is not a good match for you, even though it was your dad's. Your grandmother really should have known better than to insist you use that wand. It's been holding you back all this time." "So I need a new wand?" "Not just any wand," Harry said. "You need a wand that is suited just for you. Ollivander's has thousands of wands. I'm sure you will be able to find one there that will react to you better than the one you have now." "But Gran said my dad's wand was powerful." "I'm sure it was, but only when he was using it," Harry explained. "Somewhere out there is a wand that will be as special to you as mine is to me." "Why is yours so special?" Neville asked. Harry hesitated for a moment, uncertain if he wanted to tell Neville how his wand was connected to Voldemort's. Truthfully, the connection worried him, and it didn't help that his dreams were now filled of strange visions of the Dark Lord that made no sense to him. But Neville was an ally, and he deserved to know what was going on. "When I got my wand, Ollivander told me that the phoenix who provided the feather for its core only gave one other feather," Harry said. "And that wand belongs to Voldemort." It was Neville's turn to be shocked, but before he could ask any questions, Harry continued speaking. "I don't know what it means. Maybe nothing, but I don't think so. I think I have more in common with Voldemort than I'd like. But I won't turn out like he did." "I know what you mean," Harry answered with a little laugh. "Sometimes I just get this weird feeling, like there is something I can't see pulling me and Voldemort together. I wish it weren't true, but it is. That's why I'm doing all this, Neville. Voldemort isn't done trying to kill me, and I need to be ready for the next time." Neville nodded in agreement, secretly thankful that it wasn't him Voldemort was after. He had no idea how close he had come to being the target of the Dark Lord's wrath. "Well, Ron was able to get one after he broke his." "I am not breaking my dad's wand, Harry," Neville said. "No way. I don't think you'll have to. Just go to Ollivander's in Diagon Alley the next time you get the chance. I've heard that you're not allowed to have 2 wands, but since you never got a wand to begin with, I don't think it will matter. After all, that is your dad's wand and he's still alive." Harry winced as soon as he said it, hoping he had not offended his friend. But Neville just nodded and did not seem to blame Harry for bringing up the sensitive subject of his parents. "That won't be until summer," Neville said, "and then I'll have to convince my Gran to let me get a new one. She won't like it. If you don't think she'll let you, then don't tell her," Harry recommended. "I'll give you the money to buy a new wand if you need it." "Harry, you don't have to do that." "Maybe not, but I've got the money to spare and I'd like my friend to be able to protect himself," Harry answered. I'll give you the galleons when we get back to the dorms, no arguing. Consider it a birthday present. But my birthday isn't until July. An early birthday present then. Harry said with a grin which grew into a smile when Neville nodded in agreement. So what do we do now? Neville asked. I'm not going to get much better until I get a new wand after all. How about we start working on potions? Harry suggested. I haven't spent much time studying that this year, so we'll be learning most of the material for the first time together. Plus, you don't need a wand to do it. Besides, don't you want to see the look on Snape's face when you get an O on your exams? Nearly a week later, Harry and Daphne were making their way to the Ollery, so that Harry could mail off a response to Sirius's last letter. Harry's godfather had the good sense to stay hidden, even though the decree that said he should be given the Dementor's kiss upon capture had been lifted. Fudge was still the Minister of Magic, and even though it appeared he was on his way out, there was no telling what kind of damage he could do on his way down. Although Sirius's letters never said exactly where he was, Harry got the impression that he had found a safe house to stay in, and was probably getting help from someone, probably Remus. Harry just hoped his godfather was happy and recovering from his stay in Azkaban. Fudge's hearing is scheduled for June 25th, and if that happens we'll have a new minister by the first week of July. Daphne said confidently. They, like many other wizards and witches in Great Britain, had been discussing the downfall of Minister Fudge. It was the most exciting political scandal in decades. Good. Surely his replacement will be an improvement, no matter who it is. Harry responded. We can only hope. Sadly, there are worse politicians out there. Fudge, for the most part, was just an idiot and not actively evil. Tell Sirius that. Harry answered, to which Daphne shrugged. Well, I did say, for the most part. He definitely could be evil when he wanted to be. Daphne said. You know, you could always let it slip who you want to see replace Fudge when Skeeter happens to be listening. Take advantage of the fame that comes with being the boy who lived. Would it help? I thought everyone hated me and thought I was going to be the next Dark Lord. No, that was last week. They like you this week. Daphne answered with a grin. Oh goody. Harry said sarcastically. I don't even know who I would support anyway. Any suggestions? I'll think about it. Daphne answered. I'm leaning towards Rufus Scrimgeour or Amelia Bones though, mostly because they both come from the law enforcement side and would probably increase funding for the Oars. Bones seems pretty honest, but I'm not so sure about Scrimgeour. Bones. Is she related to Susan Bones from Hufflepuff? Harry asked. It's her aunt, I think. Daphne answered. Oh well, she seems nice enough. Harry responded. Harry, you can't base your decision on that. Daphne laughed. We're going to have to teach you this whole politics thing, aren't we? I'd rather not be involved in it. You don't have a choice, you already are. You are going to have to face the fact that people care what you think. That gives you influence, and influence is power. Use it to your advantage, Daphne advised. Harry shrugged, knowing he had been caught in another how to act like a Slytherin lesson from his girlfriend. He didn't mind though, in fact it was probably good for him. By this time they had reached the Ollery, and upon Harry's entrance Hedwig flew down to meet her owner. Hello, girl, Harry said as he stroked the owl's feathers. Take this to Sirius, okay? Thank you, Hedwig. The owl hooted softly at him before flying off carrying Harry's letter. Neither Harry nor Daphne had noticed that they were not alone in the Ollery until after Hedwig was gone. So, helping an escaped convict, are you? Draco Malfoy called from the entrance to the Ollery. Harry turned to look at him and frowned. Draco must have gotten there right after he and Daphne did and heard at least part of their conversation. He's not a convict, Malfoy, Harry answered. To be a convict you need to actually be given a trial first. Draco shrugged as if this didn't matter. Whatever. It's still a crime to be helping him. Perhaps I should turn you into the Oars, he suggested. Harry frowned angrily but was surprised when Daphne started laughing. Draco, haven't you been paying attention? She asked. No one would care even if you did tell them. Sirius Black is innocent, and Minister Fudge will soon be forced out because of it. Harry would probably get a medal for helping the poor, innocent man. Draco scowled at her statement, but suspected she was right. What's with you this year, Malfoy? Harry asked. You haven't been going out of your way to make my life miserable. Maybe I have better things to do. Didn't that ever cross your little mind, Potter? Draco said angrily, although he was beginning to look uncomfortable. Perhaps, but I don't think that's it. Harry responded. Strange how everything changed after I saved your life. Isn't it? Dumbledore told me what pure-blood tradition requires in a situation like that. You're a good pure-blood, aren't you, Draco? I did what I had to. Draco replied, not really answering the question. This changes nothing, Potter. I still despise you, and one day I will be free of this silly oath. One of us would have to be dead for that to happen. Harry answered. Believe it or not, I don't hate you, Malfoy. If I did, I would have let you die. We don't have to be enemies, we only will be if you force that to happen. We can't change what we are. Draco answered. I am a Malfoy, you are a Potter. That is all that needs be said. With that he turned and walked out of the Ollery, leaving Harry and Daphne alone once again. Harry frowned and wondered if Malfoy really did believe that his fate in life had already been determined. Harry certainly didn't. What do you think will happen to him? Harry asked a few moments later. I don't know, Harry, Daphne answered. He's still trying to be his father. There's no hope for him unless that changes. Harry nodded in silent agreement with her. He no longer felt angry towards his former rival, he just felt pity. He wondered what would have happened to the boy if he had grown up away from the influence of Lucius Malfoy. Perhaps he could have even been likable. Harry took Daphne's hand as they walked out of the Ollery, but his brief conversation with Malfoy stayed on his mind for the rest of the day. In the end, he simply found himself hoping that the Slytherin would not follow his father's footsteps and force them to become enemies. He would prefer not to have to kill him. Finally, after many weeks of studying, Hermione had a breakthrough. She had known that the creator of this ritual was a Greek wizard who had lived over 2,000 years ago, and so many of the clues he left behind might only be recognizable to those familiar with his culture. So she began reading everything she could on the ancient Greek wizards and the society they had built. Her efforts paid off when she found a clue she had not even noticed before that identified which element corresponded to one of the runes. After that, 4 of the others were easy to determine, although the last 4 were still a bit of a mystery to her. Despite that, she felt closer to solving the riddle of Heron than she ever had before and now thought it could be finished in a few weeks if she was lucky. Happy with her progress, Hermione decided to take a break for the rest of the night. She was in the room of requirement and knew Harry and Neville would be coming in soon to practice potions. The drawing on the first page was very similar to the crest used for Slytherin House, although this one did not contain any mention of Hogwarts. For a moment she thought that perhaps it was just an older version of the Slytherin symbol, but then remembered a fact from Hogwarts A History, that it had not been changed since the school's opening. No, she realized this wasn't a school crest. It was a family crest, meaning that the book she had been obsessed with was written by someone from Salazar Slytherin's family. Considering the age of the book, it could have even been written by Salazar Slytherin himself. Hermione closed the book, unsure of what to do now. Did it even matter that the book was written by a Slytherin? She wasn't sure, although it certainly would explain the author's extensive knowledge on dark rituals. Hermione closed the book and went back to her chair to sit down and think about this new fact. As soon as she sat down, though, she heard the noise of the door being opened and 2 voices that she recognized as Harry and Neville talking. She briefly thought that perhaps she should hide the book, but realized there was no time to do that. Hey Hermione, what are you doing here? Harry asked when he noticed her. Did you want to help us out with our potions? Sure, Harry, Hermione answered. Actually, there was something I needed to talk to you about. What is it? Is everything okay? Harry asked. You see, I found this book, Hermione said, and turned to point at the book on rituals she had been using. To her surprise, though, the book had disappeared along with the stand it had been laying on. She realized the room must have hidden it when she thought about hiding it as Harry and Neville came in. Hermione looked back at her friends who were now waiting for her to finish. It's probably nothing, Hermione finally said. Just forget I said anything. Are you sure you're okay? Harry asked, the concern for his friend evident in his voice. Sure, Harry. I've just had a lot on my mind lately, Hermione answered. It was just a book after all, wasn't it? And the book wasn't talking to her or trying to get her to do anything, so it wasn't evil in of itself. Besides, the ritual, even if she did try it, wasn't the work of Slytherin. He was just trying to figure it out, and he clearly didn't even know as much about it as she did. No, there was no reason to worry, and if she told Harry that is surely all he would do, it wouldn't even matter if she couldn't figure out the last 4 runes.
Okay.
So how about helping us with potions? Harry asked, unaware of his friend's train of thought. Sounds fun, Harry. Hermione replied as they began working. At Hogwarts, the students soon became too worried about their OWLs, newts, and regular end-of-year exams to spend much time gossiping about either the tournament or its participants. That did not mean the majority of them suddenly decided to forget all of the negative rumors that had been started regarding Harry, just that they were mainly ignored in favor of other topics. For most of them, it had been a typical year, despite the excitement of the Triwizard Tournament. The rest of the British wizarding world was still obsessed with the political drama surrounding Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. As the days went by, it became clearer and clearer that he would not survive the hearing unless he had some huge surprise waiting, which he did not. Rita Skeeter had not let up in her attacks on Fudge, and Harry and Daphne were happy to let her continue to do so as long as she was still useful to them. There had still been no sign of either Peter Pettigrew or Barty Crouch Jr., despite all of Dumbledore and the Ministry's efforts. Whatever they were up to, they were being quiet about it. That fact worried Harry and Dumbledore more than if they had been making visible and obvious moves. By the end of the year, the 4 of them had developed close friendships with each other. Even Hermione and Daphne, who had both initially been wary of the other girl, had grown to respect and like each other. Harry thought that despite all that had gone wrong in the year, he had still enjoyed it much more than any of the previous ones, a fact he would not have expected to be true at the beginning of the year. Now, Harry thought, I only have to get through one more task and the year will be over. He had no idea how difficult that would be. It was a week before the end of the year and Hermione was once again in the room of requirement trying to solve the riddle of Heron. A month before, she had identified another connection between a rune and an element, leaving only 3 more to find. She had narrowed it down far enough that if she found one more, she would easily be able to determine the other 2. The work had been complicated and exhausting, causing her to study subjects she had not even considered before. She had enjoyed the experience, however, and was glad she had gone through with it, even if she had no idea what to do with the information. She had struggled with the decision but decided that the risks were not worth going through with the ritual. In fact, she was a little ashamed of herself for even considering it. Hermione knew she could find other ways to improve. Besides, it was not important to rush things. Yes, Hermione suddenly yelled, surprising even herself with how loud it came out. She had figured out another piece of the puzzle, but it was the key piece. At last she had identified in what configuration all 9 elements and runes should be used. Hermione's face broke out into a huge smile at what she considered the greatest accomplishment of her life so far. Of course she could not prove it was right since she wasn't willing to go through with the ritual, but she was certain it was correct. Perhaps I should tell Harry. Hermione considered. There was no reason not to, was there? Of course Harry did have a lot on his mind. With the final task only days away, she would wait, Hermione decided. After the year was over and everything had calmed down, she would tell him everything. She only hoped he wouldn't be too mad at her for not telling him earlier. Next chapter we start the 3rd task. I hope this didn't feel too rushed moving on from the 2nd task, but there was little I wanted to do with that time period and decided not to just fill it with pointless rambling. I do promise you things will be different. I just hope you like what I have planned. As always, let me know what you think, and thanks for reading. At last, the day of the 3rd and final task of the Triwizard Tournament had arrived. Harry tried his best not to let the excitement that had built up affect him. But as the date drew nearer, the anticipation had grown to a fever pitch in the castle, and it was impossible to ignore. He told himself that he should be proud to have done so well in the tournament as it was, but he knew that if he did not win the tournament he would be very disappointed. Harry had never worked so hard for anything in his entire life, and at last he would have the chance to prove himself in front of everyone. Wow. How many people do you think are going to be here? Neville asked as he looked around. I should have looked harder, Harry. I know I could have found a way through the maze, Hermione was saying as she looked at the. Still, you should be careful. Daphne reminded him. There is really no telling what they have in there. People have died in this tournament, do not underestimate it. Harry nodded in agreement. He had gone through this on his own just hours earlier. Winning the tournament was not something worth dying for, but he would fight for it nonetheless. He had long since vowed to win the tournament, an action that had resulted in a number of positive changes in his life, so there was no way he would let this chance slip by him. So what does Krum think, Hermione? Harry asked. That he would rather be playing Quidditch. Hermione answered. Karkaroff was really the one pushing him to enter the tournament, and now that he's gone, Victor just seems bored with it. He'll do his best, but his real goal is to not get hurt and endanger his Quidditch career. That's probably the smart thing to do, Harry commented. Cedric and Fleur won't be holding back though, at least judging from what I have seen so far. They're all good competitors, but I would guess that Cedric is going to be the toughest opponent. And he'll be the second one in the maze right after you, Neville added. Due to their performances in the first two tasks, Harry would enter the maze first, followed a few minutes later by Cedric, then Krum, and finally Fleur. It gave Harry a slight advantage, but by no means guaranteed his victory. The group continued chatting until a few minutes later when Hermione saw Victor Krum arrive. She then wished Harry good luck and gave him a hug before walking off to talk to the Bulgarian champion. She's gonna break up with him. Not right now, of course, but soon, Daphne commented as she watched Hermione and Krum talk on the other side of the stands. What? Harry said in surprise. I thought Hermione liked Krum. She does, just not enough. Did you know he asked her to come back to Bulgaria with him? Daphne asked. He even offered to help her transfer to Durmstrang. No, she didn't tell me, Harry answered. Even Krum could see that things are getting dangerous in England these days. He thought she'd be safer there with him, and he's probably right. But Hermione told him that she couldn't leave, no matter how dangerous things got. Apparently they argued about it, but she wouldn't change her mind. When did this happen? Harry asked, wondering why Hermione had told Daphne and not him. His friend had seemed a little distant over the past few weeks. Over the past few days for the most part. She wanted to tell you about it, but thought you didn't need to worry about her love life with the third task coming up, Daphne said. Harry frowned, wishing that Hermione had talked to him anyway. At the very least he could have told her that he supported her decision. It wasn't surprising that Krum wanted nothing to do with the problems in England though. It was after all not his home. Still, Krum seemed like a good guy and it would have been nice to have him as an ally. I'll talk to her after this is all over with. I suppose I haven't spent much time with her lately either. I've just been busy, Harry said with a shrug. It was true. He felt like his days had been overwhelmed with schoolwork, practice for the tournament, studying potions with Neville, and spending any free time with Daphne that his friendship with Hermione had been neglected. He vowed to fix that once the tournament was finally over and behind him. Hey Harry, ready to lose? A friendly voice asked from behind him, causing Harry to turn around and look for its source. He saw a smiling Cedric Diggory walking towards him holding hands with Cho Chang. Cho, it's great to see you again, Harry answered, smiling. Although I do wonder why you still waste your time with this Burke. Oh, he's good for the occasional laugh, Cho answered, trying not to giggle while making fun of her boyfriend. Probably the same reason Daphne keeps you around. Exactly, Daphne answered before Harry could say anything. Harry, do you see what you've done? Cedric replied. You've turned them both against us. Next thing you know they'll be picking on Neville too. Leave me out of this, Neville wisely commented, resulting in laughs from everyone else. You ready for this, Harry? Cedric asked seriously. I think so, Harry answered with a nod. What about you? As ready as I'll ever be. I just wanted to say that you've really impressed me, Harry, Cedric said. When your name came out of the Goblet of Fire, I thought you would be lucky to survive the tournament. But here we are nearly at the end and you're beating all of us. Whatever happens, you should be proud of yourself. Thanks, Cedric. That means a lot to me, Harry replied sincerely. I really shouldn't be in this tournament to begin with, and you would be winning right now if I wasn't. That's not your fault, Harry, Cedric answered. He knew better than to think that Harry had put his name in the Goblet of Fire and had. Very good, you're all here. Congratulations on making it this far, Bagman said. But this will be the most dangerous task yet. If at any time you can no longer continue in the maze, all you must do is fire sparks into the air and someone will come get you. The first person to grab the Triwizard Cup will be declared the winner. Now, are there any questions? Bagman looked from person to person, giving them the chance to say something, but none of the champions seemed to have anything they needed to ask. When his eyes landed on Harry, Bagman's mouth opened as if he had something to say, but quickly closed his mouth and once again got a confused expression on his face which he tried to shake off so that he could continue. Well then, you'll be up first, Harry. The cannon firing will be your signal to proceed. Good luck to all of you, Bagman said as he walked off. Harry took his place at the entrance to the maze and tried to calm himself before he began. In the background, Bagman was speaking to the audience and informing them all of the rules for the boom. Finally, the cannon fired and Harry happily ran into the maze. Seconds later, he ran into a wall and was forced to make his first decision of the day: whether to turn left or right. Neither option appeared any more attractive than the other, so Harry picked one at random and turned left, heading deeper into the maze. He had walked about 20 paces in that direction when he met his first obstacle of the day, although this one made him laugh instead of shiver in fear. A group of about a dozen Cornish pixies was flying straight towards him, and they appeared to be quite angry. This was something that even an average wizard should have no problem with, although he did remember it being too much for Gilderoy Lockhart to handle in second year. Stupefy, Harry called out, altering the wand movement slightly so that the stunner was a bit weaker but covered a larger area. As the bright red light hit the pixies, they immediately dropped to the ground unconscious. Harry looked at the tiny blue creatures with and laughed, wondering what else he would find in the maze. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud roar that came from somewhere deeper into the maze. The roar was easily as loud as a dragon's, although it sounded different and must have come from something else. It seemed that the more dangerous obstacles would be found farther into the maze. The sound of the cannon firing forced Harry to start moving again. He knew that it was the signal for Cedric to enter the maze, and he wasn't that far ahead of the other Hogwarts champion. He looked back to see if it was possible to see Cedric from this point in the maze, but at that moment the huge bushes making up the wall of the maze grew together and blocked his view and his way back. The new wall looked just like all the others, meaning it would be impossible for him to tell if the maze had changed unless he remembered what it looked like previously. His thought that attempting to map out the maze would be useless proved to be absolutely correct. Once again Harry heard the cannon firing, this time meaning that Victor Crumb had now entered the maze. Harry wished he had some way of knowing how the other were doing, but that was impossible. The only sign that he would have they were in trouble would be if they shot sparks into the air, and that had not happened yet. Harry continued on and began to explore new paths that would hopefully lead him to the Triwizard Cup. Eventually he came to a circular clearing that had 5 paths leading off in different directions. As he stood there deciding which way to go, he heard the soft sounds of some creature coming towards him. He turned to face the new challenge with his wand, ready to defend himself, when he saw dozens of creatures that looked like gray lobsters with green spots approaching him. The small animals were closer than he thought they would be, and Harry knew he was very fortunate to have spotted them when he did. Harry recognized them to be mackled malaclaws, and while it was doubtful they could kill anyone, a bite from a malaclaw would make a person unlucky for about a week. Any champion that was bit by a malaclaw would therefore almost certainly not win the tournament and was likely to get hurt by one of the maze's other obstacles. Petrificus totalis, Harry called out, casting the body-bind curse on all of the creatures at once. Even with the curse in place, the lobster-like creatures were still attempting to bit him, although they couldn't get any closer. Harry then levitated them all into the center of the circular room, where he thought one of the other champions might come and disillusion them. Harry laughed as he walked out of the circular room and into an unexplored path. He would know better than to walk through the center of the room, but maybe his competition wouldn't. He did not want any of them to get hurt, but he would take any advantage he could get. The cannon then fired for the 4th and final time. Now all of the champions were in the maze. Harry felt that he probably had a decent advantage on the others, but the maze was so confusing that it was hard to tell how much of one he had. He felt a renewed sense of urgency rising in him and knew he would have to move fast if he wanted to win. As Harry rounded the next turn in the maze, he came face to face with a giant wall of fire. He suddenly had the urge to turn around and head in a different direction, and in fact was almost back around the corner when he realized that his urge to leave had been produced by a strong compulsion charm. Knowing that it was a trick, Harry turned back towards the wall of fire. He pointed his wand at the fire and cast the flame-freezing charm, but his spell flew past the wall of fire and seemed to have no effect at all. Harry tried again and got identical results. With a curious look on his face, Harry began to approach the wall of fire and immediately realized something was off about it. It's an illusion, Harry suddenly realized. Smiling, Harry confidently walked through the flames and safely out the other side. He hoped this was a sign he was headed in the right direction, but knew it was possible the maze's designer just wanted him to think that. The maze was proving to be quite challenging. The troll slowly turned its head as if it knew someone was close by but wasn't sure where. Harry noticed that it was dragging a large wooden club behind it, although due to its size the club looked more like a tree trunk than anything else. It then began snarling and sniffing the air like an animal still looking for its prey. Harry knew that he could get past this obstacle. After all, he and Ron had fought off a troll as first years. This one was quite a bit bigger, but it still had weaknesses. While trolls were incredibly resistant to spells cast on them, spells that affected the environment around them were especially useful. Had to act quickly and first cast Aguamenti, causing a large pool of water appear between him and the troll. His next spells was Glacius, which froze the water he had just conjured. When the troll hit the ice it began to slip and Harry helped it fall by cast a strong impedimenta. As the tripping hex hit the troll it fell hard on its face and broke its nose. Harry wasted no time in conjuring vines out of the earth that wrapped around the troll and held him down. He kept conjuring vines until he was sure that the troll could not move at all, although it still was shaking in a useless attempt to free itself. He then calmly walked past it and further into the maze, leaving the troll screaming in frustration. He then resumed his search and walked down a path that had just become available to him when the walls shifted again. He knew he was now in a part of the maze he had not seen before and hoped it would produce better results than the last one. Harry had been walking for a few minutes when he heard a scream coming from very close by. He started running towards the scream and when he turned the next corner saw what had caused it. Cedric Diggory was in a violent battle with an acromantula, and the giant spider was winning. Cedric had been knocked to the ground and the acromantula had him pinned down, its huge fangs ready to strike and release their venom into its victim. Cedric could hardly move and his wand appeared to have been knocked out of his hand and out of reach. Harry reacted immediately and jumped into battle to save the older champion who had become his friend. A strong cutting curse aimed at one of the spider's legs severed it in half and drew a pained hissing noise from the beast. Its attention turned towards Harry, and as it approached him Cedric was able to free himself and crawl away towards his wand. Conjunctivitis, Harry said as he pointed his wand towards the acromantula's many eyes. When the curse hit the spider's eyes it howled in pain and frustration because it could no longer see. Cedric took advantage of the creature's attention towards Harry and hit one of its back legs with a strong reducto that shattered the appendage and left it useless. Harry's next spell was one that would almost certainly be considered dark if it had been used on a human being, but he had no problems using it on a spider. Cruor Morsis, he called, causing a dull orange spell to fly towards and hit the spider. As it did, the acromantula's blood became slightly acidic, causing the beast to violently shake in pain. Harry held the spell for a few seconds longer, and soon the animal was curled up in a ball making strange cries of pain. "I think you beat it, Harry," Cedric said as he walked over to the other champion. Harry had stopped the spell, but the animal was still clearly in excruciating pain. "I wasn't sure what that spell would do. Now I feel a little bad about using it, even on an acromantula," Harry said softly. He then walked towards the spider and cast another cutting curse, this time on its neck. The spider died immediately. "It would have died anyway, I just hope I saved it a little pain," he explained. "I understand. It was the nice thing to do," Cedric agreed. He then turned his back towards Harry to look around the maze, still trying to figure out which way he wanted to go. "This tournament is pretty crazy." "Huh? I'd say so," Harry answered. For a moment neither of them said anything else, but then Harry decided it was time to leave. "Hey Cedric." "Yeah Harry? I'm sorry about this." "Huh?" Cedric said as he turned his head back towards Harry. He immediately saw that Harry had his wand pointed at him, but Cedric had no time to draw his wand and defend himself. Harry silently cast Stupefy and his fellow Hogwarts champion dropped to the ground as soon as the spell hit him. Harry almost felt bad about this, but figured he had done enough to help Cedric by saving him from the Acromantula. Besides, what he did wasn't against the rules. He shot sparks into the air so that someone would come and help his friend before leaving the area behind him. It was only minutes later that Harry turned another corner that looked like countless others he had seen in the past few hours. But this time something was different. The corner led to a long straight hallway, and at the end of the path the Triwizard Cup was softly glowing as it stood on a pedestal. Harry grinned in excitement. He was finally at the end. He began running towards the cup and realized a moment later that it was good he was running because the maze's walls began to crash down around him. Harry ran as fast as he could and was only barely able to keep ahead of the falling bushes that threatened to crush him. When he reached the clearing at the end of the path, he took a moment to catch his breath before walking up to the Triwizard Cup. The trophy itself was beautiful and Harry thought with a smile that it would look good hanging up in his dorm room. As he reached towards it, he stopped with his fingers only inches away from the cup. He could feel magic flowing off of it, but he was unable to identify what spells had been cast on it from the feel alone. He paused, wondering if this was some trick and not really the Triwizard Cup. Unfortunately, he had no way to know for sure. It certainly looked like the Triwizard Cup. Harry cast the diagnostic charms he knew on the cup and was able to determine that it had not been poisoned and there were not any deadly curses placed on it. But beyond that he was clueless. After a few moments he decided that he had no choice but to take the Triwizard Cup and see what happened. Taking one final breath to prepare himself, Harry grabbed the cup and immediately felt a familiar pulling sensation at his navel. "A port key," he said in realization as he vanished. Harry had never liked traveling by portkey, but remembered the tips he had heard on how to land safely unlike his last journey by portkey. Even so, when he landed he dropped down to a knee and immediately had his wand out ready to face anything. He was still surprised by what he saw. Harry Potter wins the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Ludo, Bagman's voice called out as the crowd erupted into cheers so loud that Harry was tempted to put his hands over his ears to protect himself from them. He looked around and saw that the portkey had dropped him on a huge stage that had been erected in front of the maze's entrance. Fleur Delacour was seated in a chair towards the back of the stage looking quite unhappy. Harry then noticed that Cedric Diggory and Victor Crumb were both being led out of the maze and towards the stage. Crumb also looked disappointed, but Cedric was surprisingly laughing as he looked at Harry. Harry smiled back, happy that Cedric apparently didn't hold any hard feeling towards him for what happened in the maze. "Congratulations, Harry," Cedric said after leaping onto the stage. "But that was still a dirty trick you used." "I know, but I said I was sorry," Harry reminded him as they both started laughing about it. Crumb calmly climbed the steps to the stage and nodded slightly in Harry's direction. Harry shrugged and decided that was as much of a congratulations as he was going to get from the Durmstrang champion. The crowd, meanwhile, had not quieted down in the least. The cheers only became louder when Harry proudly raised the Triwizard Cup over his head for all to see. As he did, he scanned the crowd looking for his friends. Eventually he found them and saw that they were all excitedly waving at him and cheering. "Come, Harry. There is still much to be done," Ludo Bagman said from behind him. Harry nodded and walked towards the podium that Bagman had positioned himself behind. Another tournament official was motioning for him to place the Triwizard Cup on a small stand in front of him, and Harry happily did so. They had to wait several minutes for the cheering to die down so that Bagman could begin the presentation, but eventually he did. "Ladies and gentlemen, today is a monumental day for our world," Bagman began. Harry looked at the older man curiously. His normal speaking voice was excited and spontaneous, but he was now talking in an odd monotone and as if he were reading from a script. "Truly, a day for the history books. You, Harry Potter, are more important than you realize." The crowd continued to cheer. They, apparently, did not share Harry's concern that something felt a bit off about the whole situation. The Imperius Curse. Harry was able to think before he vanished. In those few short moments, the cheers of the crowd turned to screams and panic. This only escalated when Ludo Bagman pointed his wand in the air and yelled Mors Mordre, causing the dark mark to appear in the sky. The first one to act was actually Cedric Diggory, who promptly knocked Bagman unconscious with a stunner to the back. Aurors and Professor Dumbledore rushed to the stage, but by that time there was little they could do. Harry Potter was gone, and they had no idea where he could possibly be. So, what did you think of the third task? I think I dropped enough hints earlier that there was something going on with Bagman, and this was a new way to get him to Voldemort's resurrection party. Yes, Cedric lives. I think the character has potential and would like to keep him around for a while. Anyhow, hope you guys liked it. Thanks for reading and please review. Harry's second Portkey journey of the day was much longer and more disorienting than the first. He felt his body spun around as if he were in some kind of magical tornado which seemed to never stop. Finally, he felt the spinning slow and knew he was approaching his destination. Harry concentrated on holding on to his wand and hoped he would be able to land on his feet. But as the Portkey dropped him, he rolled on the hard ground before finally coming to a stop. As he lay there, Harry tried to reactivate the Portkey, but it was no use. Bagman had given him a one-way Portkey, meaning he would have to find another way home. Pushing himself to a standing position, Harry desperately tried to fight off the dizziness as he looked around trying to figure out where the Portkey had taken him. The sound of footsteps approaching quickly proved that he was wrong. Harry quickly turned towards the direction the footsteps were coming from and saw two figures approaching him, each wearing dark cloaks that covered their faces. One was small, fat, and appeared to be carrying something like a parent would hold a baby. The other was taller, thinner, and his head had the habit of jerking from side to side as if looking for threats. Suddenly Harry felt a painful burning in his scar, and he knew without a doubt what, or rather who, was being carried towards him. Seize him. A strange, almost inhuman voice called out from the bundle that the fat man was carrying. The taller man stepped forward with his wand held ready before pulling back the hood of his cloak to reveal his face. Barty Crouch Jr., Harry said in recognition as he raised his wand to face the older man. That would mean that the shorter man was almost definitely Peter Pettigrew. Correct, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Gryffindor. He answered with an insane chuckle. There'll be no one to come and rescue you now. I suggest you just give up, it will be far less painful that way. Go to hell, Barty, Harry said as he silently cast a bone-breaking curse at the man who had once impersonated Alastor Moody. Crouch was able to sidestep the spell fairly easily and sent a body-bind curse at Harry, apparently attempting to capture him as he was ordered. Harry brought up a shield which was easily able to absorb the energy of Crouch's curse and then began trying to lure Crouch away from the others. Wormtail seemed to be focused on protecting whatever form Voldemort had taken that was now laying in his arms, but Harry knew he would have to keep an eye on them. Crouch's next spell was, surprisingly, a Stupefy. Harry almost laughed at this because he realized that he held an advantage over his opponent. Crouch, for whatever reason, was trying to subdue him without injuring him. Harry did not have to worry about trying to avoid hurting Crouch, in fact he wanted to do so. Harry sent a series of chain spells at Crouch, including a Incendio, a Confundus, a Jellylegs Jinx, and ended with a spell that produced hurricane force winds. The first two spells missed and Crouch was just barely able to raise a shield against the Jellylegs Jinx, but he was caught completely off guard by Harry's wind spell. Crouch's magical shield was unable to stop the physical force of the wind, and he was hurled back several feet and landed painfully on his back. Unlike their first battle, Harry was now casting completely silently and with much more power than he was previously capable of. Crouch began rolling as soon as he hit the ground and was, luckily for him, able to avoid Harry's follow-up curses. He was quickly growing frustrated by his situation and the fact that this mere boy was beating him. With a pained grunt, Crouch leapt to his feet and screamed Crucio, hoping that he would not only catch his opponent off guard but that his master would not be too angry with him. Harry, however, was prepared for the Death Eater's use of an unforgivable curse and conjured a stone shield to appear in front of him. Crouch's Cruciatus curse struck the wall and shattered it, but in doing so the spell's energy was spent and it died harmlessly. Before the stone pieces could hit the ground, Harry banished them back at Crouch and was happy to hear the man yelp in surprise and pain. "Damn you, Potter!" Crouch roared as he angrily raised his wand again. Harry saw with a brief smile of satisfaction that he had his enemy frustrated and off guard. But unfortunately this had caused Crouch to abandon his earlier plan to capture Harry unharmed. Reducto! Crouch shouted, causing Harry to jump to the side in order to avoid the powerful spell. Harry's wand never left Crouch as he avoided the spell, and as soon as he had the chance Harry returned fire. This time he did say the name of the spell out loud because he wanted Crouch to hear what was coming. After all, he was the one who had taught it to him. Inficio! Harry called as a sickly yellow light erupted from the tip of his wand. Crouch's eyes widened in surprise as he tried to avoid the spell, but he wasn't quick enough and it caught him on the hip. Immediately his cloak began to disintegrate and the skin below bubbled as if it were melting. He was barely able to contain his screams enough to perform the counter-curse, which still left behind a nasty-looking wound. "Use my spell against me, will you?" Crouch yelled in rage. Avada Kedavra! The killing curse flew towards Harry, and he reacted on instinct by conjuring another stone wall to shield himself. This time the impact of the spell turned his shield into dust instead of pebbles like the Cruciatus curse had done. "Barty, you fool!" Voldemort screamed from his spot on the sideline. "I need him alive. Forgive me, master," Crouch answered, although his eyes never left Harry. "I shall not fail you again." Harry had briefly glanced over and even from far away could see that Voldemort had been able to take some small physical shape, which meant that he could be destroyed by his touch like Quirrell had been in his first year at Hogwarts. He only needed to get past Crouch and close enough to Voldemort to grab him. "Stupefy!" Crouch called, bringing Harry's attention back to the duel. Harry in response raised his most powerful shield and began running towards his opponent. Crouch began rapidly firing non-lethal spells at Harry, but his shield was far too strong to be broken by any of the simple spells he was using. Before he knew it, Harry had almost completely closed the distance between them and Crouch hesitated, not sure if Harry was trying to physically or magically attack him. A mere moment before Harry reached Crouch, he dropped his shield and began casting the strongest blasting curse he could manage. By the time he completed the spell, the tip of his wand was inches away from Crouch's chest, and the man had no chance at all to do anything to lessen the impact of the curse. The powerful spell sent Crouch flying through the air and across the cemetery. He was only stopped when he hit a large headstone which broke in half from the impact. He was immediately knocked unconscious. Harry watched this happen and felt a small amount of shock. He didn't think he had put that much power into the spell, but apparently it was enough. Harry briefly wondered if Crouch had survived the crash. He hadn't noticed, however, that his charge towards Crouch had brought him alarmingly close to Wormtail and Voldemort. He never even saw the stunner that hit him in the back coming. "Good, Wormtail. Now we can begin," Voldemort said with a chilling laugh. Meanwhile, the panic at Hogwarts had not died down any. The dark mark still hung menacingly in the air, constantly reminding everyone what had happened. Most of the spectators had remained in their seats even though the tournament had ended. Many stayed to discuss whether or not the Dark Lord could or would return. Others stayed because they expected something else to happen. Harry's friends attempted to get as much information from their teachers as was possible, but in truth no one seemed to really know what was going on. All they could determine for sure was that Ludo Bagman had been taken into custody and was now being interrogated in Professor Dumbledore's office by the Aurors and the headmaster himself. Bagman's questioning started with an examination of his left arm, where to some surprise they did not find the dark mark. Further inspection revealed signs that Bagman had been under the Imperius curse very recently and was therefore probably not responsible for his actions. After being awoken and dosed with Veritaserum, he revealed that he could not remember anything he had said on stage after Harry's victory, nor did he know who had placed the Imperius curse on him or where the portkey had taken Harry. These revelations meant that there was no easy way to find Harry. Unless they got very lucky, it would be up to Harry to find his way home. The first thing Harry noticed when he woke up was that he could not move his arms or legs. His eyes slowly opened and saw that he was tied up and he had no idea where his wand was. He knew he had made a mistake and lost track of Wormtail during his fight with Crouch. He would have kicked himself if he could have moved his legs. Harry tried to think of how he was going to get out of this situation, but so far nothing came to mind. Looking around, Harry saw that Barty Crouch Jr.'s unconscious body was still slumped against the broken headstone where he had fallen. Crouch appeared to still be breathing, indicating he must have survived the impact. Harry felt a small bit of relief when he saw that, even though he knew it was probably a foolish thing to do in this situation. Voldemort had apparently decided it wasn't worth the effort to heal Crouch yet. With Harry tied up, the Dark Lord must not have felt that his adversary was much of a threat. Wormtail, meanwhile, was busy watching over a huge cauldron that was full of some dark, bubbling liquid. Harry wasn't sure what the potion was for, but he knew it was not a good sign. "It's ready, my lord," Wormtail said humbly. "Begin at once." The ugly creature that was Voldemort replied. Wormtail nodded and carefully picked up his master before placing him in the cauldron. The potion inside hissed as sparks shot from it, and the liquid inside began to swirl around violently. But after a few moments it calmed down and Wormtail continued with the ritual. Harry struggled to free himself and stop the dark ritual, but it was no use. He still could not move. He began trying to think of a way to disrupt the ritual but was unsure what he could do. His only hope was to get Wormtail to end it himself. "Flesh of the servant, willingly given. You will revive your master," Wormtail said as he lifted up a knife and placed it at his wrist. He was a moment away from slicing it off when Harry interrupted him. "Peter, stop," Harry yelled. "Please don't do this." "It's too late for that, Harry," Wormtail answered and raised the knife again. "You don't have to do this," Harry replied, still hoping that the man would change his mind. "But I do. I have no choice, you see. If I don't do this, he will kill me. I saved your life. You owe me," Harry said, but he knew his words were having little impact. "It doesn't work that way." Wormtail then turned away, placed the knife on his wrist once again. He closed his eyes as if trying to work up the courage to go through with the act and then, with all his strength, pushed the blade through the flesh and bone of his arm. When he was done, his entire hand dropped into the cauldron and he howled in pain. The potion, meanwhile, continued to simmer but had now turned a red color much like blood. Wormtail took a minute to compose himself before continuing the ritual. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. You will resurrect your foe," the Death Eater said as he approached Harry. He still held in his hand the ritual knife he had been using, and Harry knew Wormtail had come for his blood. "Don't do it, Peter. Please," Harry said, but Wormtail was now ignoring him. He drew the knife and plunged it into Harry's arm as Harry fought to not scream out in pain. The tip of Wormtail's knife was now coated with Harry's blood, and he held it carefully as if it contained some priceless treasure. Wormtail walked over to the cauldron and lightly flicked the knife at it, spilling a few drops of Harry's blood into the concoction. It immediately began to spark and bubble like never before, eventually turning a blinding white color. Wormtail began stepping away from the potion as if he were afraid of it, but his eyes never left it. Harry's attention never left the cauldron either, and for a brief moment he held hope that something had gone wrong. But then he felt pain from his scar like never before, and knew that somehow Wormtail and Barty Crouch Jr. had returned Lord Voldemort to his body. A moment later a dark form began to rise out of the cauldron. It was bald, pale, and covered in a dark cloak. Although its form was human, Harry thought it looked more like some dark creature. The creature held its head in its hands as it rose out of the still bubbling potion. When he was finally free, Voldemort pulled his hands away from his face and to look at them, giving Harry his first clear look at what the Dark Lord had become. Voldemort looked nothing like the teenage version of Tom Riddle Harry had encountered in the Chamber of Secrets. He had been a rather handsome young man with dark hair and pale skin. The monster now standing before Harry had skin that was almost gray and no hair at all. Its face only looked vaguely human, with a flat nose and bright red eyes. The Dark Lord spent a moment examining himself carefully, as if looking for flaws in his form before turning to face Harry and sending him a cruel smile. "Come, Wormtail," he commanded. "Yes, master," his servant answered as he scampered towards Voldemort. He then knelt and held out a wand towards his master. "Your wand, my lord." Voldemort reached out and grabbed the wand. As his finger touched it, his twisted face took on an expression of triumph. "Your arm," Voldemort demanded. "Thank you, master," Wormtail exclaimed as he happily held out his stump of an arm. "Your other arm," Voldemort clarified. Wormtail gasped in surprise, but obediently held out his other wand. Even from far away Harry could see that Wormtail's dark mark was now as black as night and perfectly visible. Voldemort pressed his wand into his servant's arm as the other man winced in pain but said nothing. Moments later men in full Death Eater's robes began apparating into the cemetery. Each of them wore masks that covered their faces so Harry was unable to see who had come. One thing was clear, however. His odds of escaping had dropped dramatically. The Death Eaters stood in a circle surrounding Voldemort as he looked around inspecting them. Harry could not tell if he was happy with what he found or not, but the Death Eaters seemed to be nervous. As the Dark Lord began speaking they all dropped to a knee, as if before royalty. "After all these years, my friends, we have been reunited," Voldemort began. "And yet I must wonder, where were all of you when I needed you the most? For years I was trapped somewhere between life and death, and none of you searched for me." "I did, my lord," Wormtail bravely or perhaps foolishly said. "Out of fear, not loyalty. I suppose you do deserve some reward for your efforts, however. Hold out your arm," Voldemort ordered, and Wormtail gratefully complied. Using a spell that Harry did not recognize, Voldemort conjured a magical silver hand to appear where Wormtail's had been. Wormtail held up the hand and stared at it in awe. Voldemort, meanwhile, was looking at his wand with a confused expression on his face, as if something had happened he did not expect. A moment later the look was gone, and he was once again standing before his followers. "Where were you, Avery? Were you Goyle? Crabbe? Not? And what of you, Malfoy?" Voldemort asked. Harry sat and listened, though he was not at all surprised to see it confirmed that Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater. "My lord," Malfoy began to plead pathetically, "I was constantly on the alert. Had there been any sign, any whisper, quiet—" "Lucius," Voldemort said forcefully, and Malfoy knew better than to continue. "There will be time to make up for past failures later. Now we must be suitable hosts and attend to our guest." With that he pointed at Harry, who was still tied up and bleeding from his arm. Harry could hear the Death Eaters laughing from behind their masks at his predicament. Voldemort began walking towards him as he spoke, and was soon standing right in front of him. The world was foolish enough to think that this mere child had destroyed the most powerful wizard of all time. "It was not he that defeated me that night, but a mistake on my part. Old magic was at work that night, powerful magic. I did recognize it then, but I do now, and I have overcome it. Believe me, Harry, I can touch you now." With that Voldemort pressed his finger into Harry's forehead where his famous scar lay. The pain Harry felt in that moment eclipsed anything else he had ever experienced. "Now, Harry, we shall see if the boy who lived can truly stand against Lord Voldemort," the Dark Lord said with a sneer. "Wormtail, untie him, and give him his wand." Wormtail rushed to obey his master, and soon Harry was free with his wand in his hand. Harry nervously looked around and knew full well that he was surrounded by potential threats as well as face-to-face with one of the world's most powerful wizards. Voldemort looked like he was preparing to continue his speech, but Harry thought his best option was to get on the offensive and stay on it as long as he could. Nothing seemed to get past Voldemort's defenses. Everything he threw at the Dark Lord was either blocked by conjured or summoned items or simply avoided. When the dust cleared from his last spell, which had been powerful enough to leave a small crater in the ground, Lord Voldemort was still standing there laughing at him.
"I'm impressed, Harry,"
Voldemort said. "Perhaps you should rethink the offer I made to you years ago. Join me and I will help you reach your full potential. You still have much to learn. Pity you won't get the chance," Voldemort taunted. Harry wasn't sure what to do. Despite all of his training and his relatively easy victory over Barty Crouch Jr., he was still clearly not in Voldemort's league. Gathering his courage, Harry went back on attack. He decided that he would have to use his deadliest spells and so cast Cruor Mortis, the same spell he had used against the Acromantual in the maze. Voldemort was finally forced to raise a shield to defend himself, but when he did, something very strange happened. Beams of pure magic stretched from each of their wands, connecting them. As they did, Harry felt a strong drain on his magical reserves and knew he could not keep this, whatever it was, up for very long. Voldemort was distracted by this unexpected phenomenon, and Harry saw his chance to strike. Harry ended the spell just as it started to form a dome above him and quickly fired off a cutting curse towards Voldemort's head. The Dark Lord had been distracted by what had happened and tried to sidestep the spell, but was only partially successful. A long cut opened up on Voldemort's cheek and blood began to trickle down to his chin. Voldemort roared in anger and then finally began attacking Harry. Harry used his speed to avoid the first wave of spells, but as he tried to jump behind a headstone was struck with the Cruciatus curse. Harry screamed as Voldemort held the torture curse on him. He had felt the curse before during his fight with Barty Crouch Jr., but the Death Eater's version of the spell felt like a tickling charm when compared to Voldemort's Cruciatus. The pain coursed through every part of his body and Harry felt as if he were on verge of going insane. A moment later Voldemort lifted the spell and Harry could hear the evil man laughing at his suffering. So this is all the great Harry Potter can manage? Pathetic. Voldemort laughed. I think I shall send your head back to Dumbledore. What do you think of that, Harry? No good. Harry gasped. He likes socks. The Dark Lord chuckled at Harry's response and slightly lowered his wand. Harry's trembling fingers closed tightly around his wand, which he had almost dropped during his torture at the hands of Lord Voldemort. The Dark Lord took a step back and motioned for Harry to stand up. Get up, Harry. You do want to meet death on your feet, don't you? Voldemort said. Harry had been slowly making his way to a standing position anyway, and a moment later was finally able to stand and face the Dark Lord. Harry looked around for some last-minute way to save himself, but could find nothing. He was still completely surrounded and no help was coming. I'm going to die here, Harry thought with sad laugh. His little chuckle soon turned into an audible laugh which had the Death Eaters thinking that perhaps Lord Voldemort's Cruciatus had driven the boy, who lived insane after all. You think death is funny, do you? Voldemort asked as he raised his wand towards Harry. Finally Harry stopped laughing and raised his wand to face the Dark Lord. Any last words? Screw you, Tom, Harry said with another laugh. Voldemort, furious with Harry's use of his true name, yelled out Avada Kedavra and sent the killing curse flying towards Harry, who was able to leap out of the way. Around them the Death Eaters, fearing that a stray killing curse could catch them unprepared, began to search for cover. Harry returned fire with a reducto, but Voldemort was easily able to avoid it. The Dark Lord then cast another killing curse, but Harry was able to conjure a rock wall to shield him from the spell. The shield exploded when the curse hit it, but Harry didn't wait for the dust to clear before banishing a conjured spear back towards Voldemort. When the dust settled it was clear he had missed, but he had no time to think about it because Voldemort sent yet another killing curse his way. Harry leapt to the side to avoid the curse, but unfortunately Voldemort had been expecting that, and had summoned a headstone which slammed into Harry's side and knocked him off balance. Before Harry could recover Voldemort had cast the killing curse again. Harry's eyes widened as he saw the green spell speeding towards him. In that moment he knew he couldn't avoid it, and that he had been beaten. The impact of the spell knocked Harry off of his feet and sent him spinning to the ground. When he landed Voldemort stood victorious over Harry and looked down at his unmoving body. Below him, Harry's lifeless eyes lay open and staring off into the distance. Back at Hogwarts, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge had arrived and taken the stage in an attempt to calm the audience and look for a way in which he could take advantage of the situation for his own political benefit. With his hearing on the Sirius Black case only a day away, Fudge was getting desperate to find a way to remain in office. He knew the last thing the public wanted to hear was that, who was still alive, and so he spent his time on stage promising that the Dark Lord was dead and that there was no way he could ever come back. Some people seemed eager to believe him, but others weren't convinced. Ludo Bagman had been transferred to the Ministry of Magic for further questioning. It seemed clear that he would not face charges for his actions due to the evidence pointing towards the Imperius Curse. He was, however, immediately fired from his position with the ministry, and rumors were beginning to circulate that the goblins had demanded he be turned over to them after his release to face punishment for crimes against them. Harry's friends did not give up searching for more information, but unfortunately they continued to find nothing new. Meanwhile, Dumbledore sat alone in his office wondering what he could have done differently, and what it would mean if Harry died. One thing was clear: dark days lay ahead. Harry's eyes popped open and he sat up, wondering what had happened. Upon seeing his surroundings, however, he also wondered where he was. A strange whimper caught his attention and he turned to look in that direction. He saw a strange creature that reminded him of what Voldemort had been before the ritual to return him to his body. But Harry had no idea what it meant. Around him the world was completely white and without definition, and the blankness of his surroundings seemed to go on forever. "Harry," a gentle female voice called out, seemingly from all around him. "Hello?" Harry asked. "Who's there?" As he continued to look around, he finally saw two forms approaching him in the distance. As they drew closer, he saw that one was man and the other was a woman. They appeared to be holding hands and slowly walking towards him. After what felt like hours to Harry, they finally got close enough that he could see them clearly. "Mom? Dad?" Harry said uncertainly. "Is that really you?" Finally they were close enough for him to be sure, and when he ran to them and allowed them to wrap him into a strong hug. Harry could not help but begin crying as he held on to his parents for the first time he could remember. For a long time they hugged and did not speak, and for that time Harry's questions about what was happening seemed unimportant to him. "I'm dead, aren't I?" Harry asked. "Does that mean I get to stay here with you?" "You aren't exactly dead, son," his father informed him, "but you aren't exactly alive either. You have a choice, Harry. You can die or you can go back." "What if I want to stay with you?" Harry replied. The emotions from meeting his parents were still overwhelming. "We have some things to explain to you first," Lily answered. "We love you very much, Harry, but it is important that you go back." "Why?" Harry asked, clearly upset. "Because of Voldemort," James said, and glanced over to the ugly creature that Harry had noticed when he first arrived. "Voldemort has tried to make himself immortal, and that is how." "What is it?" Harry asked, looking over at the creature his dad had pointed at. "It's a piece of his soul," Lily answered. "He accidentally transferred it to you the night we died. It is why your scar hurts whenever he is around. It's called a Horcrux, Harry, and as long as it is still alive Voldemort cannot truly be killed. But if I die it does too, right?" Harry guessed. "So I can't go back. That piece will die even if you do go back," James said. "But that isn't the only piece of his soul that needs to be destroyed. He's made others, and it's up to you to find them." "Why me? Why not Dumbledore? He's stronger than I am." Harry replied. "There was a prophecy made before you were born. Dumbledore never told us exactly what it said, but it meant that either you or Neville Longbottom would have defeat Voldemort. Things have changed since then, and it's clear that it has to be you." Lily said sadly. "But how? He's better than me." "No," James yelled. "He may be stronger, but he is not better than you. He is stronger. And if I do get back to my body, I am still going to be surrounded by Voldemort and his Death Eaters with no way to escape. Then, if by some miracle I do escape, I have no idea where to look for his Horcruxes," Harry said in frustration. He simply did not see a way to make it work. "We will help you, Harry," Lily said softly. "Or to be more precise, we will force Voldemort to help you." "How?" Harry asked. "That piece of his soul he put inside you contained all of his personality and intellect right up until the moment he separated it from the rest of his soul. We can take parts out and give them to you," James said with a proud smile, as if it had been his idea. "So you can just give me all of his knowledge?" Harry said, realizing how this could help him. "Not exactly," Lily replied. "You see, it's impossible to separate his personality from the things he knows, so the more information we take out of him and put in you, the more of his personality will also get transferred. If you took everything, you would basically become him." "So what do I get?" Harry asked. "Everything he knows about his Horcruxes. That way you should be able to make him mortal again and then kill him," Lily explained. "And then his knowledge on how to apparate. Use that to escape the cemetery and make it back to Hogwarts. Those are the only things we dare pull from him. This is going to change my personality, isn't it?" "How much?" "We're not taking much, so it shouldn't even be noticeable," James answered. "We're trying to be as careful as we can." "Okay then. I'll do it," Harry said finally. "Do I have to go now?" "Yes, I'm sorry, but you do," Lily said with tears in her eyes. She pulled Harry and her husband into another hug, which they happily returned. "You'll see us again one day, Harry," but hopefully not for many more years. Never forget that we love you very much. I love you too, Mom, and you, Dad. Harry replied. Soon they were all crying and holding each other. They stayed this way for a few moments, but then Harry felt everything start to change. He felt like he was being pulled away from them by some undeniable force. His parents let go of him and began waving goodbye, but his vision was starting to cloud and he could no longer see them clearly. Then everything suddenly went black. The first thing Harry felt when he returned to his body was the dull ache that came as a result from the Cruciatus curse. He knew in that moment that he was alive again. He laid there for a minute listening to Voldemort give a speech about his plans for world domination and hoping no one had seen his eyes close. Harry expected someone to point out at any moment that he was still alive, but all attention was apparently still on Voldemort. Harry finally got the courage to slightly open his eyes and glance around. The Death Eater were all facing away from him and towards the Dark Lord in such a way that only Voldemort could possibly notice that his eyes were open. He noticed with a small amount of surprise that no one had bothered to take his wand out of his hand. Apparently they were convinced he was dead. His parents had told him to apparate out, and when Harry concentrated on the subject he realized he knew almost everything about it. He even knew that he could apparate to a standing position from laying on the ground where he was. Voldemort had studied apparition extensively. Harry wondered what chaos he could cause before leaving when he noticed that Wormtail was standing at the back of the group being ignored by everyone. He had already dropped to the lowest spot on the Death Eater hierarchy. Grinning, a plan quickly came together in his head. Harry watched and waited for his chance. Finally Voldemort ended his speech to the cheers of his loyal followers. In that moment Harry apparated to a standing position right behind Wormtail. No one had even noticed him moving around. "Hey Tom!" Harry yelled as he grabbed Wormtail's arm. "Did anyone ever tell you that you suck at that spell?" The Death Eaters turned and stared at him in shock. Voldemort was equally surprised, but had the presence of mind to raise his wand at Harry. He was too late though. Before anyone could stop him, Harry had apparated both himself and Wormtail out of the cemetery and back to Hogwarts. Minister Fudge was still on stage talking to the audience. However, when he asked if they had any questions, he had been forced into defending himself regarding the accusations he would face at his hearing the next day. It was an uncomfortable position for him, and he was desperate to escape it. As soon as he spoke those words, Harry appeared on the stage with Wormtail, who was still in shock from seeing Harry alive. Harry stunned the traitor as soon as they arrived and then began looking around. Most of the crowd was still in the stands and had burst into applause as soon as he appeared. The dark mark in the sky had faded but was still visible. "He's back," Harry said to the Minister of Magic. But Fudge chose to turn his head in disbelief. Angered by this, Harry ripped the sleeve off Wormtail's robes, exposing the dark mark below. "Voldemort is back," he yelled, but this time it was loud enough for those in the audience to hear. Soon everyone knew what Harry had claimed and were struggling with whether or not to believe it. Harry was able to watch the Aurors take Wormtail into custody before the exhaustion caught up with him and collapsed right in the middle of the stage. There are quite a few important points in this one that I hope you catch. I've been thinking about this scene since I started the story, and I hope you like the way it turned out. Either way, please let me know. Thanks. It's okay, Daphne.
I'm okay.
Harry told her. "When you disappeared, I thought you were going to die," she said softly. Harry decided that moment might not be the best one to tell her that he actually had died, in a way. Last time before getting off of the bed, Harry had felt his energy slowly returning to him since he woke up and was able to sit up in the bed without a problem. He saw that he was still wearing the same robes he had worn in the final task of the tournament and his battle at the cemetery. They were covered with a mixture of dirt, sweat, and blood, and Harry thought that he probably smelled awful. "How long was I out?" Harry asked, knowing that someone would have changed his clothes if he were in the infirmary for long. "You were brought into the infirmary about a half-hour ago," Madame Pomfrey informed him. "We decided to let you sleep, but now that you are up I am guessing you might want a potion for the pain. You were exposed to the Cruciatus curse, correct?" The others in the room gasped when they heard that Harry had been crucioed yet again. "Yes, ma'am. But it's weird. When Voldemort hit me with the curse it hurt much worse than last time, but now it doesn't hurt as much as the last one did," Harry explained. Do you know why that is? Of course. How much the spell hurts as it is being cast is mainly dependent on the strength of the wizard using the spell, but how fast a person recovers mostly depends on the strength of the victim. If you are more powerful now than you were then, it would only make sense that the recovery will be easier. Madame Pomfrey told him. Still, I do want you to take these potions and let me know if you are experiencing any other unusual pains. Harry nodded and obediently swallowed the offered potions. The dull ache that the cruciatus had left behind lifted a little, but Harry could still feel it if he thought about it. Thanks, Madame Pomfrey. Is there a clean shirt here I could wear? Harry asked after smelling the robes he was wearing. He guessed that they stank was absolutely correct. Certainly. The older witch replied before handing him a shirt from a cabinet. Harry expected her to leave and give him some privacy, but evidently she thought it would be a good idea to watch him and see if there were any injuries she had not seen before. Harry lifted the robes off over his head and placed them on the floor beside the bed, and then began to lift the shirt he had on underneath it. When it was almost over his face, he heard Madame Pomfrey gasp in shock. Is that what I think it is? Madame Pomfrey asked, pointing at him. Harry followed her gaze and looked down at his chest. Just below his shoulder was a bright red lightning bolt-shaped wound covered in dried blood. Harry knew, without a doubt, that it would leave a scar behind. Harry's friends had gathered around them and were all now looking at him in shock, knowing full well what a wound shaped like that meant. I can explain, Harry said, hoping he would be able to ease their worries. Something we would all like to hear, I'm sure. Professor Dumbledore's voice called out as he entered the room. Not for the first time, Harry wondered how it was that he always was able to make such grand entrances. The headmaster joined the group standing around Harry's bed and looked at his new scar with interest. I know Voldemort has returned, Harry, but I am curious to know how he accomplished this. Harry looked around the room, noting that he would have told everyone in it what happened eventually, so it was best that he do it once in front of everybody. The portkey took me to a cemetery. There was a grave there marked Thomas Riddle, so I guess it was where Voldemort's Muggle family was buried. When I got there, Voldemort had taken physical form, but he wasn't human. He looked like some kind of ugly baby demon. Harry explained. Anyhow, I fought with Barty Crouch Jr. and was able to beat him, but Wormtail hit me with a stunner in the back. When I woke up, Wormtail was performing a ritual to give Voldemort his body back. He took his father's bone, his own hand, and my blood to do it. Your blood, you say? Dumbledore asked at once. Yes, Professor. Harry confirmed. Then Voldemort was back. He's hideous now, he doesn't look human anymore. He called his Death Eaters to the cemetery and a big group of them came. Malfoy was there, along with Crabbe and Goyle. There were 2 other names, I think. Not an Avery. I didn't recognize the others, they were all wearing masks. Those names do not come as a surprise, Harry. Dumbledore said. They all claimed to have been under the Imperius Curse at the end of the First War. Obviously, they were lying. After that, he gave Wormtail a magical hand to replace the one he had cut off for the ritual, and then told him to untie me so we could duel. Harry said. Then we fought. I tried my hardest, but I could barely even touch Voldemort. When he started fighting back, I realized there wasn't much I could do to stop him. That's when he hit me with the killing curse. I'm pretty sure I died. Harry looked down at the new scar while the others reacted to the news. Daphne rushed back over to Harry's side and climbed back into bed with him while Hermione began to cry again. Neville looked very confused. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was nodded as if it all made sense to him. Harry was uncertain whether or not he should explain what happened when he died. He knew it was real and that he didn't just imagine it, but what had happened was very personal to him and he felt uncomfortable sharing it. Dumbledore needs to hear the information I gathered though, Harry thought, but as he did, a powerful feeling of distrust towards Dumbledore struck him. Why should he spill his guts to Dumbledore anyway? After all, there was apparently a prophecy that the old man knew about but had never discussed with him. Let him be honest first. Soon though, the distrust seemed to fade away and Harry realized that he would need Dumbledore's help to defeat Voldemort. After I died, I appeared somewhere big and white. I don't really know how else to describe it, Harry said. My parents were there. They told me that Voldemort had kept a piece of his soul inside, but that it was dead now. There's also supposed to be prophecy about me that you should know, Professor. Before I left, they gave me all I needed to know about Voldemort's soul pieces. I know what they are and where they are. They also showed me how to apparate out of the cemetery. When I got back, I grabbed Wormtail and came back to Hogwarts. That's everything." Dumbledore looked quite worried. He had hoped to not burden Harry with knowledge about the prophecy and Horcruxes until he was older, but it was obviously too late to stop that now. On the bright side, if the Horcrux inside him had truly been destroyed, then Voldemort was one step closer to being mortal. "Are you sure you want to know the prophecy, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. "Sometimes it is easier not to know what fate has in store for us." "I need to know," Harry demanded. Dumbledore nodded sadly in agreement. "The one with power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, because neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." "That is the complete prophecy, Harry," Dumbledore explained. "Voldemort knows the first part of it, and it is for that reason he targeted your family so many years ago." "How did he know about the prophecy?" Daphne asked, speaking up for the first time in the conversation. She, like the others, had not wanted to miss a single detail of Harry's story. A Death Eater overheard the prophecy as it was being made, but was not able to listen to all of it. Dumbledore informed them. What he did not say, and did not plan on telling them, was that the Death Eater in question had been Severus Snape. Mom said that it could have been about Neville, too, Harry said, causing his friend's eyes to widen in shock. "Yes, that was initially a possibility," Dumbledore confirmed. "But Voldemort has marked you with the scar on your forehead. He ensured that you are the one the prophecy speaks of." Neville visibly relaxed when he heard this. Harry nodded. He already knew there was no way he could escape his destiny. "What now, Professor?" Harry asked. The war would be starting again now. There was really no time to waste. He would have to start finding and destroying the other Horcruxes as soon as possible. Some would not be too difficult to get to, but there were some he still had no idea how he would reach. In fact, he knew of one he could get rid of before he left school without a great deal of effort. "Harry, I do something to request from you," Dumbledore said, bringing Harry's attention back to their conversation. "I would like permission to view your memory of tonight's events. Perhaps it will give me some insight into Voldemort's plans." Dumbledore pulled an empty vial out of his robes and presented it to Harry. "Thank you, Harry," Dumbledore said gratefully. "I would like to discuss this after I have had a chance to view it and you have had a chance to sleep, if that is acceptable." Harry nodded at the suggestion while Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Excellent. Then I shall leave you to rest, something that the rest of you might consider doing as well. Tomorrow promised to be an exciting day as well. Good night." With that, Dumbledore turned and walked out of the infirmary. As he left, Harry wondered what Dumbledore might see in the memory that he had missed, but he would just have to wait and find out later. He turned and looked towards his friends to gauge their moods. Neville looked as if the amount of information had overwhelmed him, and his mind was working overtime in an attempt to process it all. Daphne was trying her best to keep a brave face on for Harry's benefit, but he knew beneath the surface she was probably scared and worried like he was. Hermione was the hardest to figure out, though. She had been shocked, like everyone else, when she heard he had been hit with another Avada Kedavra. But her shock had turned into something else. Harry stared at her for a moment, wondering what it was, and eventually it hit him. Hermione had the same look on her face that she got when she thought she did poorly on a test, although her case she almost always did better than she thought. "Hermione," Harry said softly, "are you okay?" "Me?" Hermione replied in surprise. "Of course. But what about you? You died tonight, Harry, and we were here doing nothing." "No, I suppose there wasn't," Hermione agreed. "You need your rest, Harry. I'll come see you tomorrow. Okay? It'd be nice if they let me out of here tonight, but I guess there's no chance of that happening, is there?" Harry said with a sad smile. "No, probably not," Hermione answered. "Good night, everyone." Hermione turned and walked out of the room with a look of determination on her face that Harry couldn't explain. Once again he regretted letting their friendship be overlooked the past few weeks. Once they had been so close he could tell what she was thinking just from the look on her face. But now he had no idea what was going on inside her head. I guess I'll go, too, Neville announced. I'm glad you're okay, Harry. Oh, and congrats on winning the tournament. Yeah, I guess that did kind of get overlooked, Harry said with a laugh. Thanks, Neville. Neville nodded and turned to leave the room, leaving Harry and Daphne alone. She was still sitting on the bed next to him holding his hand. Daphne, what's wrong? I don't remember giving you permission to die, Harry Potter, she said finally. A tear she had been holding back began to fall from her eyes as she looked at Harry. His story had obviously affected her differently than it had the others. Harry wasn't sure how to answer her, so instead he pulled her into a hug and held her. It's okay, Daphne. I'm fine now, Harry told her. I'll do better next time, I promise. I won't let Voldemort hurt me or you. You better not, Daphne said as she lifted her head off his shoulder. I guess I should probably go. Don't, Harry said. Stay here with me. I don't think Madame Pomfrey would approve, Daphne answered. We're in a hospital bed in the middle of the infirmary. She will know nothing out of the ordinary is going to happen. Harry replied. I just want you to be here with me, okay? But don't act surprised when she kicks me out in an hour, Daphne said as she laid down in the bed next to her boyfriend. Thank you, Harry said gratefully. Daphne, I love you. Harry watched to see her response. Even though he had been growing more and more sure of his feelings for her over the past months, he had never said it out loud, partly because he was worried she wouldn't feel the same way. His fears were greatly eased, though, when he saw her smile and felt her scoot closer to him on the bed. Hermione, however, did not go to bed after leaving the infirmary. Rationally, she knew Harry was right, and there was nothing any of them could have done to help him tonight. But that still did not help her feel any better about the fact her friend had been alone going face to face with Voldemort while surrounded by Death Eaters. Worse than that, Harry had actually been hit by the killing curse. Again. Even Harry's luck was bound to run out eventually if he kept getting into dangerous situations like that. There is something I can do about it, though, she suddenly thought, but immediately tried to ignore the thought. It would not go away, however. She had the knowledge and supplies needed to complete the ritual of Heron. It was dangerous to attempt an unknown ritual, but on the other hand, no one that had studied it believed it was a particularly dark ritual. She had struggled with decision since she began studying the ritual, but the bulk of her reason for wanting to do it then was to satisfy her curiosity. Now it had taken on a greater significance to her. It had come to symbolize all of her hopes of making it through the Second War with Voldemort. Harry's death had pushed her over the edge and convinced her that the ritual was necessary. Hermione made a quick stop by the Gryffindor dorms to pick up the supplies she would need for the ritual. Harry had been able to conjure everything she needed, even the hard-to-find items. He, of course, did not know what Hermione's true reasoning had been for wanting them. The only part he could not conjure was the gold she would need, and that would have to come from one of her most cherished possessions. A bracelet that her mother had given her. It saddened her to lose the bracelet, but she decided it was being used for a good purpose. After gathering everything she would need, Hermione made her way to the Room of Requirement, which she had decided would be the best place to perform the ritual. I need a place to perform the ritual of Heron, Hermione thought as she walked back and forth in front of the spot on the wall where the door to the Room of Requirement would appear. As she passed the third time, an ornate door slowly formed, just as she had expected. When she entered the room, it was far different than she had expected. The floors and walls were all a dark stone instead of wood as they normally were. The room was quite small compared to how the room normally appeared. The four walls were all approximately equal in length, and Hermione guessed they were each about 25 feet long. A single torch was placed on each wall, and as a result the room was still quite dark. Seeing the intimidating room, Hermione had a moment of doubt about whether or not to go through with the ritual. But eventually her doubt faded and she proceeded with the complex ritual. The room had evidently prepared the first step of the ritual for her. A perfectly circular ring of white sand was waiting in the center of the room, just as she needed it to be. The first step was for her to draw the 9 runes in the correct order on the ring. As she drew them, she thought about how it would have been impossible for her to complete this without the book she had found. For one thing, the runes she was currently drawing were not actually runes at all, at least not like modern witches and wizards were taught. The runes the school taught students were of Germanic origin, but these were much older Phoenician symbols, although they were used for similar purposes. This, of course, made sense to her considering the ritual itself was older than the runes she knew of. Once she was satisfied she had drawn them properly, she began placing the elements on the runes they corresponded to. This step had taken her months to finally get right, and the excitement of finally seeing it completed was indescribable. Finally they were all in place and she was ready to begin the ritual. For a moment she stood in the center of the ring looking at what she had done, feeling slightly anxious about what she was about to do. As far as she knew, she would be the first person in 2,000 years to perform this ritual that had been heavily sought after ever since. After a few moments, Hermione decided it was time to complete the ritual and began chanting the words that were required. It was in Greek and was long enough that she had spent a week translating and memorizing. It was not a spell exactly. In fact, it was worded more like a very poetic prayer asking permission to face judgment and expressing hope that they would be found worthy. Once she had finished the prayer, she began again, as the book had instructed. As she did so, she pulled a small knife out of her robes and made a small cut on her hand. The blood quickly began to pool in her palm as she walked over the first rune slowly, careful not to spill any of the blood on the ground. She slowly tipped her hand over, allowing a few drops of blood to land on the rune. As soon as it landed, the small amount of nickel laying on top of the rune burst into flames and was absorbed into the ring of sand. Hermione took that as a sign she had performed that part correctly and repeated it on the other runes. Soon all of the runes had been activated and all of the elements absorbed into the ring. For a moment nothing happened and she feared that she had made a mistake. But a second later the torches on the wall went dark and the sand ring began to glow. A strong wind began to blow, but strangely none of the sand that made up the ring around her was affected. In the darkness, Hermione almost missed seeing a black circle forming on the edge of the ring. It stood vertically and was completely dark. In fact, the only indication it was even there was that she expected to see something in that direction and didn't. Finally the wind died down and she saw some shape moving at the center of the circle. She looked closer, trying to figure out what it was as the shape grew larger and larger. Eventually she recognized it to be a person walking towards her. That is when the realization that she had created a portal hit her. However, she had no clue where it went. She was now past what the book knew about the ritual and was completely on her own. She eventually saw that the person approaching her was a woman with bright green hair dressed in black and brown robes of a design different than any she had ever seen. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, although there was no way for her to tell if how the woman looked was actually an indication of her true age. Soon the woman was at the edge of the portal watching Hermione, but she did not step out of the portal and into the room. "Who are you, child? And why have you opened the door between our worlds?" the woman asked gently. Even though she was asking for information, Hermione did not find her to be threatening. "My name is Hermione Granger," she replied. "Honestly, I wasn't sure what this ritual would do. A war is starting in my world, and I was looking for a way to protect my friends and family, a noble goal." The woman answered with a nod of her head. "And you speak honestly but not completely. There is more to your decision than you admit. You also wish to prove yourself and accomplish something that few others have." "That's true," Hermione admitted, surprised that the woman knew so much about her. She wondered if her mind was being read somehow during the conversation. "May I ask who you are?" "You may ask, but I may not say," she answered with a smile. "I have been many things in my life, but at the moment you may think of me as a gatekeeper. I have seen your mind and am willing to help you, but my help, and the help of those in my world, does not come without cost. Are you willing to pay the price?" "What is the price?" Hermione asked uncertainly. "For that matter, what is the benefit?" "Come, I shall explain on the other side," the woman said. "You may return here at any time if you wish, but if you do agree to our terms, there will be no turning back. I will only ask once. If you say no, the gateway will close and you will never be able to activate it again. Will you come?" Hermione said nothing for a minute, trying to decide what to do. Although the woman seemed trustworthy, there was really no way to tell. Finally she decided she had come too far to just turn back now and said, "Yes, I'll come." She then stepped through the portal and the two of them began walking through to the other side. As Hermione was walking through the portal, Severus Snape was walking into Professor Dumbledore's office, trying to conceal the slight limp he walked with. The headmaster had eagerly been awaiting his return. "Severus, are you injured? Please sit," Dumbledore said as he watched his potions professor and personal spy walk in. "You've seen him then?" Dumbledore asked. "What is his condition?" "The ritual to return him to his body has left him weak. He required several strengthening potions before I left," Snape explained. "It will take some time for him to marshal his forces and return to the position of power he once held. Now is the time to go on the offensive, Albus. He will never again be as exposed as he is now." "I see," Dumbledore replied as he gently stroked his beard. "I promise to consider your advice. However, I am not convinced now is the time to strike." "Damn it, Albus. Why?" Snape demanded to know. "It has not escaped my attention that you have been reactivating the Order of the Phoenix the last few months. Surely you can muster the forces necessary to deal with the Death Eaters and face the Dark Lord yourself. You, more than anyone else, should know that it is not my lot in life to defeat Voldemort." Dumbledore reminded him. "That bloody prophecy again. I rue the day that Fraud Trelawney made it." Snape replied with disgust. "I'll admit Potter has improved this year, but he is still no match for the Dark Lord, and I don't think he ever will be. Meanwhile, people will die, myself possibly included. We will do our best to prevent that, Severus," Dumbledore answered, although Snape did not seem to be impressed by the response. "For now, I must ask that you continue your duties as they are. Please know that no one appreciates your efforts more than I do. I promise I will continue to look for alternate ways to destroy Voldemort." "Very well," Snape said. "If that is all, I shall be leaving. Good night." With that, Snape turned and left, wondering once again how he had allowed himself to get stuck in the middle of this mess. Several of you brought up the fact that Harry should not have been able to apparate into the stadium at Hogwarts. I completely agree that under normal conditions that would be true, but here is something that I think makes this particular moment different. And yes, there will be consequences from Harry taking in a piece of Voldemort's personality. I'm not saying it will completely alter his outlook, but there is at least one instance coming up where the change will be perfectly clear. The next morning, Harry was surprised to see Daphne still asleep in the hospital bed with him. Despite what he had said the night before, he really did think that Madame Pomfrey would come and make her leave at some point during the night. Harry tried not to move too much so that he wouldn't wake his girlfriend, but he could sense that she was slowly waking up as well. A few minutes later, Madame Pomfrey walked through the door and Harry felt a slight moment of panic, worrying about what she would say about Daphne still being there. But then he realized she had probably checked on him at least once during the night and would have already known. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. I need you to take this potion and then you are free to go," the nurse said softly, but the sound was enough to wake Daphne. "What's going on?" she asked groggily before sitting up in the bed and rubbing her eyes a little. Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw Madame Pomfrey looking at them. "Madame Pomfrey, I swear this isn't what you think." But the older witch just laughed at Daphne's reaction. "You mean you didn't just spend the night in bed with your boyfriend?" Pomfrey asked with a playful smile. "Well, yes, but—" "Daphne," Harry interrupted. "It's okay. She would have kicked you out if she was really worried about it." "True. But don't either of you think I am making a habit of it," Madame Pomfrey replied. "And I would prefer it if you, Mr. Potter, would try and quit your habit of ending up in my care so frequently." "I'll try," Harry answered, knowing that with his luck, he would just be glad to stay out of the infirmary for the few days remaining in the school year. Madame Pomfrey seemed to sense this as well, but just shrugged and handed him the potion she had mentioned. Harry looked at it curiously before deciding it was another pain potion and then downed the entire potion in one great swallow. It, like most potions he had been forced to take in this room, tasted horrible. "So that's it? It is. You can go now. Have a good day, you two," Madame Pomfrey said before walking away to continue her morning routine. Harry rolled out of bed and stretched a little. He felt much better than he had last night, and his energy seemed to have mostly returned to him. All things considered, he felt better than anyone who had been hit with any two unforgivables the day before had any right to feel. "So what are you going to do today?" Daphne asked from the bed. Fudge's hearing will be broadcast on the wireless starting in a few hours, and I was thinking we could listen to it. Harry suggested. It should be very entertaining. Good idea. Daphne agreed. Funny how no one knows how much you had to do with it. I think I prefer it that way. Harry replied. I need to go get cleaned up, but can you meet me in front of the kitchens in about a half hour? I guess so. Daphne answered. Why? I was thinking we could pick up some food and then I could take you somewhere special. Harry said with a mischievous smile on his face. Just be sure to wear some clothes you don't mind getting dirty. What are you planning? Daphne asked suspiciously. You'll see, just trust me. Harry said. Daphne eventually shrugged and agreed, knowing that Harry would be stubborn and not tell her what he had planned. After a kiss goodbye, they went their separate ways to get ready for the day. Harry did not spend much time in the Gryffindor Tower that morning, and neither of them stopped by the Great Hall, and as a result they both failed to notice that Hermione was nowhere to be found. About an hour later, Harry and Daphne finally were able to leave the kitchens. As soon as Dobby discovered that Harry was there, the little elf had insisted that they sit and allow him to serve them a full breakfast. It wasn't what Harry had in mind, but he found it difficult to say no and disappoint the devoted elf. The moment Harry started eating, he knew would have to thank Dobby for insisting, because his hunger came back with a vengeance. He realized he had not eaten since lunch the previous day and afterwards had a very strenuous day. Dobby was quite pleased to see Master Harry enjoying his food so much and was happy to keep bringing more of it. Eventually Harry could eat no more and the couple left, after many promises to Dobby that they would return. So will you tell me where we're going now? Daphne asked. The second floor. Harry answered, still obviously enjoying not telling his girlfriend everything. Daphne sighed in frustration, but by now her curiosity had gotten the better of her and she followed Harry anyway. It was not until they reached a girl's bathroom on the second floor that she realized what they were doing. Harry, Daphne said loudly, why are you taking me to the Chamber of Secrets? There's something down there I am going to need. Harry explained as he walked over the sinks in the middle of the room. Luckily for them, Myrtle had chosen to haunt another bathroom that day, and they were able to avoid the somewhat annoying ghost. Daphne had heard Harry's story about his experience during their second year. Do you still want to come? Harry asked from the top of the stairs. Of course. Daphne answered and walked down the stairs in front of him, as if to prove she wasn't afraid. Harry laughed and followed her down into the dark tunnels. When they were both safely at the bottom, Harry looked around, trying to remember which way he had went 2 years before. Well, the smell hasn't improved, Harry said as he looked around, eliciting a small laugh from Daphne. We'll go that way, Harry finally said, pointing towards one of several similar-looking tunnels. Are you sure? Daphne asked. Harry, you better not have gotten us lost down here, she said with a bit of worry evident in her voice. We're almost there, I promise, Harry answered, although it did little to relieve his girlfriend. Daphne was surprised when a few minutes later they the grand hall of the Chamber of Secrets. The huge corpse of the basilisk lay where it had fallen and still looked as if it had died only minutes before instead of 2 years ago. When Daphne saw the giant beast, she wrapped an arm around Harry's waist and wondered how being back was affecting him. I can't believe you faced that thing when you were only 12 years old, Daphne said. I got lucky and I had help, Harry replied. I owe my life to Fawkes. If he hadn't shown up, I wouldn't have had the sword of Gryffindor and the basilisk venom would have killed me. Need I remind you that near-death experiences are not necessary to end the year? Daphne asked jokingly. Although I guess you've already gotten that out of the way for this year. I'll do my best next year, Harry answered. He then led her towards the fallen basilisk and began inspecting it curiously. Why hasn't it started rotting? It's been here a long time. Magical animals are different, Daphne reminded him. And this basilisk was over 1,000 years old to begin with. Can you imagine how much this thing must be worth? It's amazing. Really? I hadn't thought of it, Harry said truthfully. Basilisks are rare and most of their parts are useful for something. One this size could bring in hundreds of thousands of galleons easily, Daphne said as Harry nodded. I guess you came down here for something from the basilisk. What? The venom, Harry replied. He then walked over to the animal's head and picked up a large fang that had broken off and was covered with blood and venom. Harry was very careful handling the dangerous item and slowly placed it into a box he had brought with him to store it. The diary contained a piece of Voldemort's soul, and I got very lucky that there just happened to be one of the few things that could destroy a Horcrux handy when I faced him that day. I plan on destroying all of them as soon as possible, and I'll need this to do it. How hard will it be for you to get to them? Some will be harder than others. Harry answered. One of them will be gone by tonight, but there are others that I still don't know how I will get to. Like Hufflepuff's cup in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. I really hope I can find a way to get to it without having to break in, especially considering no one's ever been able to do that. Voldemort did. Harry corrected her. Although he didn't get anything. I guess I've got everything I need here. What about the rest? Daphne said. Remember, you and Voldemort are the only two that can get down here. If you don't use it, he might. Plus, you can spend the money on something nice for me. I suppose you're right. Harry laughed. But doesn't it technically belong to Hogwarts? You killed it. Daphne pointed out. I'd say that gives you a decent claim to it. Besides, they'd never be able to get it without your help.
Ok, I'm convinced.
But you're going to have to help me find a way to get it out of here. Harry replied. Daphne nodded in agreement. Let's get out of here, I don't want to miss Fudge looking like an idiot. Together the two of them left the Chamber of Secrets and the basilisk behind. The trip out was a little shorter than the trip in had been since they both had a better idea of where they were heading. Fortunately, they were able to make it out in time to not miss any of Cornelius Fudge's hearing. Harry and Daphne were far from alone in wanting to listen to what would hopefully turn out to be the downfall of Cornelius Fudge. The event had major implications for politics in the wizarding world and was being broadcast internationally. Some were even speculating that it could equal the amount of listeners that tuned in for last year's record-breaking Quidditch World Cup. Even in Hogwarts, students crowded around radios to listen, an event that left many Muggleborns wondering why no one had yet created a magical equivalent to television. Almost all of them were additionally from old and wealthy families. As a result, the main legislative and judicial body of Wizarding Britain tended to be quite conservative in its outlook compared with the rest of the population. Change generally came slow if it happened at all. This meeting of the Wisengamot is now in session. As soon as he had said that, the members of the Wisengamot walked into the room from two doors at the back. They were arranged so that the most senior members were closer to the front. In the middle and in front of all of them was an ornate desk where Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore sat in order to control the meeting. The Wisengamot thanks all of you for your attendance. Dumbledore began. First on the itinerary is, I demand to be heard. A loud voice called. The audience turned to look at Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, who was standing up towards the front of the audience flanked by his supporters. It is my right as Minister of Magic to be heard, and I demand you give me that opportunity. Fudge said, hoping to show that he was in control of the proceedings. Very well. Dumbledore sighed. The Wisengamot recognized Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. Fudge grinned triumphantly as made his way down to the raised podium at the center of the room. Once there, he laid out a few notes and then turned to face the audience instead of Wisengamot. Such a move was highly irregular, and everyone recognized it as another of Fudge's power plays. Witches and wizards of the Wisengamot and of Great Britain as whole, I stand before you a man innocent of all accusations that have been leveled against me by that foul tabloid, the Daily Prophet. Fudge began. My political enemies have spread rumors and lies about me for their own gain. But you, the good people of this great land, know that I am an honest wizard who has worked to create a brighter future for all of us. There is still work to be done, that we all know, and I am the man to do it. With that, Minister Fudge retook his seat while those that supported him applauded as loudly as they could. At best, his supporters made up a quarter of the audience, and it was clear that he was going to have a difficult time convincing them. Dumbledore allowed their applause to go on for a few moments before banging his gavel on the desk to quiet them. The first item on our agenda is one that I regret to say is not on your schedules because it was added just this morning. Dumbledore said as the crowd began to whisper, wondering what it could be. Aurors, if you would be so kind as to bring in the accused, we shall begin. A door on the side of the room opened and a group of 10 Aurors walked in surrounding a man in prison clothes and chains in his hands and feet. The audience gasped in shock as they realized who it was that had been brought in. Peter Pettigrew, you are accused of being a Death Eater and 2 counts of murder. How do you plead? Dumbledore asked from the center of the room. Chief Warlock, a member of the Wizengamot, interrupted. She was a short, fat woman who looked rather like a toad. Yes, Madam Umbridge? Dumbledore responded. This is highly irregular. Umbridge protested. I move that the trial of Peter Pettigrew be pushed back to a later date so that he has time to prepare his defense. He was, after all, only captured last night. I second that motion. Another member of the Wizengamot shouted. Very well, Dumbledore said. The motion has been forwarded and seconded. Members of the Wizengamot, all those in favor of postponing the trial of Peter Pettigrew, please raise your hands. Quite a few people raised their hands, but it was less than a third of them. All opposed to postponing said trial? The rest of the Wizengamot, a clear majority, raised their hands to this. The opposed have it. The trial of Peter Pettigrew will continue as planned. Now, Mr. Pettigrew, how do you plead to the charges? Innocent, Wormtail yelled at once. I was placed under the Imperius curse and was not responsible for my actions. We shall see. Dumbledore responded skeptically. Aurors, administer Veritaserum to the accused. At this, Wormtail began to panic, knowing that he would have no chance of being found innocent if he were questioned under the powerful truth serum. He struggled against the Aurors, an action that only made him look more guilty, but in the end was unable to stop them from dosing him with Veritaserum. The potion had a calming effect on him, and he slumped back in his chair awaiting questions from the Wizengamot. What is your name? Dumbledore asked. Peter Pettigrew, but some call me Wormtail. The Death Eater answered. Was Sirius Black the Potter's secret keeper in October of 1981? No, I was. Wormtail responded. His admission created quite a commotion in the audience, and Dumbledore was forced to use his gavel to quiet them once again. Has Sirius Black ever been a Death Eater? No, he was always loyal to James. Did you reveal the location of the Potter's residence to Voldemort? Dumbledore asked. As one, the audience seemed to lean forward in anticipation of the response. Yes. Are you a Death Eater? Yes. Is Voldemort alive? Yes. Not even Dumbledore could easily contain the chaos that followed. Members of the Wizengamot and audience all began shouting at each other, some in fright from what they heard, some in disbelief, and some secretly in anger because their master's return had been announced before he was ready for it to be. Aurors were forced to remove some members of the audience that could not control themselves, and in the end it took more than 10 minutes for Calm to return to the room so that the questioning could continue. How did Voldemort return? Dumbledore asked. The audience, and most members of the Wizengamot, shuddered at the mention of the Dark Lord's name even more than they had minutes before when they believed him dead. Last night I performed a dark ritual to restore him to his body. That is why we kidnapped Harry Potter. Wormtail explained. We've heard enough. A member of the Wizengamot said loudly. He was from one of the darker families believed to have connections to Voldemort during the First War, and some watching were smart enough to see he had likely had other reasons for wanting to end the questioning. Let us decide his guilt or innocence now. I vote guilty. I agree. Guilty. Another member of the Wizengamot replied. He was from a light family but was outraged from what he had heard so far. Between the groups that wanted to shut Pettigrew up and those that would like nothing more than to have him receive the Dementor's kiss right that moment, they had a majority and were able to call for a verdict to be decided at once. All those in favor of finding the defendant guilty? Dumbledore asked, to which every hand in the Wizengamot was raised. Even those that supported Voldemort knew it was foolish to fight this. All in favor of finding the defendant innocent? No hands were raised this time. Peter Pettigrew, you have been found guilty. You will be taken to Azkaban where you will await sentencing. Your crimes require a life sentence, and this court will reconvene in 1 week to decide whether or not you will face the Dementor's kiss. Aurors, take him away. Peter was led out of the hall. He was no longer trying to escape. He was just crying uncontrollably, although no one felt any pity for him. Once he was gone, discussion in the hall turned towards what they should now do about Sirius Black. He is obviously innocent. One which said, we can't know that. Perhaps Pettigrew just didn't know Black was a Death Eater. One of Fudge's cronies responded. A shouting match followed, and neither side seemed to be winning. Many people still felt that Black was guilty of some crimes even if he didn't betray the Potters. The image they had in their heads of Sirius Black the criminal was just too strong to overcome. Order, Dumbledore said loudly as he banged his gavel down. Will the Wizengamot agree to give Sirius Black the trial he clearly deserves at the nearest opportunity? The Wizengamot debated this for a few minutes but finally agreed that if Sirius Black was captured he would be brought before them and given a fair trial. Those in favor have the clear majority, Dumbledore announced after their vote. Black will receive a trial as soon as possible. Now on to our Sirius Black, Minister Fudge yelled from his spot in the audience. Aurors, arrest him at once. The crowd meanwhile was gasping in surprise at this unexpected turn of events. Few of them noticed the twinkle in Chief Warlock Dumbledore's eyes at that moment. As if he had something to do with this. I don't think so, Fudge, Sirius yelled back. I was just promised a chance to clear my name as soon as possible. That would be now. Fudge looked furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. Without being called, Sirius walked down and took a seat at the podium in the center of the room and awaited the questions from the Wizengamot. The Wizengamot mostly looked at him in shock while Sirius simply smiled and waited for them to proceed. Aurors, please administer Veritaserum to Mr. Black, Dumbledore finally said. The Aurors approached and this time the person they were trying to give the truth serum to did not fight against them but instead took it willingly. When the dose was given, Sirius took on the calm look that those given Veritaserum often do. What is your name? Dumbledore asked to confirm the identity of the man in front of them. Sirius Black. Were you the Potter's secret keeper? No, Sirius answered. We decided that I was too obvious of a choice. Who was the secret keeper? Dumbledore asked, although he and everyone else already knew the answer. Peter Pettigrew. Are you now, or were you ever a supporter of Voldemort? No, never, Sirius answered. Were you responsible for the deaths of a dozen Muggles on the day it was believed that Peter Pettigrew had died? No, Peter did that. Wizards and witches of the Wizengamot. Have you any further questions before we reach a decision? Dumbledore asked. Meanwhile, Fudge's supporters were panicking. They could see no way for them to keep their key ally in power, but they were reluctant to stop trying. Ido, Madame Umbridge said as she rose from her seat. Sirius Black, are you guilty of any other crimes the Wizengamot should know about? In that case, you will be required to register with the Ministry of Magic and pay a fine. Dumbledore instructed him. There is, in fact, no law against escaping from Azkaban because it was not believed to be possible. If the Wizengamot is ready, we shall now vote on the matter. Those who find the defendant guilty of murder, please raise your hand. No one raised their hand, not even the staunchest ally of Fudge. Those who find him innocent. Once again everyone raised their hand, although some did so reluctantly. Sirius Black, you have been found innocent. You have our deepest apologies for what has been done to you and are now free to go, Dumbledore said with a poorly concealed smile. Sirius, who was just getting over the effects of the Veritaserum, jumped out of his seat, gave a victorious shout. The audience began to applaud the now free man, and Sirius, ever the showman, leapt on top of the nearest table and took an exaggerated bow. Once again it took several minutes and many more bangs from Dumbledore's gavel before they were ready to proceed. Our last issue of the day concerns the inquiry into whether or not Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge was aware of Sirius Black's innocence before he was imprisoned. Dumbledore began. The Wizengamot welcomes Minister Fudge and thanks him for his attendance. Minister, I believe you had an opening statement? Fudge slowly made his way down to the podium again. Once there, he began to look over his notes but quickly realized the rest of the day's revelations had rendered them useless. For an uncomfortably long period of time, Fudge merely stood there silently as the crowd waited for him to begin. Thank you, Chief Warlock and the rest of the Wizengamot, for this opportunity to vindicate myself. Fudge began. I must once again state that I am innocent of all charges. If there is any evidence that suggests otherwise, I would like to see it as well to determine what kind of trickery it is. I wish to also add that with the return of you-know-who, now is not the time to be making drastic changes in our political system. I will strongly oppose the Dark Lord and all those who support him. You have my word on that. What Fudge seemed to not understand is that the audience remembered him denying that Voldemort had returned earlier in the day, and that his word wasn't worth very much. Fudge's statement appeared to be over because he left the podium after that and sat down. Does the Wizengamot have any witnesses it wishes to call in the matter? Dumbledore asked. As the Chief Warlock asked his question, Fudge began to smile, as if there was something he knew that no one else did. Yes, Chief Warlock. Amelia Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and member of the Wizengamot, answered. We call former Auror Wesley Harris. A few moments later, a middle-aged wizard walked into the room and towards the podium. As he did, Minister Fudge jumped out of his seat as if he wished to object to something, but in the end said nothing and sat back down looking very unhappy. His eyes darted up towards the Wizengamot and he began glaring angrily, but it was unclear who he was looking at. Mr. Harris, I believe you have a memory you wish to share with us? Dumbledore asked politely. Yes, sir. Harris answered. I actually have two. The one concerning Sirius Black first, if you don't mind. Dumbledore replied. Harris nodded and a modified pensieve was brought to him. It would allow the memory to be projected for everyone to see. Harris carefully drew the memory out and placed it in the pensieve. Moments later the memory began playing and it showed exactly what the Daily Prophet had reported it did. Fudge and Crouch Sr. both knew that Sirius Black was innocent and conspired to send him to Azkaban anyway in order to protect their own political careers. When the short memory ended, the crowd began to boo and jeer loudly at the Minister of Magic, who had the decency to lower his head a little in shame at his actions. Silence! Dumbledore called out, ordering the audience to control themselves. The second memory, please. Harris nodded and pulled out another memory which he carefully placed in the pensieve. Unlike the last time, no one knew what to expect from this memory as it began to play. The memory showed Harris, looking almost identical to what he now did, sitting in a nondescript office. He appeared to be confused as to why he was there. Minutes later the door to the office opened and a short woman dressed entirely in pink walked in. The crowd gasped in surprise when they realized it was Dolores Umbridge, the very same supporter of Minister Fudge and member of the Wizengamot who had already spoken out several times in today's session. The toad-like woman walked towards Harris as he looked up at her with a surprised look on his face. Who are you? Where's my guard? Harris asked. Oh, that doesn't matter. Umbridge replied. I'm here to talk about your filthy lies about Minister Fudge. They aren't lies. Harris insisted. Of course they are. Umbridge said. You know, lying is a very bad thing. Bad for those who do it and for their families. You bitch! Harris shouted angrily. How dare you threaten my family? I don't remember ever threatening your family. Umbridge replied. I am sure they will be just fine once we reach an agreement here today. What do you want? Harris asked, still obviously seething in rage. Fine. Harris answered. Just leave me and my family alone. Excellent. Umbridge responded. Don't forget what you promised here, I won't. With that Umbridge left the room and the memory ended. The Wizengamot was left in an uproar with members yelling at Umbridge for her crimes while she professed her innocence. Aurors were forced to surround her for her own protection, although many of them were also hoping to be able to incarcerate her. Aurors, please take Madame Umbridge into custody on charges of witness intimidation. Dumbledore said sadly. We will schedule the trial itself at a later date. Now, back to the matter of Minister Fudge. Some of you have spoken out in favor of also arresting him, but I do not have the authority to arrest a sitting Minister of Magic. I call for a vote to remove Minister Fudge. Elphias Doge, an old friend of Dumbledore and longtime member of the Wizengamot, yelled. Several others shouted out their agreement towards the idea. The removal of the Minister of Magic would require a 2/3 majority. Does the Wizengamot wish to proceed? Dumbledore reminded them. Their approval was unmistakable. In that case, the vote will be cast. Minister Fudge, do you have anything to say before we vote? I was completely unaware of Madame Umbridge's actions, and my next act as Minister of Magic will be to fire her from her position within the ministry. Fudge offered, but even he knew it was not enough. I'm sure. Dumbledore answered skeptically, causing many in the audience to laugh. All those in favor of removing Cornelius Fudge from his position as Minister of Magic? This time the vote was very close since they needed a 2/3 majority. Fudge had many dark families and his own group of hangers on supporting him, and the outcome was very uncertain. A count began to see how many had voted to remove Fudge, and in the end the number was written down on a piece of parchment and handed to Chief Warlock Dumbledore. Announcement: dropped back in his chair in disappointment. Cornelius Fudge, you are hereby stripped of the title Minister of Magic. As required in our laws, this body will reconvene in 1 week to vote on a new Minister of Magic. That concludes today's scheduled items. Is there anything else before we adjourn? Yes. An older witch said as she stood up. Orus, now that he is no longer Minister of Magic, I ask that you arrest Cornelius Fudge. The Orus looked towards Dumbledore for confirmation, and he nodded slightly. Fudge barely reacted as the Orus approached him, lifted him out of his chair. The shock of the moment was so powerful that even when his wand was taken from him, Fudge did not say anything. It was a sight that those in attendance would never forget. If that is all, this session of the Wisengamot is ended, Dumbledore announced. Immediately the crowd, no longer required to keep quiet, began discussing the day's events, much like witches and wizards everywhere were also doing. It would go down as one of the most strange and eventful days in the history of the Wisengamot. Dumbledore, who had secretly orchestrated most of it, left the room with a large smile and twinkle in his eye. His first action once free of his duties as Chief Warlock was to find and congratulate Sirius Black. That was a pretty unorthodox type chapter for me. I'm not real big into writing politics, but there were a lot of things that required something like this happens. As you should all be able to see by now, Year 5 will not be happening as it did in the books. That is simply impossible with all of the changes that have happened. I do hope most of you like how this is progressing, and please keep suggesting ideas. I love to hear them even when I don't use them. I have been convinced by those of you arguing that I keep this story all in one piece. It really will be easier for me and hopefully for you. Back in Hogwarts, Harry had practically been jumping up and down in excitement ever since Peter Pettigrew was found guilty of being a Death Eater and for aiding in the murder of his parents. By the time Sirius made his surprise appearance and was subsequently cleared of the major charges against him, Daphne thought she would have to physically restrain him from running to the edge of the wards and using his newfound ability to apparate in order to see his godfather. In the end, she was forced to convince Harry that Sirius was probably as eager to see him as he was to see Sirius, so he should just wait. Harry reluctantly agreed and sat back down. They had chosen to listen to the unfolding political drama outside on Daphne's portable magical radio. It was a bright, sunny day which at the moment matched Harry's mood. Do you think Dumbledore will let him come here? Harry wondered aloud. Maybe I won't even have to go live with the Dursleys at all this year. Probably so. I just wish Dumbledore had made Wormtail keep talking. He couldn't have. Daphne replied, knowing that Harry was unaware of how the Wisengamot worked. They voted to sentence him right then, and even as Chief Warlock he doesn't have the authority to override a majority vote from the full Wisengamot. They can question him later, but unfortunately not as many people will hear it. Harry was about to reply when he saw a small, brown owl that he did not recognize flying towards them. It landed in front of Harry and stuck out its leg where a note was attached. Once Harry had removed the note, the owl flew off back towards the direction it had come from. What is it? Daphne asked as Harry began to read the letter. It's from Sirius, Harry said with a smile. He continued to read, and Daphne noticed that his face changed from happy to disappointed and then back to happy again. He says that he has to stay at the ministry filling out paperwork tonight so that they can officially clear his record and legally return everything they had taken from him, including his wand. Huh. I guess I hadn't realized that Sirius had been using a substitute wand all this time. Anyhow, he'll be here tomorrow after the end-of-year feast and that he wants to meet you. Just what have you told him about me? Daphne asked curiously. It's all been good, I promise. Harry answered. That's fine. Daphne replied with a grin. Just remember, you still have to meet my parents. Harry paled a bit at that thought as it had slipped his mind recently. He told himself it was probably ridiculous to be worried about it and was able to ignore the thought long enough to start reading again. Apparently I have to stay with the Dursleys for 2 weeks, but after that I can come stay at his house for the rest of the summer. Harry was thrilled at the news. As bad as the Dursleys were, he could handle 14 days with them easily. I'm happy for you, Harry, Daphne said seriously. Harry had been through a pretty rough time over the past couple of days, and she was glad for anything that could make him smile. It's great. I'm sure he won't have a problem if you come over. Or Hermione or Neville for that matter. As soon as he had said it, Harry realized what had been bothering him all day. He had not seen Hermione since she left the infirmary the night before. Daphne wouldn't know anything about it either since they had been together the whole day. What's wrong? I know that look, Daphne said. It's Hermione, Harry answered. Where's she been all day? I thought she might visit me this morning considering how upset she was last night. Exams are over, so she shouldn't be studying still, unless it's for that project the two of you are working on, Daphne replied. Although she has been working pretty hard on that. I bet that's what she's doing. Harry agreed with a nod. She hates not being able to use magic over the summer and always wants to do a few things at the last minute before the year ends. She'll probably be in the room of requirement, which is convenient for us because we have a little chore to do while we're there. Let me guess, it involves that basilisk fong you picked up this morning? Exactly, Harry answered. So, you want to go drag Hermione kicking and screaming away from her project so she can enjoy the last few hours at Hogwarts? Voldemort had returned. The purebloods, on the other hand, knew exactly what it meant, and it showed in their uneasiness. The Slytherins were the oddest mix of all, though. Some of them, in almost all cases children of Death Eaters, appeared to be quite happy with the news. Others, usually children of dark families which had not supported Voldemort, were obviously terrified. Daphne understood what they were going through but was able to present an unworried face. She mentally noted that she would have to go check on Astoria to see how she was handling the news. Daphne expected that her little sister would be acting like it was no big deal, but the younger which would know what it meant for their family underneath the carefree attitude. After their long walk through the castle, Harry and Daphne finally made it to the 7th floor. They were not at all surprised to see that there was a door already in the hallway across from the painting of Barnabas the Barmy. I knew she'd be in here, Harry said with a laugh and a small shake of his head. He tried to open the door but found that it was locked. That, in of itself, was not too odd. They all sometimes locked the door just to make sure no one noticed the new door and decided to investigate. Harry cast a quick Alohomora but was surprised when he did not hear the lock click to confirm it had opened. That's weird, he said with a confused look on his face. Harry, there isn't anything dangerous about the project Hermione is working on, is there? Daphne asked. It's possible she is trying to keep everyone out for their own safety. I can't think of any way what we were doing could hurt somebody, Harry answered. I'll just put a little more effort into it. Alohomora. Harry cast a powerful version of the spell, and it was able to overcome Hermione's locking charms. As they entered the room, they knew something very strange had happened there. The portal, and Hermione with it, had disappeared, but the room remained as it was otherwise. The runes on the ring of sand in the center of the room still glowed eerily, and the torches on the dark stone walls were still dark. What is this place? Harry asked as a feeling of fear for his friend began to overtake him. What happened here? Look over there, Harry said, pointing to another corner in the room. He walked towards it and picked up a stack of parchment and began reading. They're notes on something. It's Hermione's handwriting. Daphne left her spot by the book to look over the notes with Harry. I found it, Daphne said with a surprised gasp. The Ritual of Heron. It's supposed to be a myth, though, or at the very least impossible. What is it? Harry asked. No one knows, Daphne answered. Wizards have been trying to figure it out for centuries, but no one ever has. An ancestor of mine tried it over 400 years ago but made a mistake and lost both of his legs because of it. If Hermione tried this, she could be in real danger, Harry. Why though? Harry wondered desperately. Why would she do something so stupid? She was scared, Daphne answered, and probably curious. That's a bad combination. Daphne began looking around the room for any sign they could have missed that would give them a clue as to where their friend was, but again saw nothing. Harry had reached a similar conclusion from his search. How could she just vanish? You can't apparate or portkey in or out of Hogwarts, Harry said. You did both yesterday, Daphne reminded him. Yeah, but they must have altered the wards to make an exception for the Triwizard champions. Pettigrew only made it through because he was with me, Harry answered. Daphne nodded. It did make sense after all. Something else must have happened. Maybe she didn't vanish, Harry. Maybe she just isn't here. Do you have the Marauder's map with you? Always. Harry responded as he pulled it from his robes. After activating it, they both began scouring the enchanted object for any sign of Hermione. After 10 minutes of frustration, Daphne was forced to decide that Hermione was probably not in Hogwarts anymore. She's not here, Harry. Daphne said softly to her boyfriend, who was still looking. You don't know that. We know there are rooms in the castle that don't show up on the map. We're in one of them right now, Harry answered. The Chamber of Secrets isn't shown either, and we were there this morning. Who knows how many other places aren't on the map? Maybe, Daphne said with a shrug. But it just doesn't feel right. She did something here and is gone now because of it, that's what I think. So what do we do about it? Do we tell anybody? People are going to notice eventually, Daphne answered. If she doesn't show up by tonight, we'll have to say something. We can keep looking for her. But wherever she is, it isn't here. Harry nodded in sad agreement. Let's go, Harry, Daphne said quietly. She took Harry's hand and led him towards the exit of the Room of Requirements. All thoughts of finding Voldemort's Horcrux were gone from his mind and replaced with worry for his friend. He wished she would have confided in him about what she was doing. Perhaps he could have been able to talk her out of it. Gradually the energy faded away, allowing Daphne and Harry to get a better look at what had formed. The sphere had somehow flattened itself out and was now more disc-shaped. The center of the black disc was swirling with colors, but Harry could not make out what shape they would take. A moment later the images formed, and to Harry's shock, he saw Hermione talking to a taller woman with bright green hair. Although he could see their mouths moving, he could not hear anything they were saying. Finally Hermione nodded at something the woman said and stepped out of the disc. Harry, Daphne, Hermione said in surprise at seeing her two friends. What are you doing here? What have you done, Hermione? Daphne asked seriously. What is this? I'll explain everything, Hermione answered. So this must be Harry Potter, the green-haired woman said from the other side of the portal, interrupting Hermione. Perhaps one day we shall meet again. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Remember my words, gatekeeper. You must never forget your promise. With that the woman waved her hand and cast a wandless spell that caused two thin, silver bracelets to appear on each of Hermione's wrists. It is done. Farewell. The woman turned and began walking away, and as she did the portal began to shrink until it finally disappeared. When it was gone, the room appeared to have gone completely back to normal. Hermione raised her hands to look at the bands that had appeared on her wrists, and was caught off guard when Harry rushed over to her and pulled her into a hug. Hermione, Harry said in relief. We were worried about you. Sorry, Harry, Hermione answered, returning the hug. How long was I gone? You don't know? Daphne said suspiciously. She was not ready to trust Hermione right away after seeing what had happened. No one had seen you since you left the infirmary last night, Harry informed her. That was almost 20 hours ago. Where did you go? I can't tell you exactly what or where it is, that's one of the rules, Hermione began. But I've spent the last few months trying to solve this riddle, and last week I finally did. The ritual of Heron, Daphne said in understanding. Exactly, Hermione answered in surprise, but then realized she had left her notes lying on the floor. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Harry. I know I should have. But at first I really wasn't going to do it. I just wanted to figure out how to do it because no one ever had. Then Voldemort came back and I found out that you had died. I panicked, and I did something I know was risky and foolish. You didn't know what the ritual was going to do, did you? Harry asked. No, Hermione answered, lowering her head a little in shame. I had reason to think it wasn't very dark. But beyond that I didn't know. Last night, for you at least, I came here after I left you two in the infirmary. I just couldn't get the thought that this was the only way to protect my friends and family out of my head. So I set everything up and went through with it. Apparently the only purpose of the ritual was to open the connection between our world and another, like you just saw, and allow the person who performed the ritual to go through the gateway. Who was the woman? Daphne asked. I must not speak her name, nor the names of anyone I met on the other side. That is another one of the rules. They believe if a person on this side knew a person on that side's name, it might give them a certain amount of power over them. Hermione explained. They have worked hard to keep their world a secret from us, and I won't betray them. So what did she want from you? Harry asked. She was able to read my mind and determine my motives for opening the portal. She saw everything I knew about Voldemort and the war and eventually decided to offer me the chance to go with her to the other side. I couldn't have made it through without her, because she is currently the gatekeeper on that side. Hermione said. What do you mean, gatekeeper? Daphne asked. I'll get to that. Hermione promised. The people on the other side are all from different worlds, or perhaps dimensions or realities. I'm not quite sure how it works, to be honest. Not all of them are human, but most seem quite intelligent. She offered me the help of her people to aid in my struggle. At what cost? Daphne asked, knowing that nothing good ever came so easily. Hermione frowned somewhat at the question, and Daphne knew the cost would be high. That's the hard part to explain. Hermione started. I was offered the chance to become the gatekeeper on this side, which would allow me to open a portal like the one you just saw. Through the open portal I could summon help from someone on the other side when it was most needed, but only one at a time, and opening a new portal is said to be quite difficult. But in order to do that I had to bind my soul to that world. What? Harry shouted. You sold your soul for a little bit of help that we don't even know will matter? No. Hermione yelled back. I did not sell my soul. I merely rented it out for a little while. As she said it, Hermione knew her explanation sounded weak. For how long? Daphne asked. I honestly don't know what happens when a person dies. Hermione said. I know Dumbledore said death is the next great adventure, so I doubt even he knows. But I had to agree that when I die in this world I would have to be reborn in theirs to serve others as they had served me. Everyone in that world was at one point like I am now. For 1,000 years I will be bound like that, and then will be given the choice to stay or go off into the next great adventure. Until then I am instructed to grow stronger so that I might better serve others. So for their help in ending your war you had to pledge to fight other people's wars for 1,000 years. Daphne said. Magic does love irony, doesn't it? What were you thinking? Harry asked. It's not worth it. It might be. Hermione responded. This war will be brutal, you know it as well as I do. This was my way to help you make it through. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about what I was doing. But if it even gives either of you a fractionally better chance at surviving, it will be worth it to me. But it's your soul, Hermione. Harry answered back. Daphne watched the two friends bicker with a sad look on her face. She too thought that Hermione was foolish for accepting the deal, but realized there could have been worse results. Perhaps being bound to that other world for a millennium wouldn't be too bad. At the very least Hermione knew death wouldn't be the end for her. Harry would calm down eventually and realize his friend had mostly good intentions, even if her common sense had momentarily failed her. Yes, Harry, it is. And it is still mine. Hermione replied. That has not changed. I've made a lot of mistakes this year, I know that, but I want to be by your side when you have to face whatever it is that Voldemort throws at you. Please let me do that. You know I was never going to push you away like that. Harry said, his tone softening a little. I'm scared for you, Hermione. Things have been happening so fast these past few days, and I don't know what's going to happen. Just promise me you won't risk yourself for me. Would you make that promise to me? Hermione asked. No, I wouldn't. Harry answered truthfully. Then you have my answer as well. Hermione said. I will be careful from now on though, and I expect you to be as well. We'll talk about the rest of it later. Okay, sure. Harry finally said. Let's get out of here, and we will be talking about this later. But I do have something to do before we leave. Can the room of requirement make something that's already in it appear even if it isn't currently being used? As soon as he asked the question, Ravenclaw's diadem, which is what he had been thinking of, appeared on the floor next to him. I'll take that a yes. Harry, Daphne exclaimed. Do you know what this is? It's the lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. There's a model of it in front of the Ravenclaw common room. She rushed over to pick it up and was mesmerized by the old relic. Of course it is. Harry said, but it is also a Horcrux. It has to be destroyed, Daphne. Ravenclaw's diadem is said to make its wearer more intelligent. Hermione informed them. I don't suppose there is a way to destroy the Horcrux but leave the diadem intact, is there? I doubt it, Harry replied as he took the diadem away from Daphne. He set the priceless object on the ground and removed the basilisk fang from the box he had stored it in earlier. I'm really sorry about this. Harry lowered the fang to diadem and smeared the blood and venom against it. The diadem shook violently for a few seconds and then a loud shriek was heard. The shriek ended suddenly and the relic stopped shaking. At least it's still in one piece, Daphne commented. Is the Horcrux really gone? Yes, it is, Harry answered with a nod. He then removed the remaining blood and venom from the crown and placed it on his head. Hermione and Daphne looked at him and wondered what would happen. Well, I don't feel any smarter. Looks like I broke it. What a pity, Hermione said disappointedly. It would have been nice to have for our OWLs next year. Harry and Daphne immediately began laughing at Hermione's serious suggestion. Leave it to Hermione to first consider the academic benefits of the relic even before thinking of how else it could help them in the war. 3 down, 4 left to go, Harry said with a smile. Then Voldemort will be mortal again and we can finally end this. Sure, all we'll have to do then is kill one of the most powerful dark wizards ever, Daphne said. Piece of cake, really. Maybe we won't even have to do it. We could get lucky and he could get run over by a bus, Harry said jokingly. That's how I'd like to see him go. So what do we do with the diadem? Hermione asked, taking it from Harry to inspect it. The 3 friends left the room of requirement as Harry and Daphne began to explain everything that had happened in the Wizengamot while Hermione was away. She was, of course, incredibly happy for Harry and Sirius and promised she would try to come see him during the summer if it was at all possible. They were all worried about how the summer would progress now that Voldemort had returned, but each seemed determined not to let that force them into hiding. Harry's excitement about being able to live with his godfather was somewhat contagious, and soon both Hermione and Daphne were trying their best to look at the future optimistically. Elsewhere in the castle, Draco Malfoy sat alone pondering his future. The Dark Lord had returned, and because of it his family were now mere servants instead of the masters they deserved to be. Others, like Crabbe and Goyle, were happy with the Dark Lord's return, but that was only because their families were useless without him anyway. The Malfoys, on the other hand, had grown enormously in terms of both wealth and prestige since Voldemort's fall from power. The most his father could ever hope for was to be second in command of the Dark Lord's forces, and that was not a given either. Now everything his father had built was in jeopardy. His inheritance and future was in jeopardy. Draco knew his father would always support the Dark Lord, and that he would have to as well if he wanted to live. Unfortunately, there would be no going back to the way things were. The Malfoys would just have to make the best of the situation they found themselves in like always. The only bright spot he could see is that hopefully with all of this going on his father would forget his promise to punish him for having to swear to support Potter. Finally Draco sighed and tried to push all such unpleasant thoughts from his mind. After all, there really wasn't anything he could do about his lot in life, was there? You might not have noticed, but I changed the description of the story to say it begins in the 4th year rather than is set in the 4th year. I do not think I will change the title at all. After all, Harry could be considered a champion in many ways even apart from the tournament. Thanks to everyone who gave their input on whether or not to split up the story. I think my decision reflects both what I want and what the majority of you guys want. Some of you have wondered what exactly I was doing with the Hermione storyline so far. The simplest answer is that a major theme of this story is showing different sides of the characters, most notably Harry showing a little more Slytherin with Daphne's encouragement. The ritual forced Hermione to show traits from all 4 houses. Her motives were mostly ambition Slytherin and loyalty to Harry Hufflepuff. Only someone extremely intelligent Ravenclaw could have pulled it off, and the way she decided to do it was both brave and foolhardy Gryffindor. The new ability she has gained is just something I thought would be fun to play around with, but won't be a game changer in that it will easily tip the scales in their favor. My only concern is that Hermione perhaps did not pay a large enough price, but that just depends on how you look at it. And I did like the irony of the situation. By now you can all see how different 5th year will be. One change that's coming up is that Voldemort will see no reason to act in the shadows since everyone knows he is alive anyway. The summer will have lots of stuff going on in it. I promise that. Some of you have asked if we'll be seeing Ron again. Well, his family still is in the Order of the Phoenix, and there's no reason for him not to be at 12 Grimald in the summer, so that is a yes. Neville, over here. Harry called from his seat at the table. Daphne was sitting to his right and Hermione across from him, as usually happened when Daphne decided to abandon the Slytherin table to sit with the Gryffindors. Neville's head turned to where he had heard Harry talking and smiled at his friends before rushing over. Hey guys, Neville said while sitting down. Guess what I got on my potions exam? You got an O, didn't you? Harry asked. Nope, I got a T, Neville answered, but he was still smiling. A troll? Hermione said, surprised. But Neville, that's the worst grade possible. I know, Neville replied. Professor Snape said my potion was too good, and that I must have cheated, so he gave me a T. Professor McGonagall said she would talk to him and get him to give me the grade I deserve. That's great, Neville, Daphne told him. Looks like all of your hard work paid off then. Turns out that Harry is a lot better teacher than Snape ever was. Neville responded with a laugh. Although it helps that Harry doesn't glare at me waiting for me to make a mistake every time we're trying to learn something. All I need to do is work on scowling at people and then maybe I can just replace the greasy git. Harry joked. Hey Neville, when are you going to get your new wand? Hopefully in the next few weeks, but since we can't use magic in the summer I guess it doesn't really matter. Why? If you can wait 2 weeks I could come with you, Harry suggested. It'll be a good way to celebrate my release from the Dursleys. Sure. Neville happily agreed. Would you two like to come? He asked, turning towards Hermione and Daphne. Sorry Neville, but I can't. Hermione answered. My parents and I are going to Spain in a week. I'm really looking forward to it. In fact, I heard there is a wizarding section of Madrid bigger than Diagon Alley. I might be able to go, Daphne said. I'll know once I can talk to my parents about it. Sounds like fun, though. Neville nodded eagerly, happy to have friends that wanted to spend time with him. His first few years at Hogwarts had been somewhat lonely, but he felt that things had really changed for the better this year. He would also gladly welcome an excuse to leave his house during the summer, where the only people around were his loving but odd grandmother and his great-uncles who had always treated him somewhat cruelly, especially when they thought he might be a squib. I promised Hagrid I would come see him before I left, Harry said as he pushed his chair back from the table. I've got to hurry because Dumbledore wanted to talk to me, too. Any of you want to come with me? Eventually it was decided that Hermione would accompany Harry to meet their half-giant friend, while Daphne made sure her sister Astoria was ready to leave and Neville checked on his plants in the greenhouses one last time. They were all a little sad to see the year end, but were enjoying the time they had left as much as they could. A few hours later Harry reluctantly left Hagrid's hut and headed back into the castle to meet with Professor Dumbledore. Unknown to him, a very intense conversation was underway involving the headmaster and his spy amongst the Death Eaters, Severus Snape. Dumbledore sat calmly behind his desk listening to his anxious potions professor report on the latest goings-on with Voldemort. The Dark Lord continues to request strengthening potions, Snape said. It's quite odd. I was allowed to study the ritual used to restore his body, and by my calculations any lingering negative effects should have worn off by now. Is it possible a mistake was made? Dumbledore asked hopefully. Perhaps, but not likely, Snape answered uncertainly. The potion required contains some very hard-to-find ingredients, but is none the less quite simple to brew. Even an idiot like Pettigrew should not have had a problem with it, and even if he did, the Dark Lord was there observing his work and would have noticed any errors. The ritual he used is not well understood. It is possible that the problems he is experiencing are not out of the ordinary at all. Dumbledore suggested. Is he able to reach his full strength with the aid of the strengthening potions? Yes, Snape replied. However, such potions are addictive and produce diminishing returns with excessive use. If the Dark Lord continues to use the potions at this pace by the end of next month, they will have almost no effect on him whatsoever, but the need to continue taking them will remain. I trust that Voldemort is aware of this dilemma. Is it possible? Dumbledore asked. Perhaps, but not easily, Snape answered. The only way to be sure would be to repeat the ritual, but that would involve the Dark Lord dying again, and I doubt he would be willing to do that. Definitely not, Dumbledore said. Voldemort would never trust anyone enough to willingly put his life in their hands in such a way. Perhaps we can determine if a mistake was made, and I have reason to believe it was. Harry Potter is on his way here as we speak, and with his permission I would like to show you the memory of Voldemort's resurrection that he provided to me. I am curious to see if you come to the same conclusion I have. Very well, Snape said as he sat down and began to wait for Harry to arrive. His mind was too busy to even think about his dislike for the son of James Potter. A few minutes later Dumbledore arose from his desk a mere moment before a knock was heard at the door. Enter. Dumbledore called from his desk. The doors opened to reveal Harry, who briefly looked surprised at seeing Professor Snape, though he attempted to hide his reaction. Thank you for coming, Harry. How are you feeling? Much better, sir. Harry reported. The pain from the cruciatus is almost gone. Excellent. Dumbledore responded. I would like to know if you would allow Professor Snape to view your memory of what happened at the cemetery. I would not ask if it were not important. Why? Harry asked suspiciously. Dumbledore might trust Snape, but he definitely did not. We have reason to believe that something went wrong during the ritual. This may allow us to confirm that. Okay then, Harry said after a few moments. He thought back to that fateful night but couldn't remember anything happening that would upset the ritual. In retrospect, he was a little disappointed with how he handled the situation, but there wasn't much else he could do. The three of them approached Dumbledore's pensieve where the memory had already been prepared for viewing. You don't have to view this again if you don't want to, Harry. Dumbledore said. Flesh of the servant. Willingly given. You will revive your master. Peter. Stop. Harry yelled. Please don't do this. It's too late for that, Harry. Wormtail answered and raised the knife again. You don't have to do this. Harry replied, still hoping that the man would change his mind. But I do. I have no choice, you see. If I don't do this, he will kill me. I saved your life. You owe me, Harry said, but he knew his words were having little impact. It doesn't work that way. Wormtail then turned away, placed the knife on his wrist once again. He closed his eyes as if trying to work up the courage to go through with the act and then, with all his strength, pushed the blade through the flesh and bone of his arm. When he was done, his entire hand dropped into the cauldron and he howled in pain. Soon after the memory ended and the viewers exited the pensieve. When they were all sat back down, Dumbledore looked at Snape and signaled for him to voice his thoughts on what he had just seen. It was Pettigrew's fault after all. Snape finally declared. Dumbledore smiled and nodded at the comment while Harry looked at them both in confusion. He had not noticed Wormtail making an obvious mistake, but then again he was not familiar with the ritual, so maybe there was something there he did not see. What did he do wrong? Harry finally asked. The final ingredients of the potion require not only bone, flesh, and blood, but that they be taken unknowingly, willingly, and forcefully. Dumbledore explained. What did Pettigrew say just before he severed his hand? That he had no choice, Voldemort would kill him if he didn't do it. Harry said in realization. Exactly. Dumbledore said happily. His statement indicates that he was acting under duress, not willingly as the ritual had required. So Wormtail never could have performed it correctly? Harry asked. I believe in fact that he could have. Dumbledore answered. What mattered is the emotion he was feeling as he placed his flesh into the cauldron. If you had not attempted to talk him out of doing so, it is possible he would not have thought about why he was slicing off his hand and everything would have gone according to plan. It seems you inadvertently seriously weakened Voldemort. Weakened? Harry said disbelievingly. He didn't seem weak when we fought. Silly child. Snape said, interrupting the conversation. Do you truly believe that the Dark Lord needed to be at full strength to defeat you? The Potter arrogance shows itself again. Severus is, unfortunately, correct. Even in his weakened state, Voldemort is still likely the most powerful wizard in the world. Dumbledore said sadly. But not more powerful than you, right? Harry asked. Yes, even more powerful than I. Dumbledore confirmed. True. I am one of the more powerful wizards alive, but my main strength has always been my skill and creativity during a duel. Voldemort possesses so much power that he has rarely had to rely on anything else. That is a key weakness you would be wise to remember. Do you really think encouraging Potter to seek out confrontations against the Dark Lord is wise, Albus? Snape asked. Of course not. And Harry, I would hope that you know that is not what I mean. Dumbledore answered. One day you will be ready to face him, but until then you should do everything in your power to avoid him. Of course, Professor, Harry answered. His battle with Voldemort days earlier had shown him that he was not prepared to fight Voldemort yet, and it was hard to predict when he would be ready to. He believed even before hearing the prophecy that his purpose in life was to fight the evil man who had killed his parents, and now that he knew for certain it was his destiny, he knew that he would have to do whatever he needed to accomplish it. Thank you for allowing us to view that memory, Harry, Dumbledore said. Remember that the end-of-year feast will begin in a few hours. Harry knew he was being dismissed and stood to leave. No problem, Professor. See you then, Harry replied as he walked out of the room, leaving Dumbledore and Snape alone again. The Dark Lord is gathering his forces, Snape said a few minutes after Harry had left. He's planning something, although I do not know what. The Ministry is a vulnerable target now that Fudge is out and no new minister has been elected. Rufus Scrimgeour has been appointed interim minister. He should be able to hold things together until next week. Dumbledore answered. Scrimgeour is a buffoon and you know it. Furthermore, the Dark Lord knows it. Snape explained. Mark my words, Albus. Open warfare will begin before the week ends. There is little we can do to prevent that, Severus. Attack him now. In a few days, whatever temporary advantage you could have gained will be gone. Snape implored him. The time is not right. I dislike that fact as much as you, but I cannot change it. We are ill-prepared to launch an offensive against Voldemort at this time. As a result, we must continue to enlist support for our side. Dumbledore explained. I am sorry, Severus, but it must be done. Very well, but I stand by my warning, Snape said in frustration. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement as Snape rose out of his chair and left the office. Dumbledore could sense his spy's worries, but believed that he was doing the right thing. There would be a time for offense later, but now was not that time. As leader of the Order of the Phoenix, this was just one of the difficult decisions he had to make, and he knew it would not be the last. The end-of-year feast was in full swing several hours later. During such occasions, the Hogwarts staff of House Elves went all out to ensure that everyone had a good time. They enjoyed this time of year as well because for them it meant that the summer would begin and bring with it several months of deep cleaning that could not be done with hundreds of children around. Despite what some bushy-haired elf rights crusaders believed, the House Elves truly enjoyed their lives and were incredibly proud of their work. As the food was being served and devoured, all of the professors, even Snape who detested such events, sat at the head table having their own conversations and watching the students to make sure they didn't get into any last-minute trouble. Luckily for them, this feast was tame in that respect compared to others in the recent past. The Weasley twins had somehow managed to turn the robes of all the other houses' Quidditch players Gryffindor colors and had written Gryffindor Quidditch rules on their backs. The victims of their prank might have been angrier if it had not reminded them that in a few short months they would be back to playing their favorite sport instead of watching a tournament in which only a few competed. This led to impromptu team meetings in all four houses in which the team captains demanded that their players be ready to win by the time school started again. Once Angelina Johnson, Gryffindor's new captain since Oliver Wood graduated, finally finished giving out practice instructions for the summer, Harry made his way back to his normal spot in the table where Hermione and Neville were waiting for him. I think Johnson's been taking lessons from Wood, Harry said as he sat down. She would have us practicing all summer if she could. Think we'll be any good next year? Neville asked. Although he was not obsessed with the game like Ron Weasley, he did enjoy watching it. Should be, Harry answered. The only weak spot will be at keeper. There's no way we'll find a replacement as talented as Wood. He was good enough to make the team with Puddlemere United this year. Neville nodded in agreement before returning his attention towards his dinner. As Harry was about to lift a fork full of food to his mouth, the doors to the Great Hall slammed open, causing everyone to jump a little. When Harry saw who had opened the doors, he dropped his fork and jumped out of his chair. Sirius! Harry yelled as he ran towards his godfather, not caring that the rest of the student body was watching them. Hello, pup, Sirius said as he hugged his godson. It's been too long, but I'm a free man now and that can change just like we had hoped it would. I know, Harry answered, letting go of the hug. Would you like to sit with us? Sure, Sirius replied with a laugh. It's been a couple of years since I last sat at the Gryffindor table. In fact, the last time I did was at the end-of-year feast during my 7th year. McGonagall kicked James and I out of the hall and threatened to not let us graduate. What did you do? Harry asked, knowing it must have been fairly serious. So who did it? Moony. And he got away with it, too. Last prank of the year was on us, I suppose. Sirius answered as they sat down. The rest of the Gryffindors were looking at them oddly. It was out of ordinary for an adult to be sitting at their table. Sirius seemed oblivious to their stares and proceeded to help himself to some of the food that was available. I've missed Hogwarts cooking, he said between bites. A little better than what they serve in Azkaban? Harry asked. You have no idea. Sirius replied with a grin. That was enough to make me want to escape by itself. Harry laughed and then noticed that Dumbledore was staring at them strangely from the head table while McGonagall was laughing at something. Sirius, did you tell Dumbledore you were going to show up early? Of course not. Where would the fun in that be? Sirius answered. The two continued to happily talk for the rest of the meal, and Harry was beginning to look forward to spending his summer with Sirius even more. The two had had very few opportunities to talk face to face since Sirius went on the run again after Harry had discovered his innocence. Although they had gotten along perfectly so far, a small part of Harry wondered what it would be like when they did live in the same house. Harry's thoughts on the subject were interrupted when Professor Dumbledore rose from his chair and began to signal for everyone to quiet down so he could give his usual speech. Stood like Cedric had done while the student body applauded his achievement. Their reaction to him was about the same as towards Cedric, except the Slytherins refused to clap for him at all. But as the year ends, we must also acknowledge the changes that have happened as well. As you have heard by now, Lord Voldemort has returned. Most of the students and some of the professors gasped at Dumbledore's use of the name Voldemort. Hogwarts remains the safest place in the world, and while you are here, you should have no fear of Voldemort. But while you are gone, you must be aware of your surroundings at all times. Many good witches and wizards have lost their lives because they were not paying attention to what they were doing. Constant vigilance. Professor Moody yelled from the other end of the table, prompting a few people to nervously laugh. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. If you do find yourselves in trouble, seek help from Aurors if possible, or any trustworthy adults that may be in the area. I wish to see all of you again in September, so please heed my warnings. There is a war brewing in our world, one that has lain dormant for the past 13 years, but has now returned. Good must answer the challenge of evil if our way of life is to persevere. One day you will all be asked to take your place and join the fight. But for now, it is important that you dedicate yourselves to learning and focus on protecting yourselves and those you love. Everyone applauded again at this point, but many of them were a bit disturbed with the tone that Dumbledore's speech had taken. The students were all too young to remember what it had been like during Voldemort's reign of power, and were clearly unsure of what his rebirth meant for them. But still they clapped politely, or excitedly in the case of the 7th years, and went on with their meal as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Hey Sirius, Harry said a few minutes later, where are we going to be staying this summer? It can't be any worse than the Dursleys. Harry commented. No, not anymore. Sirius laughed. You know, I met your Aunt Petunia once. She called me a freak and ran out of the room. Sounds exactly like her. Harry agreed. That is pretty much how she acts around me, too. I tried to convince Dumbledore not to make you go back there at all this summer. Sirius explained, but he wouldn't back down. Next year will be different, even if the old goat disagrees. Of course you can. Sirius answered. The feast was beginning to end as people left the Great Hall and headed out for one last night of fun in the castle. So, I still want to meet this girlfriend of yours. You're not trying to hide me from her, are you? Maybe I am. Harry replied jokingly. She's still sitting at the Slytherin table with her little sister. Let's go and I'll introduce you. Pleasure to meet you both. Sirius said with a small bow of his head. Funny, you don't look like someone who spent a decade in Azkaban. Astoria replied. Astoria, that's rude. Daphne commented with a small sigh. No thanks. Astoria said instantly. She doubted the man was serious, but his eyes held a mischievous look that made her uncertain about that. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Black, Daphne said. Harry talks about you a lot. So you know him? Daphne asked. I did, long ago. We both worked at the ministry for a few years, though in different departments. Sirius explained. Also, our families were in some of the same social circles. He was a good man then, I trust he still is. I think so. Daphne answered. Perhaps we should have you both over for dinner sometime soon. Lovely. Sirius replied. And I am sure Harry is eagerly awaiting a chance to spend time with your family. The other laughed at this thinly veiled reference to Harry's worry about whether or not Daphne's parents would like him. Yes, Sirius. Harry confirmed. Eagerly. What do you think about Harry dating a Slytherin? Astoria asked, wanting to see if there was any tension over the situation. I have no problems with it. Why should I? Sirius replied. He then looked over at Harry and pretended to whisper, although the volume of his voice did not lower much at all. When you're older I'll tell you about the time in 6th year when Professor McGonagall caught me in a broom closet with the 7th year Slytherin girls prefect. 2 weeks of detention for that, but it was well worth it. I think you just told me all I want to know about it. Harry answered with a small shake of his head. As they continued talking for the next half hour, Harry was quite relieved to see that Sirius seemed to like Daphne, and she enjoyed his sometimes odd sense of humor. By the time they had finished their conversation and left the Great Hall, Sirius had told Daphne to feel free to come to his home and visit Harry any time she wanted to. Another fact that made Harry happy. Eventually it was time for Sirius to leave, which he reluctantly did. Harry tried not to get too down about it because he knew that in just 2 weeks they would see each other again. Daphne and Harry accompanied him to the front gates to see him off and stayed until Sirius had walked past the wards and operate away. He's not what I expected, Daphne said once Sirius was gone. How so? Harry asked. It's amazing that, after all that time in Azkaban, he can still laugh and smile. He must have a very strong will. It helped that he was innocent, Harry commented. Remus says that Azkaban changed him into a more serious version of himself. But prison could never break him. Daphne nodded at Harry's statement and wrapped her arm around Harry, bringing him into a hug. They stayed that way for a few moments before Harry said, last night here. What do you want to do? Let's take a walk by the lake. It's one of my favorite places, Daphne said. It reminds me of you. For Harry, their situation made him think of his parents and what they must have felt when they were teenagers. Like them, James Potter and Lily Evans had been forced to balance their love for each other with the stresses that life during wartime forced on them. Harry wished they were still alive so he could talk to them and ask them how they did it, but sadly he could not. The pain of losing that part of his family was eased by the realization that he had gained in his friends and godfather a replacement family that would be there for, in a way, the Dursleys, though they were his relatives, never would. Hours later the night ended with the couple going to their respective dorms for their last night in the Castle of the Year. Tomorrow morning they would leave the safety of Hogwarts and be forced to face a wizarding world that had been vastly changed in the past few days and the uncertainty that went with it. They both hoped they would be able to protect the other during this new challenge. Congrats to those of you who recognized that my inspiration behind the green-haired summoner was in fact Rydia from Final Fantasy IV. This, however, is not a crossover story, and I purposefully did not explicitly state that it was Rydia. Think of it as more of a cameo appearance than a true crossover if you want. I haven't decided if I might borrow some of their more interesting summons, but it is possible. I will add this though, ever since I had the idea to base a minor character on the story on Rydia, I have been wanting to have Harry cast Mateo on somebody, perhaps a Spoonabard of some sort. Anyhow, school's over and we can now get into the summer. Onward. Oh, get in the car, boy. I can feel those freaks staring at me, Uncle Vernon demanded as Harry approached his relatives. Harry sighed in frustration while he loaded his belongings into the trunk, before getting into the back seat where Dudley was shoving a candy bar into his mouth. His aunt in the front seat, meanwhile, was apparently trying to ignore the fact that he existed at all. When everything was put up and Harry had closed the car door, Vernon sped off away from King's Cross Station and all of the freakishness it contained. Malfoy almost always made it a point to come find him on the train and try and insult him for one reason or another, but this time he hadn't seen the Slytherin at all. That, and the fact that he didn't have to deal with hours of Quidditch trivia from Ron, made the trip a lot more peaceful than others. He had instead spent the time with Daphne, promising her that he would write and come see her as soon as possible. Freak. Things will be different this summer, Vernon said, looking back at Harry through the rear-view mirror. No more slacking off like usual. I won't be your slave anymore, Uncle. Harry answered. Besides, I will be gone in 2 weeks. Less if I have anything to say about it. What are you on about? Vernon asked. That bumble or freak said you'd have to stay all summer. And when did he say that? Harry asked, wondering what it was the Dumbledore was up to. It was in a letter we got yesterday. Some big, ruddy bird nearly set the house on fire delivering it. Vernon rambled. That's the problem with you freaks. Always have to use the stupidest way available to do anything. Why not just use normal post? Or pick up a bloody telephone and call? But no, you lot has to try and burn my expensive couch to a crisp just to send a simple message. Harry was barely paying attention to his uncle at this point. He was much too angry to worry about his annoying relatives. He recognized it as another one of Dumbledore's silly little games. But what was the point in this? All it would do would be to anger him and his godfather. He knew Dumbledore had not given up on the belief that it was important for him to stay with the Dursleys, but Harry was still a little shocked that the professor would lie to him in an attempt to remain in control of the situation. Sirius was going to be livid when he figured out what had happened. Ignore it, Harry commanded. One way or another I will be gone in 2 weeks. In the meantime I'll agree to cook your meals and clean up after myself, but nothing more. Get Dudley to mow the lawn, it looks like he could use the exercise anyway. Harry looked over at his cousin, who apparently didn't even realize he had just been insulted. The candy bar he had been eating when Harry got into the car was long gone and had been replaced by a bag of pretzels. Vernon and Petunia, however, had not missed Harry's verbal jab at his cousin and were both glaring at him. It's not his fault that my Duddykins hasn't lost his baby fat yet, Petunia shrieked, making Harry want to cover his ears. Besides, he's just big-boned like his father. I won't let some freak like you talk ill of my family, boy, Vernon said in his most menacing tone, but after going face to face with Voldemort it would take much more than that to scare Harry. If you hadn't noticed, Uncle Vernon, we are family, Harry answered. He was slightly amused by the bright red color his uncle's face turned when he said that. After the 2 weeks are up, I am going to live with my godfather. You remember Sirius Black, don't you? He was sent to prison for murdering all of those muggles, people without magic like you, and then he escaped from a prison that was supposed to be impossible to escape from? You mean they haven't caught him yet? Petunia asked nervously. Sirius will never spend another day in prison, Harry answered, purposefully omitting the fact that Sirius was of course innocent of the crimes he had been imprisoned for and had later been cleared of all charges. His statement seemed to quiet the Dursleys down, and he hoped it would signal that he would be left alone for the next 14 days. The rest of the ride was completely quiet, which made it one of the most enjoyable times he had ever spent with his relatives. Far away, an expansive mansion sat under powerful wards and multiple layers of defenses. Lord Voldemort had taken control of the building after brutally murdering its former owner and his family during his first rise to power. Over the years, he had turned the former home into an impenetrable fortress that he felt would protect him almost as well as his rival Dumbledore was protected within Hogwarts. He knew that with enough power any fortress could fall, but neither the Ministry nor the Order of the Phoenix had ever felt brave enough to challenge him here. But despite the advantages the mansion held, Voldemort often despised the place and what it represented. His reputation as a rising Dark Lord in his younger days had been greatly enhanced by attacking and overwhelming inferior wizards where they felt the safest, like the fortress in which he now sat. He would much prefer to stay mobile and in doing so never let his enemies know where an attack would be coming from. It was only his weakened state that had eventually convinced him to take refuge in his old base, the existence of which was only known by his inner circle of Death Eaters. Something had gone wrong in the ritual to restore his body, he was quite sure of that. Unfortunately, he had spent the ritual in the cauldron writhing in agony while the bubbling potion tore his rudimentary body to shreds. The pain had been worth it though, even if the procedure was not completely successful. And, if he was lucky, his problems could still be corrected. He had ordered Severus Snape, easily one of his most intelligent followers, to look into what had gone wrong. He had often wondered about Snape's true loyalties. After all that had happened, he still had no real reason to think that Snape was disloyal to him, despite what had happened in the years after his fall from power. During those days his Death Eaters had thought only of themselves, and while that was behavior that deserved punishment, it was quite understandable. No, the problem that Voldemort had with his spy, the man's clear talent for deception. Dumbledore, despite his many flaws, was no fool, and one way or the other Severus Snape had managed to completely fool one of the most powerful wizards ever. The only question was which one. Despite his worries, he knew Snape would not fail to report back everything he needed to know on how to correct the ritual. The only, "Damn you, Potter," Voldemort said to the empty room. If anyone had been around to hear it, they would have been quite disturbed by the way the Dark Lord cursed his enemy. How had Potter lived through a second killing curse, Voldemort wondered. It simply did not make any sense. Was it truly impossible for him to kill the boy? It must have something to do with that prophecy, the Dark Lord realized. He knew there was more to the prophecy than his spy had heard, and it was now more important than ever for him to hear it. A prophecy like that, he knew, would be recorded and available in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry to those it concerned. Perhaps he could lure Harry Potter into the Hall of Prophecies and have him retrieve the prophecy for him before the boy who lived finally died at the hands of Lord Voldemort. But then again, if the prophecy did say he could not kill the boy, it would be better for him to not involve the child. Besides, the plan was overly elaborate and full of chances for it to fail. He was not hiding from the world, so there was no reason for him not to just bash his way into the Ministry and take the prophecy himself. But first there were other things to do. Planning must begin at once. Harry had only been at the Dursleys one day, and he was already desperate to leave. Surprisingly, his main problem wasn't his relatives treating him poorly. His mention of Sirius Black seemed to have frightened them away from that for now. No, Harry's problem was boredom. His days had been so busy in the year that had just ended, he had never really taken the time to appreciate how full his days were. Between schoolwork, sleep, time with friends, training for the tournament, eating, and time with Daphne, just about every minute of his day had been accounted for. Now he couldn't practice magic, his friends weren't around, the tournament was over, and he had no books worth reading. The one thing that held his interest was the portable wizard's radio that Daphne had given him before they left Hogwarts so that he could keep up with what was going on. Harry had never really paid much attention to the radio before, but was already quite intrigued by the device and the programs that were available on it. Many of the channels were filled with music that sounded much like its Muggle counterparts. In fact, it was clear that some bands were heavily influenced by Muggle popular music and were trying to recreate that sound but with lyrics appropriate for wizards. Other channels, the ones that Harry was more interested in, featured non-musical programs that included news programs and educational series. Most of the talk he had heard so far centered on discussing who would replace Cornelius Fudge as Minister of Magic. Rufus Scrimgeour, who had been appointed interim minister, was the early favorite, with Amelia Bones a close second. Both were seen as fine choices to lead the ministry now that you know who had returned. The return of Voldemort was the other popular topic, although they never used the name Voldemort. Some refused to believe that the Dark Lord was back and pointed to the fact that there had thus far been no attacks as proof for their point of view. Others argued that Pettigrew could not have lied during his testimony due to the Veritaserum, so it must be the truth, and they should do everything in their power to prepare. Although Harry agreed with this side of the debate, the side that seemed to have the most supporters was the one that decided to take a wait-and-see attitude. He wondered if they realized they were doing exactly what Voldemort would have wanted them to do. Eventually Harry grew frustrated with the radio arguments and turned the device off and went to sleep. The first day at the Dursleys was nearly over and he had made it through fairly easy. He only hoped the next 13 would be so easy. It was 2 days later that Harry realized his house was being watched. For Privet Drive sat in sprawling suburban neighborhood full of children, so it was not odd to see people walk past on the sidewalk. In fact, their house was not too far from a small park that many kids spent their days at, including Dudley, who enjoyed tormenting the younger children and smoking cigarettes in the park with his friends. Harry had been in the kitchen looking out the window while washing dishes on a Wednesday afternoon when he first noticed anything was odd. Over the years Harry had grown to enjoy cooking, and after spending most of the year at Hogwarts, where the house elves would literally throw a wizard out of the kitchen if they asked to prepare themselves something, it was nice to be able to embrace his hobby again, so he didn't really mind the fact that he was feeding the Dursleys as well. Harry had almost forgotten about her when another girl walked past 10 minutes later, headed in the opposite direction. She too wore jeans but also a denim jacket with a strange variety of pins and buttons on it. Her hair was short and pink and her face was slightly rounder than the other girls had been. Still, Harry thought they looked similar, as if they might be sisters. "Don't move!" Harry yelled as he rushed out of his hiding spot. The witch turned in surprise at his sudden appearance, but before she could react, Harry had yanked her wand out of her pocket and was pointing both wands at her. "Who are you? Why are you watching me? Easy there, kiddo," the witch said, trying to calm Harry down. "No one's trying to hurt you. Maybe not," Harry answered. "Where are the others?" "Huh?" the witch replied, evidently confused. "What others?" "The other witches that have been watching me," Harry demanded to know. "Where are they?" "Oh, now I get it," she said. "I'm the only one. Here, watch." The witch closed her eyes in concentration, and a moment later her hair began to rapidly change colors, going from blue to green to yellow to orange to red and finally stopping on a shade of bright pink. After that her hair looked as if it were being pulled into her head until it was only an inch or so long, but then began to lengthen back to what it had been before. "You're a metamorphmagus, aren't you?" Harry asked, still not lowering either wand. "Got it," the witch answered excitedly. "The name's Tonks. Nice to meet you, Harry." She offered her hand to him as if she wanted him to shake it, but Harry only laughed and kept the wands pointed at her. "Okay then, Tonks. Why are you here?" Harry asked. "It was Dumbledore's idea," she explained. "Personally, I think it's kind of silly. They tell you, come join our super-secret anti-you-know-who army. And what do they make you do when you agree? Watch a 14-year-old, that's what. I'm a trained Auror. There's got to be better things for me to do than this. Almost 15. Harry said a little defensively. "So Dumbledore has the Order of the Phoenix watching me? Didn't know you knew about that." Tonks replied. "But yeah, he does. We've met before, you know. I was one of the Aurors that came to find you after you saved those kids from the Dementors. And actually we were both at Hogwarts together for a year. But 7th-year Hufflepuffs don't generally hang out with first-year Gryffindors. I remember now, you had pink hair that day," Harry said as Tonks nodded. He finally lowered the wands and handed Tonks back to her. "You really shouldn't carry that in your back pocket, you know." "Damn. I'm going to hear all about it from Moody when he finds out, aren't I?" Tonks replied with a look of frustration. "Or we could both forget to mention it to him. How about it?" "Huh? Maybe," Harry answered. "Why didn't he just send Sirius? I'm sure he wouldn't have minded." "Well, I'm probably not supposed to know about this, but good old cousin Sirius and Professor Dumbledore aren't exactly getting along with each other right now," Tonks explained. "I'm not sure what it's about, but Sirius has been pissed off at the old man for the last day or two. I bet I can guess what it is," Harry replied. "Your Sirius cousin?" He never mentioned he had a cousin named Tonks. "Technically Tonks is my last name, but no one calls me Nymphadora and gets away with it." "Nymphadora?" Harry said, grinning. "Yeah, I can see not liking that. That's your one freebie," Tonks replied, glaring at him. "Don't do it again." "Fine. But aren't you supposed to be protecting me and not threatening me?" Harry asked. "Anyhow, I guess I'll go back in. Have fun staring at me for the rest of the day. Oh, and can you tell Sirius that I'll see him in 2 weeks no matter what? I'd appreciate it." "Sure thing," Tonks answered. "See ya around, Harry." Harry nodded and walked back towards the house as Tonks walked in the opposite direction, presumably to find a good spot to watch the house from. Once inside, Harry really began to think about what Dumbledore had been doing in the past few days. The prophecy explained why the old man thought it was so important that Harry remain safe, but the way he was going about making sure of that was clumsy and irritating. His actions were already making some people who should be close allies unhappy with him for no good reason. There were plenty of places where Harry would be safe, he knew, not just the Dursleys. Overall it was a frustrating situation, but Harry felt relieved by the fact that he knew this was one battle the great Albus Dumbledore would not win. What he had learned was that in a few days the hearing to determine whether or not Peter Pettigrew would receive the Dementor's kiss would be held, immediately followed by the election of the new Minister of Magic. In that contest Rufus Scrimgeour was expected to win, barring any major scandal in the next few days. Most of the commentators Harry had heard over the radio spoke positively of the man. But Harry knew better than anyone that the media was not always trustworthy. Much more interesting was Wormtail's hearing. His questioning had been interrupted during his brief trial the previous week, but this time around Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore would control the proceedings and be able to ask all of the questions he wanted to with the aid of Veritaserum. Speculation was rampant as to who would be revealed as a follower of you-know-who and what other information the man could provide. Harry thought the situation was a little funny and wondered if the Malfoys were busy trying to get out of the country. He eagerly looked forward to the day when Lucius Malfoy would face judgment and only hoped he would be there to watch. Wormtail was in hell, or at least he thought he was. He simply could not imagine a place worse than Azkaban prison. He had been in a panic when the Aurors had dragged him into his cell and left him alone in the cold, bare room. For a few brief moments he thought that perhaps it wouldn't be as bad as everyone said it would be, and indeed for those first few minutes he thought he would be able to make it through without any problems at all. But then the Dementors, who had stayed away while the Aurors were present, found his cell and began tormenting their new victim. Peter had never felt fear or despair as intense as he did that night. It made the fear he felt when groveling at his master's feet seem small and insignificant. All of his worst nightmares felt as if they were coming true all at once, and there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. For hours he screamed into the darkness, but no help ever came. No one was there to show him pity or kindness, and he soon came to believe that pain was all that existed in his world. In the still sane part of his mind he reasoned that at least there could not be anything worse than that night. But he was wrong. There was always the next night. Then, one night, the Dementors left his cell and his sanity slowly returned to him. Though he didn't know it, it was late Friday night and the next day he was scheduled to go before the Wizengamot again. Wormtail, rise. A calm but threatening voice called to him. Wormtail felt compelled to listen to the voice. But his fear was still too strong, and he remained on the floor hoping whoever had come into his cell would go away. Now, Wormtail, the voice said, this time much louder. Wormtail could no longer ignore the voice, so he looked up and saw the Dark Lord Voldemort standing in his cell. Wormtail briefly thought he would rather have been faced with a Dementor but obediently began to stand up. Master, Wormtail said roughly. He wondered why he had such problems talking, but realized he had done nothing but scream for the past week. Come, we are leaving, Voldemort said as he turned and walked out of the cell. Wormtail nodded and followed his master, and as he exited his cell saw what had happened in the prison. Dust and debris were everywhere, and it appeared as though several of the walls had been knocked down. Dead and dying guards were scattered about the prison, and some of the being held captive were pleading to be released. The amount of destruction that he saw on their way out of the prison shocked him, and Wormtail wondered how many others survived. But as he neared boats that had been prepared to take them away from the island prison, he saw others who, judging from their appearances, could only have been inmates and knew that the Dark Lord had just won his first victory of this new war. His earlier thoughts of betrayal were forgotten as happily realized he was free again. More Smordra, he heard someone yell. The sky was immediately filled with the bright green light of the Dark Mark, and as Wormtail stared up at it a smile began to form on his face for the first time in days. Thanks again to all of you who have stuck with the story this far. I really hope you are enjoying it. Updates might come a little slower for the next little bit, as in once every 10 days or so instead of once a week like I have been doing. As always, I'd love to hear comments and suggestions on the story. Edit. You guys caught my moment of stupidity. Harry is almost 15, not 16. At about 11 a.m. Harry finally rolled out of bed and turned the radio on, hoping to hear the questioning of Peter Pettigrew. But what he found was something completely different. Harry let out a gasp of surprise at the last name. He had completely forgotten that Daphne's uncle was still alive and being held captive in Azkaban. He did remember that the man had been a loyal Death Eater for several years before Voldemort's fall in 1981, and that he was imprisoned after a foolish attack on the Ministry in an attempt to uncover more information on his master's whereabouts. He wondered how Daphne and her family were reacting to the news, but without being able to send her a letter, there was no way for him to find out. Harry was still listening a few minutes later when he heard the doorbell ring. Curious as to who would be visiting, Harry walked downstairs and opened the door. Again, he was surprised at what he found. Moony? What are you doing here? Harry said as he smiled at his old professor. Not glad to see me then? Perhaps I should go. Remus joked. Can I come in? Sure. Harry answered. My aunt and uncle are supposed to be gone for the day, so hopefully you won't have to deal with them. Good. They weren't the nicest people around, if I remember correctly. Remus replied. Remus sat down in the chair Harry had pointed him to and began to look around nervously, as if he wasn't sure about what he was going to tell Harry. Harry, I need to tell you about something awful that happened last night. The Azkaban breakout, right? Harry asked. How did you already know about that? Remus said in surprise. I have a radio upstairs that Daphne gave me. I haven't had anything better to do, so I've been listening all week. Harry told him. Remus nodded at the answer and seemed a little relieved that Harry already knew. Then you already know that Wormtail has escaped. Remus said. Yeah, I know. Harry said with a little bit of anger evident in his voice. Next time we catch him, we'll just kill him. I'm tired of the little rat managing to free himself no matter what we do. Remus looked up at Harry with an odd expression on his face, as if he had not expected to hear that from Harry, but he did not say anything about it. He simply shrugged and continued on with the conversation. Well, then I guess I'll try and get to something that you don't already know. Dumbledore doesn't know that I'm here. He would never approve if he did. Sirius wanted to be here, but he knew Dumbledore would be watching him and thought it would be smarter for me to do it. Remus explained. Harry, Dumbledore wants to keep you here the entire summer. It's okay, Moony. I already knew. My uncle let it slip on the way here. Harry answered. And he's been withholding my mail, too. What I don't understand is why he is doing it. And what are we supposed to do about it? What do you mean by that? Dumbledore has been pushing to get Scrimgeour into office all week for some reason. Remus began. Apparently he thinks he will be able to exert more influence over him than he would Amelia Bones. We think he was going to use that influence to slow down Sirius's application to become your guardian in the magical world. Even Dumbledore doesn't have the ability to stop it from happening, but he could slow it down so that you would have to stay here the entire summer. Why though? Harry asked. It doesn't make any sense. All he will say is that you are safer here than anywhere else. Sirius doesn't buy that either. Remus said. It just so happens that Sirius and Amelia Bones were friends back before he got thrown into prison. Sirius was an Auror in those days, and she was somewhat of a mentor to him. After everyone found out he was innocent, Madame Bones invited Sirius over for dinner, so she could apologize to her old friend for all that had happened to him. This wouldn't make much of a difference, except now everyone is looking for someone to blame for what happened at Azkaban. And it's going to be Scrimgeour because he was interim minister, right? Harry asked. Exactly, and that means Bones is now the frontrunner to become the next Minister of Magic. Remus replied. Really though, it wasn't Scrimgeour's fault. There wasn't anything he could have done in a week that would have prevented it. But the press don't care about that and are already calling for his head. Supposedly he is going to remove his name from consideration and claim that he would be better utilized dedicating his time to the war effort. It's a smart move, politically speaking. What it means for us is that Dumbledore has spent his time and effort on a losing candidate, while Sirius got lucky and is friends with the winner who just happens to feel like she owes him something. That's great, Harry said with a smile on his face. So can we leave now? That's really up to you, Harry. Remus answered. Dumbledore did have a reason for originally wanting you to be here for 2 weeks. That is the amount of time it would take for the protections around this house to be recharged so that they can last another year. You will have somewhere safe to go if you leave now, but the Dursleys will be unprotected. We know how awful they've been to you, so Sirius and I both think the decision on what to do should be left to you. And what about Dumbledore? Harry asked. For the moment, his attention is on other things, and by the time he does realize what's going on, we will hold the advantage over the situation. Don't worry about him right now. Okay, Harry said with a nod. So if I leave now, how long will the wards last? Those kind of things are hard to predict. Remus answered. But, if I had to guess, I would say a week, maybe 2 if they're lucky. But if I stay another week, they'll last the entire year. Harry replied with a small frown on his face. To Remus, Harry appeared deep in thought, even to the point of standing up and pacing about the living room. They're awful people, Moony. Truly dreadful. But I don't want their blood on my hands. I'll stay another week here, as long as you can promise me that when the week is up I'll be able to leave. Good, Harry said. And he better have a damn good excuse for what he's done the next time I see him, because the way he is acting is unforgivable. Sadly, this is not out of the ordinary for Dumbledore. Remus explained. He's been leading the fight against Dark Lords for over 50 years and thinks he knows better than anyone else what to do. He's not a bad man, Harry, and he does mean well, but he is likely to do things that will confuse and anger his allies. I doubt anyone really knows what he's thinking and why he does the things he does. How is he going to react when he realizes what's going on? I honestly don't know. Remus replied. He will probably try to convince you to come back here, but legally he won't be able to force you to. Now I guess I better go. I was only able to come because Mundungus Fletcher is supposed to be watching you right now, but I know for a fact he is slobbering drunk somewhere in Hogsmeade. Someone will be here to pick you up when the 2 weeks are done. Thanks, Moony. I appreciate your help, Harry said sincerely. Tell Sirius I'll see him in a week. No problem, Harry. Do try and take care of yourself, Remus said as he rose out of his chair and walked towards the door. Once he had reached the door he paused and turned back to look at Harry again. What are you going to tell your family? To run. Maybe they'll even listen, Harry answered with a shrug. Remus nodded and walked out the door. Harry watched him walk down the sidewalk until he turned the corner and stepped out of view. When he was gone, Harry went back inside to listen to more reports on the radio and think about what he had learned. Harry wasn't sure what to do about Dumbledore when he did eventually free himself of the Dursleys. Dumbledore's decision to try and force him to stay with his relatives the entire summer had caught him off guard, even despite his uncertainty on how much to trust the old headmaster. Harry simply could not understand why a week ago Dumbledore would ask his permission for Snape to view his memories and then go behind his back to trap him at the Dursleys a day later. What had changed? He wasn't sure, and from what Remus had told him no one really did. Once again Dumbledore was withholding information from everyone, perhaps even those who needed it most. He was relieved to know that Sirius and Remus were both trying to solve his problem, even if he wasn't there to help them. He knew he would need their help in the coming days, especially when it came to finding and destroying Voldemort's Horcruxes. That thought brought the responsibilities of his summer back to the forefront of his mind. In the lazy days of the last week, it was easy to forget that the rest of the summer holidays would be filled with things he had to do. He doubted the Dursleys would ever realize what he had sacrificed for their benefit. When the Dursleys walked in the door, they found Harry staring at them from across the room with his arms folded on his chest. They all could tell that something was very wrong from his appearance, but none of them were sure what it could be. "Boy, what are you up to?" Vernon asked, but the normal anger in his voice had been replaced with confusion. "Sit down. I have something important to tell you," Harry answered. "I will not let a freak like you tell me what to do in my own house," Vernon yelled back, his anger finally returning. "Then stand, I don't care," Harry replied. "But you will listen to me because your life will be in danger if you don't." Vernon continued to grow angrier, but Petunia sat down on the sofa with a terrified look on her face, as if she knew what to expect. "What's happened?" Petunia asked quietly. "Voldemort has returned," Harry answered. He turned towards Vernon to explain. "Voldemort is the evil wizard that killed my parents. When he tried to kill me, something went wrong and his body was destroyed. That bastard Dumbledore said he was dead and we had nothing to worry about," Vernon shouted. "Almost everybody thought he was," Harry replied. "But they were wrong. The war has already started again. It's only a matter of time before the Muggles notice that something is going on. Because of what happened the last time, I am one of Voldemort's main targets. Because of that, your lives are all in danger." Petunia shrieked at Harry's announcement while Vernon turned a strange purple color as his blood pressure continued to rise. "Get out. Get out right now," Vernon yelled as he stalked towards Harry. "If that maniac wants you, then I say let him have you. But you will not endanger my family." Before Vernon could close the distance between them, Harry had drawn his wand and was pointing it at his uncle. He only hoped he wouldn't have to use it. "Not so fast, Uncle," Harry said. "Because I am here, this house is protected. If I left now, those protections would fall within the week, and then the evil wizards I have been warning you about would come here and kill all of you. But If I stay here another week, the protections will last for another year. That should give you time to move somewhere else where they won't look for you. How dare you do this to us? Vernon said loudly. This is our home. We will not leave. Then they will find you and you will die. Harry responded. This is your only chance. I suggest you take it. In a week I will be leaving here and hopefully I will never have to see any of you ever again. Won't they find us no matter where we go? Petunia asked softly. She, better than Vernon, understood the danger they were in. They have magic. How can we hide? I'll not be chased out of my home by a bunch of freaks. Vernon yelled, obviously clueless on how dangerous Harry's enemies were. Vernon, dear, I think we have to listen to him, Petunia said. Vernon turned his head sharply towards her and seemed surprised that she was disagreeing with him. That monster killed Lily. We may not have always gotten along, but that doesn't mean I can't still see that there is no way we could to be able to defend ourselves against a bunch of wizards as well as she could. Don't be ridiculous, Petunia, Vernon bellowed. Once we get rid of the brat, they'll have no reason to come after us. He is only trying to scare you. You're wrong, Harry said. Voldemort will kill you just because you know me. He'd kill anyone if he thought it might upset me even a little bit. You have no idea how evil and cruel he can be. If he finds you, he will torture you until he gets bored and then murder you in the most gruesome way he can imagine. I am trying to help you avoid that. Oh, really? Vernon scoffed. Can't you see the boy's crazy, Petunia? He's a freak and the biggest mistake we ever made was taking him in. Quiet, Vernon, Petunia said, much to the surprise of everyone else in the room. How much time do we have again? As long as I stay here another week you will have a year, Harry explained. But I suggest that you be out of here in a couple of months just to be sure. I see, Petunia answered sadly. She looked around the room briefly and Harry could tell she would be disappointed to leave it, even if he thought her decorations were hideous. Petunia, honey, we can't leave, Vernon said. Where would we go? What would we do? I don't care, Vernon, Petunia yelled back. As long as you and Dutters are safe, it doesn't matter. At this she began to sob and Vernon had no choice but to try and comfort his wife. He sat down next to her on the sofa and put one of his chubby arms around her, pulling her close to him as she cried into his shoulder. In the days that followed, Harry spent much of his time listening to the radio, hoping to hear more information on what was going on and dreading to be told of another attack. So far, however, Voldemort had not struck again. The commentators argued about what it all meant, but it was clear that they were just frightened about what would happen next. The Ministry of Magic, now under the leadership of Amelia Bones, announced that they were increasing funding to the Aurors effective immediately so that they could hire and train new recruits to help in the war effort. Unfortunately, some people were still reluctant to admit that they were in a war at all and insisted that now that the Dark Lord had his followers back, he might just leave them alone. Harry, of course, knew this was rubbish. For the most part, the week was uneventful. The Dursleys seemed even more annoyed than ever by his presence, but clearly wanted him gone more than they wanted to fight with him. That suited Harry just fine, and he was happy to avoid them as much as possible. He often thought how happy he was that he did not have to stay much longer at the house. Finally, Harry's last day at 4 Privet Drive came. He woke early that morning and gathered his things, making sure not to leave anything he wanted behind because he knew he would never return to the house. By the time he began hauling his trunk down the stairs, it was only a little past 7 a.m., meaning that Vernon should have already left for work, but everyone else should be asleep. Harry was therefore quite surprised to see his aunt sitting at the kitchen table drinking a cup of coffee. "Sit down, Harry, please," Petunia said when she saw Harry moving his trunk towards the front door. Harry frowned at her for a moment, unsure of what she wanted, but finally decided to humor her and sit down. "I should be out of here in a few hours, Aunt Petunia," Harry said, thinking that might be what she wanted to know. Petunia merely nodded and took another sip of her coffee. "You don't like us very much, do you?" Petunia asked after a few moments. Harry started to say something, but Petunia waved her hand as if to silence him. "I suppose we've never given you a reason to. Maybe I owe you an apology for that. We never wanted you, Harry, but that's no secret. There's also no excuse for what we put you through." "Why are you saying this to me?" Harry asked. "Why now? Is it just to make yourself feel better?" "Because I feel guilty," Petunia said, raising her voice for the first time. Because I know that if something had happened to Vernon and I and your parents had to take Dudley in, they would have raised him as their own son, magical or not. That's probably the nicest thing I've ever heard you say about my parents. Harry replied sarcastically. No, you're right. Probably was. Petunia agreed. Another thing I hope you'll be able to forgive me for. I don't know that I'll ever be able to forgive you, Aunt Petunia. Or the rest of your family, Harry answered honestly. But I am trying to save your lives. Isn't that enough? Just promise me we'll be safe. Petunia pleaded with him. I can't do that. Harry replied. I wish I could. But I just can't. It might be safer for you if I don't even know where you're going, to be honest. I'll try and send you some way to contact me if you really need to. Once I can use magic again, I can charm something to be able to alert me if you're in danger. You would do that for us? Petunia asked uncertainly. I suppose so. Harry answered just as uncertainly. Hopefully this war will be over soon, and then we won't have to think about each other anymore. Will it be over soon? Maybe. I know how to end it, and if the prophecy is right, I'm the only one who can. Harry explained, not bothering to tell her the details of what he meant. But it could be years until we finally bring Voldemort down. There's no way to tell. Petunia nodded and sipped at her cooling coffee again. Harry thought that she looked a little calmer now than she did at the start of their conversation, but the terror was still there just under the surface. Harry knew he had done all he could, and was willing to do, for them. If they listened to his advice, they would probably survive. If they didn't, they would likely die. There really wasn't any more to it than that. I'm going to wait outside. Goodbye, Aunt Petunia. Harry walked out of the kitchen and towards the door as his aunt also got out of her chair and watched him leave. He had already moved his trunk outside and was about to close the door when he heard his aunt speak again. Goodbye, Harry. I'm sorry I never loved you, Petunia said softly, but loud enough for Harry to hear. Harry froze at the words, uncertain on how to respond, but in the end just nodded and closed the door without saying anything. That, he hoped, would be the last time he ever had to see his aunt. Harry pulled his trunk to the end of the sidewalk and sat on top of it while trying to clear his head of the conversation he had just had. He had never really understood the Dursleys and doubted now that he ever would. That, however, was not something he would ever lose sleep over. Sirius, Harry called as he jumped up and ran towards his godfather. I said I'd be here, didn't I? Sirius asked. I see you're all packed. Ready to go then? Hello, Albus. Something I can help you with? Sirius asked with a hint of anger evident in his voice. Professor Dumbledore stood in front of them with a disappointed look on his face. Meanwhile, Harry was glaring at the man angrily. Harry, I apologize for deceiving you, but you must understand staying here really is in your best interest, Dumbledore said, ignoring Sirius. I only want to keep you safe. I don't know what you're up to, Dumbledore, but this isn't about my safety. Harry replied. What's this really about? I promise you, Harry, what I do is for the greater good. Dumbledore answered. Please remain here until school starts again. Harry, I need you to look at this. Sirius interrupted, slightly turning his back on Dumbledore. He handed Harry a slip of paper on which an address was written. Instantly Harry felt the knowledge of where Sirius lived enter his mind. Now, why don't you apparate us out of here? I'd like to see you do it. Can't, Sirius, Harry said. Underage magic restrictions, remember? About those, Minister Bones decided to get rid of them for all students currently enrolled in any magical school. Sirius answered with a smile on his face. You can use magic as much as you want, with no worries. It's nice to be a friend and advisor to the minister. Isn't it? Sirius, you know Harry needs to stay here, Dumbledore said loudly, but Harry and Sirius were still ignoring him. That's brilliant, Harry said excitedly. Let's go. Harry placed one hand on Sirius and the other on his trunk, and before Dumbledore could say anything else they disappeared, leaving the old headmaster standing in the Muggle neighborhood alone. He sighed and shook his head, wondering how he had allowed things to slip so far out of his control, before he also disappeared in the same manner Harry had. Yay for being free of the Dursleys. I didn't want that section to last any longer than I felt it needed to. Now on to more interesting things. Good call on those of you who noted my mistake last chapter. It has been corrected. Thanks again for all of your comments, including corrections, reviews, and suggestions. I definitely have a good idea on where I am taking this, but is there anything you guys really want to see that you think I haven't considered? Let me know, maybe it will show up. When Harry and Sirius arrived at their destination, Harry found himself staring at a long row of houses that looked almost identical to each other. He looked up and down the row, wondering which one belonged to Sirius until finally his godfather spoke. Think about the piece of paper I showed you, Harry. Sirius advised him. Harry nodded and remembered the address that had been written down. As soon as he did, he saw that two of the homes appeared to be moving apart to make way for another house that had been sandwiched between them. That's amazing, Harry said with a goofy grin on his face. Even after years of living in the magical world, he had still not lost the joy of seeing something new and unexpected. This belongs to you then? That's right, Sirius answered with a nod. This is the house I grew up in. Welcome 12 Grimmauld Place, home of the Blacks. Sirius led Harry up to the door, but stopped once he had placed his hand on the doorknob and turned towards Harry. I do have to tell you something before we go in. The Weasleys are inside. Why aren't they at the burrow? Harry asked curiously, but without any anger in his voice. Although his friendship with Ron had fallen apart, he still liked the rest of the Weasley family, especially the twins. This is also the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, Sirius explained. Arthur and Molly are members, and she offered to help clean up. Until about a month ago, no one had lived here since my mother died, which was many years ago. Magical houses develop unique problems when they're left alone for that long, especially in a house like this. Like what? Harry asked. My family enjoyed a vast collection of dark objects, many of which attract dark creatures. Sirius said. The hard part about cleaning this house isn't the dirt and grime. It's the dangerous objects and creatures that are lurking inside of it. I'm sure you'll see though, Molly has been making her kids help and will probably ask you to as well. It'll at least be something interesting to do. I don't mind helping, Harry answered. Let's go in. Sirius nodded and opened the door. After taking a few steps, he turned and put a finger over his mouth, telling Harry to be quiet. Harry looked confused for a second before Sirius pointed to a painting of a woman at the end of the short hallway who appeared to currently be sleeping. Once they were past the painting and into another room, Sirius stopped to explain. Sorry about that, Sirius said. The painting is of my mother, and she's even more foul in death than she was in life, as hard as that is to believe. Unfortunately, we can't silence her, and no one's been able to break the sticking charm holding her to the wall. So for now, we just try not to let her know we're here. Harry nodded in response, and they continued on towards the kitchen. Even before he entered the room, Harry could hear the sounds of several members of the Weasley family talking and laughing. He smiled at the pleasant sounds until a terrifying thought struck him. Would Mr. and Mrs. Weasley treat him different after what happened between him and Ron? He hoped not and stepped into the kitchen, realizing that was the only way to find out. Harry, dear, Molly Weasley called as soon as she saw him. She had been at the sink washing dishes but rushed over and pulled him into a hug, which he happily returned. As he hugged her, Harry looked around the room and saw Fred and George sitting at the table discussing something, while Ginny sat listening to them with a disgusted look on her face. Harry could only imagine what they must be talking about. Ron was opening and closing cabinets as if he were looking for something, most likely food, Harry guessed. A few seconds later, she pulled back so she could get a better look at him. You've grown like a weed, Harry, but you're still much too thin. Are you hungry? Lunch isn't for a few hours, but I could whip something up if you'd like. No thanks, Mrs. Weasley. I'm fine, Harry said with a grin. Hey everybody. Harry, my good old chap. My brother and I were just talking about you, one of the twins said. Harry thought it was Fred, but wasn't sure. Oh, and why is that? Harry asked as he walked towards the table and sat down. Sirius went over and began talking to Molly while Ron continued to search for something to eat, apparently oblivious to everything else. We'd like to do you a favor, the other twin said. Harry immediately became suspicious of this supposed favor that Fred and George wanted to do for him. Really? Harry asked skeptically. We're offering you the once-in-a-lifetime chance to become part owner of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. George replied proudly. Harry merely raised an eyebrow in response. That's our business, of course. Right you are, Fred. The other twin, who Harry believed actually was Fred, said. For the low price of 1,000 galleons we are prepared to make you an equal partner. 1/3 of our empire will be yours. How convenient that I just happened to have won 1,000 galleons in the Triwizard tournament. Harry noted with a laugh. Did you? George asked. We must not have noticed. How convenient, indeed. Fred replied.
So, Partner?
What do you think? Why not? Harry shrugged, knowing he had more money in his vault anyway. But I get to be a silent partner. Okay? No problem. Fred answered with an enthusiastic nod. I can cast the silencing charms myself. That's right. George agreed. You'll never have to say another word in your life. At that both of them began to laugh as if what they had said was the funniest thing in the world. Ginny dramatically rolled her eyes at their antics, but Harry just smiled. It was good to be back with friends and away from the Dursleys. You'll never see those galleons again, Harry. Ginny warned. We'll see. Harry answered. But I've got a feeling these two are a good investment. What's so funny? Ron asked as he sat down at the table. He had a plate of cookies in front of him and was greedily munching on one. These two just conned Harry out of his prize money. Ginny answered. Ron's jaw dropped in shock and he looked back and forth between the twins and Harry, who merely shrugged. What a horrible thing to say. My sweet sister. George replied, looking offended. Just watch, in a year you will be kicking yourself for not letting us con you too. So how long have you guys been here? Harry asked, changing the subject. Couple of days. Ron answered between bites. Mum's been working us like house elves the whole time. She's got us cleaning without magic like a bunch of muggles. You guys do know you can use magic now, don't you? Harry said. From the looks the four Weasley siblings were giving him, it was obvious that they didn't know the restrictions on underage magic had been lifted. Harry found it all incredibly funny and started laughing. He's lying. He's got to be right, Ron said. Somebody would have told us. Harry shook his head and pulled out his wand. To prove that they could indeed do magic, he cast the summoning charm on one of Ron's cookies and caught it in his other hand. As he began eating it, the Weasleys all started grinning, happy that they now knew they could use magic. Even Ron, who Harry didn't think had smiled in his presence in months, looked genuinely happy. Oh, Molly, Sirius called from the other side of the room. I think Harry may have just let our little secret slip. Sirius just sat back and laughed as the Weasley children began asking, all at once, why she hadn't told them earlier. In her defense, the changes to the law had only been in effect for less than 24 hours, but they felt like they should have been told at once. Harry laughed as well, knowing that Sirius had expected this result from his comment. Harry and Sirius used the distraction the Weasleys' argument provided to slip out of the room so they could look at the rest of the house. You know this house is bigger than it looks, Harry said as they turned down a hallway. Of course. Sirius laughed. It's a magic house. Your room is this way, right across the hall from mine. Molly thought it would be a good idea for you and Ron to share a room. But considering I'm your guardian and you'll be spending summers here from now on, I thought you'd appreciate your own room. Bit of time and work into it. Red and gold Gryffindor colors were on most of the furniture, which also looked brand new. Do you like it? Sirius asked hopefully. I love it, Harry answered, to which Sirius smiled happily and hugged his godson in relief. Harry continued to look around and his eyes caught sight of something he wasn't expecting. A fireplace. Sirius, is that connected to the Flu network? I was wondering if you'd notice. Sirius replied. It is, although I trust you won't abuse this privilege. No one can flew in or call unless they have been told our address because of the Fidelius, but you should be able to flew out and call anywhere without a problem. Do you want to try it out? I bet I can think of someone who's been dying to hear from you these past few weeks. Go ahead. I'll be in the kitchen waiting when you're done. Who is it? A feminine voice called from the hallway. Hello? This is Harry. He shouted, hoping that they'd hear him. No need to yell. The girl, who Harry realized was Daphne's sister Astoria, said as she walked in the room. How's it going, Harry? Not bad. Is Daphne around? He asked, eager to speak to his girlfriend. Yeah, I'll go get her, Astoria answered. Harry could clearly hear her yelling Daphne, "It's Harry," as she walked out of the room. Harry chuckled at the girl's antics and waited for Daphne to arrive. He did not have to wait long for her to run into the room looking even more beautiful than Harry had remembered. They both grinned at each other as Daphne sat down next to the fire, so she could more easily talk to Harry. "I missed you," Daphne said once she was seated. "I missed you too," Harry answered. "But I'm with Sirius now, and I'll be able to see you whenever we want." "How was the Dursleys?" she asked, hoping they had not lived up to their reputation. "No fun, but it could have been worse," Harry answered. "On the bright side, I never have to go back." "Good," Daphne said with a smile. "Oh, Neville sent me a letter saying that he is going to get his wand tomorrow. Are you still going?" "Definitely," Harry answered. "You'll be able to make it, won't you?" "Yes, on one condition. My parents want to have you and Sirius over for lunch before we go to Diagon Alley," Daphne replied. "Oh, don't make that face, Harry. You know they're going to like you." "I know no such thing, I just hope so. I'll have to tell Sirius, but I doubt he will have a problem with it." "We should be there," Harry said. "How are things with your family? I heard about your uncle escaping on the radio. You don't think he'll go looking for your uncle, do you?" Harry asked. "Maybe," Daphne answered with a worried look. "There's something about my uncle that my father isn't telling me. That's what I think. There has to be for him to react this way, but I don't know what it is. I hope he'll be careful," Harry said thoughtfully. "It's going to be dangerous out there." "I know, and so does he," Daphne said. "Don't forget that my father is a powerful wizard. And I'm not just saying that because I'm his daughter. He can take care of himself." "I believe you," Harry answered with a smile. "So, tell me what else has been going on." From there, Harry and Daphne launched into a long conversation which forced each of them to consider how much they had missed talking to the other during the last 2 weeks. For the most part, they stayed away from the important subjects that had taken up the first part of their conversation and instead focused on catching up with each other. It was easier and happier for them to temporarily ignore the troubles of their world and focus on the good. After almost an hour of talking, Daphne's mother's voice was heard in the background asking her to come help with something. Harry pulled his head back from the fire and found that ending a flu call was much easier than starting one. The trip back through the dark tunnel was almost instantaneous, and the only problem he had was that he had pulled back far too strongly, resulting in him tumbling back away from the fireplace and crashed into a nearby chair. He looked around and noted with relief that no one had been there to see his little accident. After getting up and shaking off the soot from the fireplace, Harry walked back downstairs to the kitchen where he found Sirius sitting at the table reading the Daily Prophet and Mrs. Weasley busy cooking lunch. The Weasley children were nowhere to be found. "Where'd everyone go?" Harry asked as he sat down at the table. "They're upstairs getting rid of some doxies that had infested a spare bedroom." Once they realized they could do magic again, handling some annoying fairies didn't seem like such a bad job. Sirius explained. "My guess is they are seeing who can get rid of them in the most creative way possible. Just the usual trash," Sirius answered with a sigh. "Voldemort hasn't been making obvious moves since the Azkaban breakout. We think he's taking the time to rebuild the Death Eaters and recruit more allies. Unfortunately, that shouldn't take long." "Is the Order doing anything about it?" Harry asked. "Thanks, Sirius," Harry replied. "I have a strange request to make. Daphne's parents want to have us over for lunch tomorrow before we go to Diagon Alley to get Neville's new wand. Will that be okay?" "Ah, meeting the girlfriend's parents, are you?" Sirius said with a laugh. "Are you sure you want me there? I might be unable to behave and will make a horrible impression." "Very funny, Sirius," Harry said. "I know you can act like an adult when you have to." "Yes, that's unfortunately more often than I'd like," Sirius agreed. "Sure. I'd be glad to go with you, Harry. Remus and I were going to come with you to Diagon Alley anyway. As chaperones or just bodyguards?" "A little bit of both, I guess," Sirius replied. "You can't afford to let your guard down, Harry, you know that." "You're right," Harry agreed with a sigh. "But that doesn't mean I can't wish you weren't." Hours later, people began arriving at the house for the Order of the Phoenix meeting. Many of them, such as Tonks and some of the professors from his school, Harry recognized, but most he did not. He, along with the Weasley children, were told to wait upstairs during the meeting and warned not to come downstairs unless their lives were in danger. Ron and Ginny grumbled unhappily about it, but Fred and George immediately began discussing ways to listen in without going downstairs. Harry felt confident that within a few weeks they would have figured out some way to learn what was being talked about, but for now they were out of luck. The meeting lasted over an hour, and at one point Harry swore he could hear Sirius yelling from all the way upstairs, although he had no idea what Sirius was so angry about. Despite their earlier protests, Harry and the others managed to stay upstairs the entire time. It was easier for Harry because he knew Sirius would tell him anything he needed to know anyway, but by the end Ron was on the verge of running down the stairs. "All you're going to do is get yourself in trouble, Ronnykins," George said teasingly. "You've got to be smart about this, not just run off without a plan." "Oh yeah?" Ron replied. "If you're so smart, what's your plan?" "You'll see," Fred answered with a smile. "You two never tell me what you're doing," Ron said unhappily. "I only find out about what you're doing when you prank me." "Very true, Fred," George agreed. "We'll fix that. Maybe not tonight or tomorrow or even the next day. But we'll be coming for you, Ron. Count on it." Ron angrily left the room after George's vague threat, and the twins immediately started laughing at his reaction. Harry silently watched the conversation between the siblings and tried to stifle the laugh that was trying to work its way out. He and Ron had not spoken to each other much since his arrival at the house, but Harry hoped that they would be able to get along and maybe even start to repair some of the damage that had been done to their relationship over the last year. He wanted Ron to his friend again, but he knew that would be impossible if Ron wouldn't grow up a little. "We're done," Sirius announced as he walked up the stairs with Remus following close behind him. "Weasleys, your mother wants you all downstairs." The Weasley children nodded and walked out of the room, leaving Harry, Sirius, and Remus alone. "So what happened?" Harry asked. "Not here, we don't have much time left," Remus answered. "Follow me." Harry wondered what was going on but followed them, wondering if there was any danger. They walked up another set of stairs to the third floor and then to the end of the hallway. When Remus opened the door, Harry saw that a large steel cage that looked like a prison cell had been built inside. "What's going on?" Harry asked. "It's the full moon, Harry," Remus explained. "I have to be locked up. Even with the Wolfsbane potion, I will feel safer knowing I can't get to you."
I'm sorry, Mooney.
Harry replied. "I didn't even realize that was today." Remus nodded and walked into the cage. As the door closed, a loud click was heard signaling that the door was indeed locked. Remus made sure to carefully hand his wand and coat over to Sirius before sitting down in the middle of the cage. "It's not a problem," Remus said. "Thank you, Padfoot, for setting this up for me. We're brothers, Mooney. Of course I'd do this for you," Sirius replied. "How much longer?" "I'm not sure," Remus answered. "But soon." "Mooney," Harry interrupted. "Does it hurt when you transform?" "Yes, it does," Remus replied from inside the cage. He scratched his chin as if thinking about how he wanted to answer. "But the Wolfsbane helps. So does having Padfoot around. When he and your father were finally able to complete their animagus transformations and spend the nights with me when I was a werewolf, it was one of the happiest moments of my life. I wish I could do that for you," Harry said sincerely. "I know you do, and I appreciate it all the same," Remus said with a smile. Then suddenly his smile turned into a grimace, and he raised his hands to his head as if he were in pain. "Padfoot, check the lock." Sirius ran over and pulled on the lock, but it was secure. "I wish he didn't have to go through that," Harry said as he looked at the werewolf pace inside the cage. "So do I," Sirius agreed. "Come on, let's sit down." Sirius led them over to a small table and a couple of chairs that had been placed in the room and sat down. "How was the meeting?" Harry asked finally. "And let me guess," Harry interrupted. "He doesn't think we should go." "I have no idea," Harry answered honestly. "I get the impression he doesn't like Dumbledore very much. Sometimes the old man makes it easy not to like him," Sirius replied. "I'm going to make the offer anyway. It'll be up to him to decide what to do." Harry nodded, thinking that probably was the best way to approach it. Suddenly Mooney howled and Harry's attention was brought back to him. "Sirius, how did he become a werewolf?" "What happened?" Harry asked. Sirius sighed a little before answering. "He was just a little kid when it happened, not even old enough to go to Hogwarts. Sirius answered. His father had somehow insulted a werewolf named Fenrir Greyback, and as revenge Greyback made sure he was near the Lupin's house on the next full moon. When night came he changed and attacked. Mooney's parents were okay, but he got bit. There wasn't anything they could do to stop the infection once that happened. Whatever happened to Greyback? Harry asked. He's still out there somewhere. Sirius answered. He followed Voldemort in the last war, so it's possible he has rejoined the Death Eaters. He particularly likes biting children. The sick bastard. Harry responded, unsure of what else to say. I'm glad you and my dad were there for him. Me too, Sirius said. Back then he was so scared that when we found out he was a werewolf we wouldn't want to be friends with him anymore. But James just swore we would learn to be animagi so we could still be with him, and we did. Sirius sat back and smiled as he thought about happier memories from his younger days. Harry decided not to say anything because he felt like he was intruding on a private moment. It's getting late. I think I'll go back downstairs, Harry said a few minutes later. Coming? In a little bit, Sirius said. For now I think Padfoot wants to come out and play. Harry smiled as Sirius transformed into a large black dog that briefly came over and licked Harry before running off towards the cage where Mooney sat watching them. Harry observed the two friends for a moment and thought he might never see anything as odd as a smiling werewolf. As the two animals began to play, Harry left the room so the two old friends could spend time together like they had so often before. Yes, the Weasleys are back. I'm still not sure what I want to do with Ron. I can't see Harry wanting to be around someone so immature, but I also doubt that Ron is willing to grow up. What do you guys think? Big things planned for the next few chapters. Hope you guys are liking how the story is progressing. Thanks again for all the reviews. I'm fine, Sirius. And I'd appreciate it if you stopped trying to make me panic about this. It's a calm lunch, nothing to be worried about, Harry replied. Sirius snickered but didn't say anything else. Their wait did last much longer because the door soon opened and revealed Daphne, who was smiling brightly at her visitors. Harry, she said excitedly as she rushed forward to hug her boyfriend for the first time in a few weeks. Don't mind me, I'll just avert my eyes, Sirius said as he began to look away. In front was young Astoria, who Harry had come to know better since beginning to date Daphne. She waved at Harry as he came in, but then tried to straighten up and act formal as perhaps her parents. Unlike her husband, she was smiling towards Harry and Sirius. Ah, in the eyes of the law I'm perfectly sane, Sirius answered with a grin. It's a different story to those who know me, of course. Indeed, Daniel replied. Harry, welcome to our home. We've heard a lot about you. Why don't we all sit down for a bit? Daniel suggested. We can all get to know each other. Harry and Sirius nodded and they all took their places on the couch. Harry had Sirius on one side and Daphne on the other and felt somewhat comfortable in the situation. Astoria, meanwhile, was having a hard time suppressing her laughter. So, Harry, how has your summer been so far? Daphne's mother asked, trying to start the conversation. Well, Daniel, I suppose we both know why we're here, Sirius said suddenly, surprising Harry. I am the boy's godfather and legal guardian after all, so we should be able to handle this quite easily. Sirius, what are you talking about? Harry asked. Excellent, Daniel replied. I am sure we agree in principle to the major issues, now it's just the details to work out. Father, what's going on? Daphne asked with a concerned look on her face. He's right, Sirius agreed. We aren't going to request anything out of the ordinary after all. The Potters are an old and respected family, plus with your relationship with Harry your father, and I thought you'd both be thrilled by the idea. Now wait a second, Harry said loudly. Daphne and I aren't going to. What I mean is not now, obviously. Not that we're planning anything, but we're just 15. Sirius, do something. Sirius was able to keep a straight face for about 5 seconds before he finally burst into laughter, which soon spread to the rest of the room, minus Harry and Daphne. Harry looked around in confusion for a moment before realizing the whole thing had been one big prank. The look on your faces was priceless. Sirius laughed. You did excellent in your part, by the way, Daniel. I see you still like a good prank. As serious? Daniel said between chuckles. Just like I remembered. How dare you? Daphne yelled. although she knew she would have thought it was funny if it had happened to someone else. That was not a nice prank. Oh dear, don't be angry, Penelope said. You know as well as I do that our family hasn't used a marriage contract in over 200 years. Why would we ever start that foolish tradition again now? Daphne's jaw dropped open as she realized that her mother was right, and she should have recognized the deception. Still angry regardless, she sat back on the couch and glared at her father and Sirius. Harry held her hand but said nothing, knowing that it would be stupid to get in the way of an angry Daphne. I'll get you back for that one, Sirius, Harry promised. I know you'll try, pup, Sirius replied, still laughing. Daniel, can we speak without worrying of being overheard in this room? Sirius asked. Harry already knows, and I'm sure he'd just tell Daphne if she weren't here for this, so I'm just going to come out and say it. Sirius began. Dumbledore wanted me to offer you membership in the Order of the Phoenix. Daniel sat back in his chair and sighed as if he had somehow expected this. Not surprising, I suppose, Daniel said finally. Tell me, Sirius, what do you think of the Order? I'm not quite sure what you mean, Sirius answered. Everyone in the Order is dedicated to bringing about the destruction of Voldemort. It isn't your dedication I question, it's your methods, Daniel commented. What real action has Dumbledore taken against the Dark Lord since his resurrection? Anything? No, I thought not. I have the same goals as you do, Sirius. I just question if following Dumbledore's lead is the best way to accomplish them. Oh, we have our own problems with Dumbledore, believe me, Harry said. But still, I don't think he's evil. No, neither do I, Daniel replied. But he doesn't have to be evil to be an arrogant fool whose days of leading the fight against dark wizards should have ended 50 years ago. Forgive me if this is a sensitive subject, but Daphne told me of the prophecy. And I already knew that the Dark Lord had made at least one Horcrux, possibly more. These are important revelations that should prompt action. Dumbledore is still a powerful wizard, and if it is your destiny to oppose the Dark Lord, then he should be training you in addition to helping you hunt down and destroy every last Horcrux. But what has he done instead? Locked you up with your Muggle relatives until your godfather was forced to come rescue you. Harry found he really could not argue with Daniel's logic and nodded in agreement. Harry and I plan on destroying what remains of Voldemort's soul this summer. Soon he will be mortal again, Sirius vowed. Yes, and what does Dumbledore say of that? Daniel asked. We didn't tell him what we were planning, Harry answered. But he'd probably want us to leave it to him. I concur, Daniel said. What would be expected of me if I did join the Order of the Phoenix? I'm not quite sure, Sirius answered. To be honest, we're not doing much right now. We'd need you to help gather information and fight alongside us when there is need. I would be gathering information even if I did not join the Order, Daniel replied. And is the information gathered by others shared freely? Or does Dumbledore hold it all for himself? Somewhere in the middle, I suppose, Sirius said with a sigh. Fine, you've convinced me that the Order isn't the most useful group around, but what's the alternative? Join the Ministry? Even with Amelia Bones in charge, they aren't capable of handling the problem. Is that because of me and Daphne? Harry asked. Partly, but not completely, Daniel answered. Most of the blame falls on my brother. But besides that, the world will suffer irreparable harm if the Dark Lord is not stopped. There must be a force to oppose him, but that force cannot be led by Albus Dumbledore. Who should lead then? You, Daniel? Sirius asked skeptically. No offense, but there aren't many people who would choose you over Dumbledore. This isn't about prestige or winning recruits, Daniel insisted. All we need is a small group of people willing to do what has to be done to end this war, even if that means violating Dumbledore's rules of engagement. I'm not asking you to quit or betray the Order, but you and I both know that the Order of the Phoenix won't stop the Dark Lord this time, just like they didn't stop him last time. You're wrong, Harry said. My mother stopped him, and she was in the Order, and she did it by using a ritual that demanded she sacrifice her life for you. Do you think Dumbledore ever would have approved that method if he had known? No, Harry answered truthfully. Probably not. So what now? Now I reluctantly join the Order of the Phoenix, Daniel answered. What? Daphne said, speaking up for the first time in the conversation. After all that, you're going to join anyway? Besides giving me access to information I might not otherwise have, it will solidify my reputation as one of the good guys in their opinion. Daniel explained. There are people in the order whose help I would gladly welcome, but in order to convince them of my point of view I must win their trust. You make it sound like you're infiltrating the order, Harry said with a small frown. In a way I am, Harry, Daniel answered, but I promise to be honest with you and serious. Hopefully our combined efforts will be enough to stop the Dark Lord. For a few minutes after that, the table was silent as each person took the time to think about what they had discussed. Harry's instinct told him that Daniel's opinion on the war was correct, but the idea that such a small group of people could defeat Voldemort and his army still seemed crazy to him. Now on to more serious matters. Daniel said finally, just what are your intentions towards my daughter, Mr. Potter? Harry's head jerked up in surprise at the question but found Daniel and Sirius both smiling back at him, trying not to laugh. Harry stammered, trying to think of what to say, but when everyone started laughing he realized they weren't actually expecting an answer. Relieved, he began laughing too. For the rest of the afternoon they did not discuss the war again, but even so it was on each of their minds. A little while later Harry, Daphne, and Sirius arrived at the apparition point in Diagon Alley, where they were supposed to meet Remus and Neville for their day out. As they looked around they saw that Neville was already there and looking through the window of quality Quidditch supplies where they were displaying the newest broom from the Nimbus Company. Neville! Harry yelled, trying to get the other boys' attention. Neville's head shot up and he began looking around, but it took him a few moments to find Harry and the others because of the crowds. Neville quickly walked over to the rest of the group. Hey guys, Neville said. You're lucky I waited. I've been dying to get my wand ever since I got here. Sorry, Neville. Harry replied. We're just waiting for Moony now. Harry looked back towards the apparition point but didn't see Remus. He did, however, see a pair of Aurors patrolling in front of Gamble and Japes. Neither of their faces looked familiar, but Harry suspected he knew who the female Auror with purple hair was anyway. He wanted to go over and say hello, but they began quickly walking off in the other direction. How's your summer been? Daphne asked. Good, Neville answered. Mostly I've just been getting our greenhouse at home back in order. I don't think my gran does anything with it while I'm away at Hogwarts, and it is always in bad shape when I get there. Daphne nodded politely and then began looking around again. There, she said suddenly, pointing away from the apparition point towards another part of the alley. They all looked at where she was pointing and were surprised to see not just Remus but Molly, Fred, George, Ron, and Ginny with him. Remus pointed out Harry and his group to Molly and then made his way over while the Weasleys went inside Slug and Jigger's apothecary. Sorry I'm late, everyone, Remus said as he approached. When Molly heard I was coming to Diagon Alley she decided she needed to come pick up some supplies. Then the Weasley kids heard about the trip and began begging her to go. Well, it slowed me down a little. No worries, Moony, Sirius replied. As long as they are okay with Molly, I think Mr. Longbottom here is eager to get his new wand. To Ollivanders then? Yes, Neville said excitedly. Harry and Daphne both smiled at their friend's eagerness but understood the reason behind it. Neither of them could imagine ever using a wand other than their own. As the group happily made their way to the wand shop they had no idea that they were being watched. But they were. They would not have recognized the person watching them even if they had known. He was a young Death Eater, one of the first of the new wave of recruits and only a few years out of Hogwarts. Perhaps surprisingly, he had not been in Slytherin while there but in Hufflepuff. That fact certainly displeased his family and he was eager to impress them. Perhaps, he thought, this was his chance. Inside Ollivanders Neville was walking around and inspecting the various wands and other items in the shop. The others, knowing this could be a long process, had decided to sit down while Neville looked for his wand. Ah, young Mr. Longbottom, I presume, said a voice from the shadows. An white-haired old man slowly made his way past the huge stacks of wands and approached Neville. I was expecting you some time ago. What have you been using until now, I wonder? My father's wand, sir, Neville answered, holding out the wand. Ah yes, I remember that one well, Ollivander said.
Vine, Tulveinches, Dragon Heartstring.
A fine wand, but perhaps not well suited for you. Come lad, let us go meet your wand. Ollivander ushered Neville back to the stacks of wands and began giving him different ones to try out. Some worked better for him than others, but he had yet to find one that really appealed to him. After over 30 minutes of trying, Ollivander handed Neville a wand that looked almost exactly like many of the others he had tried, but somehow he knew this one was different. The moment it touched his hand, a comforting warmth seemed to spread up his arm, and the wand began to vibrate as if begging to be used. "Cherry, 13 inches, unicorn hair," Ollivander announced with a knowing smile. "Go ahead, Mr. Longbottom." Neville nodded, but his gaze never left the wand he now held in his hand. He gave it a quick swish, and a fountain of colorful sparks that crackled like fireworks erupted from the end of the wand. A large grin spread over Neville's face as he brought the wand closer to him so he could inspect it. "I do believe you have found your wand. Yeah, this is the one. I know it," Neville said happily. The sound of people applauding finally got him to look up, and he saw his friends giving him a standing ovation. Neville blushed and gave a small bow before walking over to them. "Congratulations, Neville. I'm glad you finally got your own wand," Harry said. Daphne nodded in agreement and gave Neville a short hug to show she was happy for him too. "Thanks. And the best part is I can actually use it this summer," Neville said happily. "This calls for a bit of celebration," Sirius announced. "Come on, ice cream from Florian Fortesque's on me. Even you, Moony. You know I never turn down mint chocolate chip." Remus replied thoughtfully. "Fine, I'm in." Neville quickly paid for his wand, and the group headed out of the old shop and back into Diagon Alley. The heavy crowds from earlier in the day had died down a bit, but the street was still full of people. Harry had expected there to be fewer people or perhaps a less festive atmosphere because of the ongoing war, but everyone seemed to be doing their best to avoid thinking about that subject. After ordering their ice cream, the group went to sit on the patio in front of the shop to enjoy the warm day. Harry was enjoying the ability to walk around freely and be with friends after his confinement at the Dursleys. They had been eating and taking for a few minutes when Harry noticed the Weasleys walking towards them, evidently through with their shopping. That is when everything started to go wrong. The first clue that something was amiss was the rapidly dropping temperature. Most of the people in Diagon Alley stopped walking and began to look around, unsure of what was going on. Harry and his friends knew better and immediately reached for their wands. Only Neville wasn't sure what was happening. "What is it?" Neville asked as he too pulled out his wand. "Dementors," Sirius answered with a growl. "Lots of them. Wait until you see them to cast your Patronus charms." Everyone else nodded at his advice. "Keep your guard up," Remus said. "The Death Eaters use the Dementors as a distraction, and then attack behind them." The Weasleys came running up towards the other group with worry evident on their face. Of them, only Molly had her wand out and seemed to know what was happening. "Is this what I think it is?" Molly asked nervously. Sirius and Remus nodded in confirmation of her fears, and a determined look came over her face. "Kids, I want you to keep your heads down. Turn over that table and get behind it. Keep your shield charms up as strong as you can. Move." None of her children had ever seen her act like this, and it was that fact more than anything that spurred them into action. In seconds, all 4 Weasley children were crouched behind an overturned table watching to see what happened next. "There!" Daphne yelled, turning her wand to point towards the apparition point they had come through earlier in the day. Over the buildings surrounding the entryway, dozens of Dementors were gliding down towards the already frightened witches and wizards. The foul creatures caused a panic in the streets as everyone tried to run from them. No one appeared to be able to cast the Patronus charm, which left everything up to Harry and his group. "Expecto Patronum," they all yelled as Harry, Daphne, Sirius, Remus, and Molly cast the Patronus charm. Neville, who had been waiting to get his new wand to learn the charm, instead began casting cheering charms on the others in the hope that it would make their task easier. Sirius Patronus was, unsurprisingly, a big dog like his animagus form, but Remus Patronus was not a version of his werewolf self, but a fierce-looking eagle that gracefully swooped towards the Dementors and drove them back. "Try to surround them," Harry commanded. "Prongs can hurt them, but you have to keep them together." The others changed their tactics and directed their Patronus to force the Dementors towards Harry's Patronus, who was maiming and killing Dementors at a shocking speed. Every 15 seconds or so another Dementor would fall to Harry's overcharged Patronus. But with dozens of Dementors around it didn't seem to be enough. Suddenly 2 new Patronus showed up and began helping fight off the Dementors. Harry looked towards where they came from and smiled when he saw Tonks and her fellow Auror with their wands out directing their patron uses. With their additional help Harry could sense the tide of the battle was turning. It was then that several loud cracks were heard, a sound Harry knew meant people were operating in. He desperately hoped they would be on his side, but expected otherwise. They were indeed Death Eaters, a fact confirmed by the long black robes and skull masks. Not all of them were wearing masks, however, and those willing to show their faces Harry recognized as people who were already known to be Death Eaters. There were 10 of them altogether, and the group included all 3 Lestranges, Barty Crouch Jr., 5 masked Death Eaters, and a feral-looking man that Harry did not recognize. They began firing curses indiscriminately as soon as they arrived, clearly looking to cause as much panic as possible. The Dementors, however, took their arrival as a signal that their job was done, and immediately began to leave the area and their fallen brothers behind. "Sirius!" Harry yelled. "Do you have a way to contact the rest of the Order?" The Death Eaters apparently had not seen them yet and were still firing at random targets. It was only a matter of time before they started killing people, and Harry was having a hard time restraining himself from running into the middle of the battle. "No," Sirius answered sadly. "We're on our own." Sirius growled as he saw the first unforgivable of the day cast by one of the masked Death Eaters no more than 15 feet away from them. It was a Cruciatus curse used on an elderly who was now screaming in pain. Sirius could stand no more and in an instant had transformed into his animagus form and was running towards the unaware Death Eater. Without warning, the huge black dog leapt on the man, knocking him down and ending the curse. Padfoot closed his powerful jaws on the man's hand and in the process broke his wand along with several bones. Having defeated his opponent, Sirius transformed out of his animagus shape and prepared to face a new threat. The screaming Death Eater did not attempt to rejoin the fight. "Stay here with the Weasleys," Harry shouted to Daphne. "I'm going to help them." Daphne nodded and began looking for a defensible position to fire from near the Weasleys. Neville followed her lead, and soon they were both crouched behind a low brick wall that surrounded the patio of the ice cream shop. After a few moments they fell into a pattern where one of them would concentrate on shielding them while the other fired curses at the Death Eaters. It was a wise tactic, and before the battle was over they would catch more than one of their enemies unprepared for it. "Cousin Sirius, so nice to see you again," a crazed-looking Death Eater with long black hair said happily. Harry knew from pictures that she was Bellatrix Lestrange, one of the people responsible for sending Neville's parents to St. Mungo's among other heinous crimes. Her greeting came along with a bone-shattering curse which Sirius was able to shield against. "Hello, Bella. It looks as though Azkaban was worse for you than me," Sirius answered as he sent a blasting curse back her. She gracefully danced out of its way and began laughing maniacally again before sending a huge ball of fire at Sirius, which luckily for him was stopped with a flame-freezing charm from Remus. "Thanks, Moony. I knew you'd have my back. As always, Padfoot," Remus answered with a grin. Harry was only seconds behind him, and soon the 3 were standing back to back, making sure that all angles were covered. 6 of the remaining 9 Death Eaters had decided that they posed the greatest threat and were focusing on them, while the other 3 were battling Tonks and the other Auror. Being outnumbered 6-3 placed them heavily on the defensive, but they were still able to hold their ground. Harry had quickly come to the conclusion that the best use of his opportunities to strike back would be to transfigure and animate different objects and command them to attack the Death Eaters. This way they would be able to fight and distract the Death Eaters while he still had his shield up. A bench that had been transfigured into a tiger was able to pounce on Rodolphus Lestrange before his brother Rabastan was able to use a severing charm to slice of its head. In doing so, however, Rabastan lowered his guard and was hit in the leg with a powerful curse from Daphne which snapped his femur in 2. He howled in pain but was not willing to let that take him out of the battle. "Good one, Moony," Sirius commented between curses. "Just like old days. Isn't it, Confringo?" Remus said. "Almost Padfoot, but Harry isn't Prongs." "Of course not, Expulso," Sirius replied. "But remember Hogsmeade? March 1980. Ah, Reducto. I remember the three of us huddled up just like we are now. We were lucky to survive that one. Not lucky, just good. Sirius laughed. Harry had to shake his head in amazement. In the middle of the battle, they were still able to stay calm enough to joke with each other. Levi Corpus. Sirius' spell hit Bellatrix and she was lifted off the ground and suspended in the air upside down. Sirius sent another curse at her, but she was able to dispel the effects, and as she painfully crashed to the ground, Sirius' follow-up spell flew harmlessly over her head. Help! A familiar voice called from the other side of the street. Harry glanced over and saw that Tonks' partner had been knocked out of the fight and she was now facing 3 Death Eaters by herself. A stunning spell from Neville and Daphne's direction hit a masked Death Eater in the back and knocked him to the ground, unconscious. Greyback. Remus growled as he looked towards the Death Eaters attacking Tonks. Harry remembered the story Sirius had told him of how Remus was turned into a werewolf and guessed that the feral-looking Death Eater was in fact Fenrir Greyback. Remus sent one last spell towards Rodolphus Lestrange and then ran to help Tonks. Before he could get there, Greyback had disarmed her and was rushing towards her with his mouth wide open as if he were going to try and bite her. He and Remus collided just before Greyback reached Tonks and the 2 werewolves crashed down to the ground, but they were throwing punches and kicks before they even came to a stop. Harry and Sirius now had to contend with all 3 Lestranges, but the other 2 masked Death Eaters had abandoned that fight and were concentrating on Daphne, Neville, and the Weasleys, who until then had been able to attack from their covered position without being challenged. They were good enough to keep Neville and Daphne from firing at their fellow Death Eaters, but were also outnumbered as Molly and the twins began to fire spells back at them as well. Ron and Ginny had so far not taken any action except to hide behind the table, but after seeing the others fight, Ron was beginning to feel useless and crawled over to where Neville and Daphne were. Neither of them paid Ron much attention and continued to fight against the masked Death Eaters, who were slowly becoming more desperate in their attacks. Suddenly Ron jumped up from behind the wall and shouted, "Stupefy!" His poorly aimed stunner missed his target, but his action had left him exposed, and one of the Death Eaters pointed his wand towards him and yelled Avada Kedavra. The ugly green light of the killing curse sped through the air as Molly screamed in horror. Ron was frozen in shock and fear from the bright light that represented his impending doom. "Accio chair," Daphne called, summoning a piece of furniture towards her and into the path of the killing curse. When the spell hit the chair, it exploded into a shower of splinters, otherwise ending harmlessly. Ron fell to the ground immediately, shaking with the awareness that he had almost died. He stayed that way while the others continued the fight. Meanwhile, Barty Crouch Jr. had enervated the stunned Death Eater, which once again put Remus and Tonks at a numerical disadvantage. Remus and Greyback had ended their physical fight at a draw and had transitioned into a magical duel. Here Remus had the advantage, but he also had to contend with an extra Death Eater. Tonks had managed to get back to her wand and had her hands full with Crouch and the random spells fired by the masked Death Eater. Remus knew if they didn't do something to change the odds soon, they would be in trouble. "Yes!" Harry yelled in triumph as his piercing curse made its way past Rabaston Lestrange's defenses and struck him in the stomach. The man, who already had a broken leg, grunted apologetically to his brother Rodolphus before port-keying away from the battle. Sirius and Harry were now free to challenge their attackers one-on-one. Harry versus Rodolphus and Sirius versus Bellatrix. The husband and wife pair were 2 of Voldemort's most skilled duelers, a fact that had become clear to Harry as the battle progressed. Rodolphus was much better than Crouch, and Harry was having a difficult time landing a decent blow against him. Sirius was not faring much better against Bellatrix, who he had been dueling almost without interruption since the battle began. Her frequent use of the Cruciatus Curse had forced him to produce numerous physical barriers to stop it from hitting him or those standing beside him, but it had also made the fight much more difficult. A loud scream was heard as Tonks was hit with a spell that sent her spinning to the ground with a broken arm. Unfortunately, the injured arm had also been the one she held her wand in. She began using her other arm to cast, but it was not nearly as effective. The others, sensing Tonks' weakness, simultaneously sent curses towards her, hoping to put her out of the fight for good. Remus jumped in front of her and brought up the strongest shield he could, but it was only able to stop 2 of the spells. The third hit him in the chest and forced him to his knees. Remus knew from the pain that the spell had broken several of his ribs, but he could not let that stop him. Gathering his strength, Remus fired a blasting curse at the masked Death Eater that knocked him flat on his back and out cold. At the same time, however, Crouch had banished a brick from a broken wall into Tonk's stomach, which sent her flying to the ground in pain. "It doesn't have to be like this, werewolf," Greyback said as he advanced towards Remus. "Join us. When the Dark Lord rules, our kind will not be treated as animals or some inferior creature." "Never," Remus replied. He then sent a jet of flame towards Greyback, but the older werewolf was able to dive out of its way. Greyback came back up snarling at his attacker and firing a variety of deadly curses. They came at such a high speed Remus was forced to divert all of his attention to Greyback. While that happened, Crouch took the chance to move into a position where he could attack Remus from behind. Harry was barely aware of anything else going on because of his fight with Rodolphus Lestrange. He had eventually come to realize that while Rodolphus was excellent at dodging and shielding against curses, he was also easily distracted, which meant Harry could take the advantage with some well-timed transfiguration and animation. As he transfigured a pile of rubble into two wolves, he saw the uncertainty in Rodolphus' eyes and knew he now had the advantage. Crouch, finally in position, carefully took aim at Remus' back. So far no one had noticed what he was doing, but he knew that could change at any moment. When he saw Remus raise a shield in front of himself to block an incoming attack from Greyback, Crouch realized this was his chance and struck. "Inficio!" he yelled as his signature acid spell erupted from his wand and hit the unsuspecting Remus in the back. The surprise attack caused Remus' shield to fail and allowed Greyback's spell to hit him in the chest with full force. Harry had just managed to bring part of a brick wall down on Rodolphus while his wolves had the man distracted when out of the corner of his eye he saw Remus get hit. Greyback's spell was a strong cutting curse, and Harry watched in horror as it tore open the flesh on Remus' chest from his right shoulder to his left hip. He saw, as if in slow motion, blood splatter as the magic ripped into Remus. Remus immediately slumped to his knees and fired off a poorly aimed curse at Greyback, which flew harmlessly past him. Remus tried to cast again, but his hand was shaking unsteadily due to the pain and blood loss. "No! Mooney!" Harry yelled as he raced towards Remus. As he approached, Remus fell on his side to the ground, still alive but in very bad shape. "Oh," Greyback said sarcastically. "Did I kill your puppy?" Harry did say anything in response, but inside him a rage like he had never felt before was taking hold of him. His only coherent thought was to make Greyback pay for what he had done. With a flick of his wand, Harry silently conjured a dozen small, silver pellets which began to circle around him as if they were planets in orbit. Greyback laughed at Harry, not believing a teenager could be a threat to him, and sent another cutting curse his way. Harry waved his wand again, and a bright yellow shield surrounded him on all sides, very different from a Protego shield which only protected from one direction. Greyback's curse hit this shield and seemed to be absorbed by it. Later, Harry would not remember what spell he had cast. He would only know that he seemed to be commanding the magic to obey his will, and the magic had done so. With another flick of his wrist, Harry summoned Greyback's wand to him. It was only then that Greyback realized his mistake. He reached into his pocket for his portkey but could not find it. Evidently it had fallen out at some point during the battle. "Fine, put me in Azkaban," Greyback snarled. "When I get out, the first thing I'll do is kill you." Harry waved his wand again, and Greyback was lifted off the ground with his arms and legs magically held in place. "What do you think you're doing? You won't kill me, golden boy. You don't have it in you. Are you sure about that?" Harry asked. Suddenly one of his silver pellets flew like a bullet and smashed Greyback's knee. He howled in pain as the silver seemed to make his flesh burn. Then another piece of silver flew at Greyback, hitting him in the shoulder. After this, the scene turned into pure chaos. The silver pellets all left Harry and sped towards Greyback. Each one would pierce his body at high speeds and then stop to change course and attack the man again. In mere seconds, Greyback's body was covered in holes and his screams of agony had stopped altogether. For a moment his lifeless body hung suspended in the air because of Harry's magic, and all who saw it gasped in shock at the ruined form. Then the spell holding him ended and Greyback's corpse dropped to the ground like a ragdoll. Harry stared at it for a second, not really feeling anything, before remembering he also had to deal with Barty Crouch Jr. Harry turned to face the man whose eyes were still bulging open in surprise from what he had seen. Harry sent a powerful bone-breaking curse at him, but Crouch was able to dive to the ground and out of the way. Before Harry could send another curse at him, Crouch had activated his portkey and escaped. Coward! Harry screamed at the spot where Crouch stood only moments before. He then turned to see how the rest of the battle was going. Death Eaters! Retreat! Bellatrix yelled, having seen that they were now outnumbered. She and the others all portkeyed away, even including Rodolphus, who had managed to free himself from the rubble that Harry had brought down on him. In the end, all of the Death Eaters had managed to escape except for Greyback. Moony! Sirius yelled as he ran over to check on his friend. Harry too rushed over to check on him. When they got there, Tonks was crouched next to him sobbing, and it did not take long for Harry to see why. Remus was covered in blood, all of it his own, and Harry knew that there was probably extensive internal damage as well. Someone help us! Harry screamed at the crowds. We need a healer, please. But for a while no one moved. Finally Molly nodded and ran off to find someone. It was only then that Harry knelt down beside his injured friend. You're a terrible liar, Padfoot. Remus gasped. He winced, as if the effort to speak had taken a lot out of him.
I'm sorry, Moony,
Harry said as tears began to fall from his eyes. I should have gotten there faster, brother. Sirius replied in agreement. Damn it, Moony. You aren't supposed to be making me laugh at a time like this, Cyrus said. He waited for Remus to say something else, but he didn't. Moony? Moony? Oh no. Oh God, no. In the end, there was no last gasp of breath or a sudden lurch. Remus had simply smiled and closed his eyes as the life left his body. As Harry and Sirius cried over their fallen friend Neville, Daphne, and the Weasleys came and formed a circle around them to keep others from seeing their private moment. They too wept at the sight of their former professor. It's my fault, Sirius, Tonks said. He was your friend and he died saving me. No, Sirius yelled. Moony would never forgive me if I let you think that. It's the Death Eater's fault, no one else's. Tonks nodded at his words, but Harry wasn't sure she believed them. In the background, Harry heard yelling and orders being given as the main force of Aurors finally arrived. But it was quickly apparent to them that they were too late. They would be there another hour giving statements and making sure that Remus' body was treated with respect. But all of them wanted nothing more than to leave this place of pain and death. The Order of the Phoenix had suffered its first loss of the new war, but it would not be the last. For now they mourned, but each of them eagerly awaited the day when they avenge Remus Lupin. Don't hate me for killing off Remus, I didn't want to do it. But after saving Cedric and pardoning Sirius, something tragic was just begging to happen. I never liked the way Remus and Tonks died in canon. Personally, I like this a little more. Well, as always, tell me what you think and thanks for reading. The next morning Harry awoke in a cold sweat. He had been having a nightmare, but not one of the kind which caused his scar to hurt. He had stopped having those when the Horcrux inside his head was destroyed. This was a normal nightmare, but that fact did not make it any more pleasant. In his mind he had replayed the events of the previous day 100 times, and each time he came to the sad realization that there was very little he could have done to save Moony. Perhaps if he had been better with his healing charms? But no, not even Hermione, who was the best of his group, could have done anything to heal Moony. He didn't blame Tonks either, and hoped she would not blame herself. She had been caught in a 3-against-1 fight against a team of Death Eaters. It would be foolish to expect almost anybody to come out on top in a fight like that. As Harry pulled himself out of bed, a sudden thought struck him. He had killed a man the day before, and unlike the incident with Professor Quirrell, Greyback's death couldn't be blamed on Voldemort. Harry did it on by himself of his own free will. Harry paused to consider this new development. He didn't feel bad about what he had done, nor did he feel any regret, and it was that feeling that disturbed him more than anything else. He had been told to expect subtle changes in his personality. Was this evidence of that? Reluctantly, he decided it probably was. His opinions on killing in battle had changed in the past few weeks. trying to end the war with the least amount of casualties, whether enemy or ally, was a noble but unrealistic goal. People on both sides would continue to die, and his only real concern should be to make sure most of those were Death Eaters. Harry walked down to the kitchen hoping to find breakfast waiting for him, but saw instead that the Weasleys weren't in the house. Sirius, however, was sitting at the table with a cup of tea in one hand and the Daily Prophet in the other. From the expression on his face, Harry knew he didn't like what he saw there. "Morning, Harry," Sirius said, looking up from his paper.
"Sleepok."
"Good enough," Harry answered as he sat down at the table. "So what's in the paper that's got you so angry? Look for yourself," Sirius said, sliding the paper over to his godson. Harry picked it up and saw that the headline read Harry Potter brutally kills werewolf in Diagon Alley. Below it was a picture of him apparently taken during the battle. Even Harry had to admit that the picture made him look fairly intimidating, something he didn't think he was capable of. The story itself was, of course, written by Rita Skeeter. Damn it, Harry swore when he began reading the article. Rita was really trying to make him look dangerous, completely ignoring the fact that they had been ambushed by a group of Death Eaters. I think Rita Skeeter just outlived her usefulness. What are you talking about? Sirius asked curiously. Good. Don't let her off easy either, Sirius said. He paused for a moment and Harry could tell he was thinking about what he was going to say next. Harry thought he was going to ask how he was feeling after what had happened, but he apparently decided against whatever he had been thinking of and said, "So the Order is having an emergency meeting tonight to discuss yesterday's attack. What is their response going to be?" Harry asked, wondering how the Order would handle the situation. "Response? There won't be one," Sirius snorted. "Dumbledore will say a few nice things about Moony, warn everyone to be careful, and then go on as if nothing had happened." "But that's ridiculous," Harry said. "We ought to be doing something to weaken Voldemort and stop this from happening again." "Like what?" "We don't know where the Death Eaters are hiding, and even if we did, Dumbledore would oppose an attack." "Fine, but what about the Dementors?" Harry asked. "They were there yesterday, which pretty much confirms that they've sided with Voldemort again. Maybe we don't know where the Death Eaters are, but we do know where the Dementors are. They'll probably leave Azkaban soon if they follow the same pattern as the last war. Now is the time to strike. Who else can cast a Patronus powerful enough to kill one? Nobody is really sure. But if I had to guess, I'd put it at somewhere between 100 and 150, and that was back when I was still a prisoner. You've killed about 10 already." "Exactly. They aren't that tough once you figure out how to fight them," Harry replied excitedly as a plan began to form in his head. "We wouldn't even need that many people. Maybe a dozen Order members surrounding Azkaban making sure the Dementors can't escape. Then the 3 or 4 of us who can kill them directing our patron uses inside the prison. Could work, Sirius, and if it does it would take a powerful ally away from Voldemort." "Maybe so," Sirius answered thoughtfully. He had heard worse plans, after all. The Ministry would be pissed at us and Dumbledore would never go for it. But it might work. I'll start asking around, quietly of course, but if Moody and Shacklebolt say no, we'll have to call it off." "Fair enough," Harry replied. "But remember, I want to be a part of this. I was the one who figured out how to kill them, I deserve that. And if we're in need of people who can cast a Patronus, Daphne and Hermione both can. I'll start working with Neville and I bet you he'll have it down in a week or less. I'll admit they did a good job yesterday. But do you really want to purposefully put them on the battlefield? They deserve to choose for themselves whether to fight or not," Harry responded. Sirius shrugged as if he wasn't convinced, but didn't say anything else about it. "I've got something else we could do today, if you aren't going to be too busy. I'm sure I could find a few free hours." "What did you have in mind?" "Sounds like a good way to spend the morning," Sirius agreed. "That will leave 3 Horcruxes and Voldemort himself. Perhaps the end of this war is finally in sight." "Sirius, the war just started," Harry reminded him. "For you maybe, but for me the First War never really ended. I've fought and struggled for the last 2 decades, and I'm tired of it, Harry. I've seen too many good men die, your father and Moony most of all," Sirius explained. "I'm glad you're here, pup. This would be a lot harder if you weren't. There's nowhere I'd rather be," Harry answered truthfully. "Go get ready, we'll leave in an hour," Sirius replied, getting up to prepare himself as well. As Harry watched his godfather leave the room, he wondered how he was really coping with Remus' death. They had been friends since they were first years at Hogwarts, and Harry could only guess at how he would react if a friend like Hermione had died. Sirius didn't strike him as the type of person who would want to talk about his feelings either, but Harry knew he would need to be there for his godfather if he did. "You should know, you look ridiculous in that," Harry commented as he tried not to laugh. "Laugh it up, kiddo. I'm having one of these made for you, too. I'd give you mine if it could fit, but I think you're still a year or two away from being my size." Sirius replied with a smile. "I got to make sure you're staying safe. We really shouldn't face any trouble. I know what is protecting the ring and how to get past it," Harry said. "It's better to be safe. We have the advantage of Voldemort not knowing what we're doing, but there is no telling how long that will last. And if he did find out, he would stop at nothing to prevent us from completing our task," Sirius commented. Harry nodded, knowing it was the truth. "If you're ready, I can apparate us there," Harry said. Sirius walked towards him and put his hand on Harry's shoulder, waiting for him to begin the apparition process. A moment later, Harry closed his eyes and concentrated on his destination, and instantly they both felt as if they had been forced through a narrow tube. Thankfully, the journey did not last long, and soon they found themselves standing somewhere completely different. Sirius looked around and saw that he was standing on a hill overlooking a small village. A cluster of houses and tiny shops lay off to the east, and he could see a few people walking through the streets. The residents were dressed as Muggles, leading Sirius to doubt that there was much of a wizard population in the area. North of town, a large, but evidently abandoned, old house stood apart from the rest of the village. "What is this place, Harry?" Sirius asked as he continued to survey his surroundings. "This is the village of Little Hangleton, the home of Voldemort's parents," Harry said. "That graveyard near the big house is where Voldemort was resurrected. His father was buried there." "What exactly do you know about this town?" Sirius wondered. "Just things related to the Horcrux," Harry answered. "I know that large house I just pointed out belonged to the Riddle family, and that's where Voldemort murdered them. He used their deaths to split his soul and create the Horcrux we're looking for. They were Muggles and he hated them all. The ring itself he stole from his uncle Morphin, who lived in the shack where it's now hidden. He also framed his uncle for the deaths of the Riddle family. I'm actually a little surprised he didn't kill his uncle too," Sirius said. "No, he just let Azkaban take care of that," Harry replied with a frown. He hated the Gaunts too, but for different reasons. The fact that they were wizards didn't change that. Harry paused for a moment to see if he could remember anything else, but that was as far as the knowledge he had been given went. "Come on, the house is about a mile west of here." Sirius nodded, and they began walking to the west. Sirius didn't see a house at first, but Harry seemed to know where he was going, so he just followed his lead. The village was surrounded by farm and ranch land and looked quite peaceful from the path they were walking on. It seemed strange to him that the worst Dark Lord in a millennium had his origins here, or that one of the most vile pieces of dark magic imaginable was hidden there. Eventually he saw a small house set at the edge of a dense forest. There did not appear to be anything noteworthy about it, but he knew looks could be deceiving. "Stop," Harry commanded as they approached it. He took out his wand and bubblehead charms on both himself and Sirius. "The air inside the house is tainted with one piece of a complex poison," Harry explained. "By itself it does nothing, but when combined with the other part that looks like a layer of dust, it can be deadly." "Do you have to breathe in the dust?" "No, if you touch it, the powder can go straight through your skin and into your bloodstream," Harry said. "We'll get rid of it once we're inside. I just wanted to be careful." Harry walked towards the door to the house but did not attempt to open it. He instead tapped his wand against the door and waited. For a moment nothing happened, but then a large snake head seemed to emerge from the door itself and began to hiss angrily at him. "Well done," Sirius commented. "What would have happened if you tried to open the door without talking to the snake first?" "Electrocution, to start with," Harry said. "Then, if you were still alive, your body would be covered by flames which are nearly impossible to put out." "What a nice place," Sirius said. "Shall we go in?" "Sure," Harry answered, turning back to the house. He walked in and immediately began casting Tergeo, which allowed him to quickly remove all of the poisonous powder from the room. After a few minutes of cleaning, Harry stopped and looked around to make sure he had gotten everything. Confident he had, he cancelled the bubblehead charm and waved Sirius inside. "Come on, it's safe." Sirius cancelled his charm and walked inside. The room he entered in was a wreck, with furniture in pieces and scattered everywhere. Broken dishes littered the floor as well. While he was looking around, Harry had taken a small box out of his pocket and set it on the floor. He opened it, revealing the basilisk fang he had taken from the Chamber of Secrets, but did not yet remove it. Instead, he began pulling on a wooden plank on the floor that reluctantly gave way and showed a small space that had been concealed under it. A small, golden box was laying in the hole, and Harry lifted it up and placed it next to the other box. "What do you have to do to open the box?" "Something crazy, I'd imagine," Sirius asked. "Just open it." Harry laughed. "The real danger is inside." Harry opened the box, revealing a golden ring with a large stone set in the face. The stone had an odd symbol on the front but was otherwise fairly plain. "Give me the ring, Harry," Sirius said with a slightly dazed look on his face. "I need to put it on." "No," Harry yelled at him. "There's a compulsion charm on the ring, Sirius. That's what is making you feel that way. I should have warned you before I opened the box." "I'm sorry. No need to apologize," Sirius replied, his reason finally having returned. "I really should have known better." "It's okay," Harry said. He then turned his attention back towards the ring, which still had given no indication it was cursed in any way. Harry knew that was part of the trap though, and did not drop his guard at all. He picked up the basilisk fang and used it to lift the ring out of the box and place it on the floor. Already the spots where the poison had made contact with the ring were sizzling, as if they had been exposed to a very hot flame. "Here goes nothing," Harry said as he lifted the fang into the air above the ring, and then brought it down with all his strength. The force of the blow, combined with the power of the basilisk venom, was enough to break the ring into two pieces and knock the stone free. The ring itself was slowly consumed by the venom and melted away until nothing remained. The stone, however, appeared to be untouched. "Is that it, or do you have to destroy the stone too?" Sirius asked. "The Horcrux is dead, but I expected the stone to break or something. I wonder why it didn't," Harry said thoughtfully. He cast the few diagnostic charms he knew on the stone until he was confident that there was not a curse on it before picking it up to look at it closer. "I guess that means it's safe," Sirius said, surprised that Harry had picked it up. "It should be," Harry answered. "There's something weird about this rock. I think I'll take it with me." "Fine by me, but let's get out of here," Sirius replied. "This place just bothers me. We'll have to walk back to where we operate in." Voldemort had alarms that would tell him if anyone operate closer. Those charms have actually probably worn off by now, but there's no reason to risk it, Harry said. Sirius nodded, and together they walked out of the house, leaving it looking almost exactly the same as it had from the outside. Their success so far had encouraged their hopes that they could destroy all of Voldemort's Horcruxes before he even noticed. The others would be more difficult, but they were dedicated. Later that day, Harry sat in the living room near the front entrance of 12 Grimmauld Place, watching as Order members began to arrive. Most through the front door, but others through the flue connection that was also in the room. He knew he would not be allowed to listen in on the discussion as it happened, but he would learn the important details later on anyway. Some of the people he knew, such as Arthur and Molly Weasley and Professor McGonagall, had stopped to ask him how he was doing and to tell him they were sorry about Remus' death. He had told them he was doing fine and thanked them for their concern in response. It felt odd for him to be the center of attention for this, but he knew he would just have to deal with it. Harry was quite surprised when he saw Cedric Diggory and his father, Amos, arrive via the flue. Harry rose out of his seat to greet former champions. "Cedric, what are you doing here?" "Hey, Harry," Cedric answered as Amos wandered into the other room where everyone else was waiting. "Dad and I joined the Order. Are you in it too?" "Nope," Harry said. "They think I'm still too young." "That's bollocks. You weren't too young to win the Triwizard Tournament, were you?" Cedric replied. "This is the first meeting I've come to. I wonder what they're like." "Not too exciting, apparently," Harry answered. "So what are you doing now that you graduated? Playing Quidditch? A lot of people said you were good enough." "Nice of them, but I'd never get past the practice squads on a pro team," Cedric said with a laugh. I got on with the Nimbus Company in their broom design department. They're even going to pay for me to get my charms mastery. Wow, that sounds like a great job. Harry replied excitedly. I never even thought about doing something like that. You're only a 5th year now, Harry. You can put off worrying about that for at least another year or so, Cedric said. Harry nodded in agreement, but he was just thinking about how hard it was probably going to be for him to make it to Hogwarts graduation, let alone something beyond that. I guess I better get in there. Talk to you later, okay? This meeting is called to order, Dumbledore announced a short while later. It is a great pleasure to introduce Amos and Cedric Diggory, our 2 newest members of the Order of the Phoenix. There was a smattering of applause as both Diggorys stood and waved hello. Sadly, I must also announce the death of Remus Lupin. He was a brave and loyal man, and it was my great honor to have known him. Hear, hear, Sirius said sadly. The others around the table nodded in agreement. Positively, Sirius answered. He seems willing to ally himself with us. Excellent, Dumbledore replied, a small amount of surprise evident in his voice. I know this will be difficult, but could you please explain what happened yesterday? Sirius shrugged and began to tell them all that had happened the previous day, beginning with their arrival at Diagon Alley all the way until after the fight when the Aurors had finally arrived. The others listened quietly for the most part, but with obvious interest when he described the fight with the Death Eaters. Tonks. And yeah, he got it all right. Tonks answered a bit sadly. What'll this mean for the werewolves? Elphia's Doge asked. Several discussions on the topic started up all at once, but were silenced with a wave from Dumbledore. It is likely that without Greyback the werewolves will fight amongst themselves in an effort to determine a new leader of the pack. Dumbledore explained. However, there was no clear second in command, so this process could be long and bloody. It is unlikely they will be of much use for Voldemort for some time. We should have killed Greyback a long time ago, Moody said gruffly. Dumbledore looked at his old friend as if he was disappointed in what he had said, but otherwise did nothing. 2 lives, actually, Snape said, interrupting him. Dumbledore looked at him with a confused look on his face and then motioned for his spy to continue. Rabastan Lestrange has died from injuries suffered during the battle, but he was alive when they left, Sirius replied. Surely he could have been healed. Bones broken, blood lost, organs damaged. All these things can be repaired if properly attended to, Snape explained. Rabastan, however, was a fool. He mended his own bones and refused to allow a healer to inspect him. When Bellatrix awoke this morning, she found him dead as a result of injuries he had failed to heal. Good riddance, Moody proclaimed. Guess I won't have to throw him back into Azkaban after all. Bellatrix was enraged. Snape said, continuing. She swore vengeance on both Potter and you, Black. Why? She hated Rabastan, Sirius said with a laugh. Perhaps. Bella is responding like a child who has had a toy taken from her. That she did not like the toy is of no consequence. Snape replied. Bellatrix Lestrange is a dangerous enemy to have, Sirius. Dumbledore reminded him. I would hope you and Harry take this threat seriously. Of course. Sirius answered. Emotionally, how is Harry? Dumbledore asked him. Pissed at you, old man. Sirius replied. And so am I now that I mention it. He's also sad about Remus and probably worried about me. But if you're asking if he is depressed and upset about killing Greyback, the answer is absolutely not. In fact, I think he is more disappointed that he couldn't kill Crouch, too. This is not an issue to joke about, Sirius. Dumbledore scolded him. I am only worried about his mental well-being. We do not expect children to be soldiers. Excuse me, Cedric interrupted, clearly nervous about speaking up. But I don't think you guys should be treating Harry like a little kid. He's a good wizard and much more mature than most of the guys that were in my year. He won the tournament this year on his own merits. I appreciate your point of view, Mr. Diggory, but Harry still has a lot of growing to do. Dumbledore answered, giving it his best wise old man look. Cedric shrugged and sat back quietly. Perhaps I could talk to him afterwards. No, Albus, I don't think that's a good idea, Sirius replied. I'm his godfather, and if he needs someone to talk to, it will be me. Dumbledore, knowing Sirius would not budge on this issue, reluctantly let it go. I have another question. How are we going to respond to what happened? One of our best men and one of my best friends is dead. Yes, and two of their men are dead. Dumbledore pointed out. The question is, how will they respond? We must be ready to deal with whatever it is. Severus, any insight you have would be greatly appreciated. I have not spoken with the Dark Lord since the attack. Snape replied. However, I cannot imagine he would be happy with the outcome. Someone will feel his wrath because of this. Sirius sighed, realizing that he was correct when he guessed that Dumbledore would do nothing in response. He considered raising Harry's idea of attacking the Dementors but decided not to, knowing that Dumbledore would never approve. It would be better to approach the others individually. Moody would probably agree to it, and he felt pretty confident he could convince Tonks to as well. The others he asked would have to be chosen carefully. Clearly, the plan needed quite a bit of work before they could even consider trying it. The rest of the meeting progressed as expected. No one seemed to know what the Death Eaters or Voldemort were doing or when their next attack would take place. Just like last time, people were beginning to disappear. Some had probably gone into hiding, but how many others had been kidnapped and murdered by Voldemort? No one knew, and it would be almost impossible to find out. Sirius yearned to do something to avenge his friend, and the significant step they had taken by destroying one of Voldemort's Horcruxes earlier in the day did little to dampen that urge. He would just have to be content with the fact that they were doing something with or without Dumbledore's approval. Reaction to Moony's death has been mixed, but mostly positive concerning how it was handled. I know some of you don't like characters dying at all, but if they are truly in the middle of a war, then death is unavoidable. It is unrealistic to expect otherwise. I've also got to commend you guys on your reviews recently. They've been great. I especially love it when you say what you liked and what you would have liked to see differently. Do you really know what you're doing there, Harry? Sirius asked as he and Daphne watched Harry cast the protective spells around the room that would prevent anything from getting too damaged. I think so, Harry answered. But I've never tried these spells before, so I guess we'll just have to see. Daphne laughed at the response and turned towards Sirius, letting Harry continue to work. From what I hear, you aren't far behind him. Sirius commented. I don't know about that. Daphne answered somewhat modestly. I may have improved in terms of skill, but not in power like Harry has. Of course he has a built-in advantage when it comes to that, so I guess I shouldn't be too upset. You did the right thing in Diagon Alley, Sirius said. I just thought you ought to know that. You kept your head down and helped out as much as you could without endangering yourself. You and Neville landed a few good hits, too. I wish I could have done more, Daphne replied. I'm sorry about your friend. Professor Lupin was one of the only good defense against the dark arts teachers we ever had. Thank you, Daphne said. She was grateful for the praise, but was still sad that one of their own had died despite their best efforts. She might not have been as close to Remus as Harry was, but the next time something like that happened, it could easily be someone she was close to, like her father or Harry. Could even be her, she knew. It's ready, Harry announced as he walked over to where Sirius and Daphne were standing. Who wants to test it? Why don't you, Harry? Sirius replied with a grin. It is, after all, your work. Harry looked towards Daphne to see if she wanted to try it, but she simply laughed at his eagerness. Go on, she told him. Harry smiled as he walked back towards the center of the large room. The spells he had cast had been powerful and quite draining, but if he had done it correctly, he would not have to recast them for several weeks. Taking a deep breath and steadily raising his wand, Harry started trying to decide which spell to use. Anything with fire was out because the last thing he needed to do was start a house fire if the protective spells had been cast improperly. Finally deciding on one, Harry began the wand movement and concentrated on the incantation but did not say it aloud. The bright light of Harry's Diffindo charm raced towards the wall Harry had been aiming at, but a split second before it would have hit the wall and ripped a gash into it, the spell seemed to hit a magical wall of orange light that rippled like water as it absorbed the impact of Harry's spell. The wall soon faded though, leaving everything looking exactly as it had before. "Eh!" Sirius called as he began clapping. Daphne soon after joined him. "Guess it works then." "Huh?" Harry said in response. "You don't have to clap, it wasn't that complex of a spell." Oh fine, spoil my fun. Sirius replied. Now, I've heard all about what you've been learning this last year. Why don't you show me? Harry smiled at the request, and for the next hour he demonstrated the different spells he had learned. Daphne, bored of just watching, eventually joined in to show that she too could cast almost all of them, although perhaps not as powerfully as Harry. Sirius was amazed at how advanced Harry was, but in retrospect he decided that he should have expected it. His mother was an absolute genius when it came to charms and was quite skilled at potions as well. There's plenty here for everyone, Molly announced as they walked in. They all sat at the table with Ron, who had finally noticed them and waved hello before going back to his meal, to begin their lunch. They ate quietly for the most part, which made it even odder when Ron finally spoke up. Yes? Daphne answered curiously. Harry too looked at his old friend, wondering what he was doing. I just wanted to say, thanks, for what you did in Diagon Alley. Ron continued. The whole time he talked he stared down at his empty bowl. That guy would have killed me if you hadn't been there, so thanks. Daphne answered, a little surprised by Ron's behavior. You're welcome then. Ron nodded, got up from the table and left the room without saying anything else. Did you tell him to do that? Sirius asked Molly after a few moments of silence. No. That must have been his idea. She answered with a proud look on her face. The Weasley family owes you a debt of gratitude, Daphne. If you ever need our help, we'll be there the best we can. I'll remember that, Mrs. Weasley. Thanks, Daphne replied. As she finished saying that, a loud gonging noise was heard from the direction of the living room. When Harry first heard the noise it had confused him, but he had learned it was the wizarding equivalent of a telephone ringing, and meant that someone was calling them. Ah, Harry. Just who I wanted to talk to, Daniel said. Are you and Daphne having fun? No, nothing like that. I have a surprise for you and Daphne lined up. Why don't you both come back here? It shouldn't take more than an hour or so. All right, Harry answered uncertainly. I'll go get Daphne. So what's the surprise? Daphne asked as they entered the room. We have a guest coming, Daniel explained. Whatever happens, I need you both to follow my lead. Okay? In fact, it may be best if you tried to say as little as possible and just let me handle this. What are you talking about? Daphne said in an obviously confused tone. But a moment later one of their house elves appeared to announce that their guest had arrived and was being shown in. Daniel motioned for Harry and Daphne to sit down and stood up to meet their guest. When the door opened, Harry was only barely able to stifle his gasp of surprise when he saw who it was. Ah, Miss Skeeter. Please come in, sit down, Daniel said as he welcomed the annoying reporter in. Rita Skeeter's eyes lit up when she saw that Harry and Daphne were both in the room, and she began to imagine how much attention a joint interview with them would bring her. Yes, I suppose you would be, Daniel replied as he took a sip of his drink. You have done your best to drag my family's name through the mud during the past year. Not to mention the abuse you have heaped onto Harry here. Don't be so sensitive, Rita said dismissively. It's just a story in the newspaper. What harm could it actually do? You must be joking.
Rito left.
I don't need your help or protection, and I will not be told what to write about. Are you sure? Daniel asked. This is my last offer. Turn me down now and you will never get it again.
No. Rito answered confidently.
Well then, I suppose I should explain why you might need my help and protection. Daniel answered with a smile. I know everything, Miss Skeeter. All of your secrets. I highly doubt that.
Rito snorted.
Let's start with the fact that you are an unlicensed animagus. A beetle to be precise. Daniel began. You do know that is illegal, don't you? Rita looked a bit unnerved by the revelation, but was able to keep a smile plastered on her face. So you know about that, huh? Rita said. No matter, I will simply pay the fine and continue my work. That is not enough to keep me from writing about you or anyone I want. Lies, Rita shrieked once she had finished reading. All lies. Those are for research purposes. Nothing more.
Rito insisted.
Of course they are. But will they believe that? I think not, Daniel said. Oh, and did I forget to mention that this list was placed on Amelia Bones' desk an hour ago? How silly of me, it must have slipped my mind. How dare you?
Rito angrily yelled.
You've ruined my life. We aren't done here, not by a long shot. Daniel practically growled. Bring in Ms. Skeeter's things. In a flash house, elves began dropping suitcases and clothes on the floor. You broke into my home and stole my clothes? Rita said with a look of confusion. Why, I'm sorry to say that my elves were a bit careless. Daniel said with a nod. Your apartment is quite a mess. Why, it looks like someone was trying to leave in a hurry for some reason. As if maybe they expected to be arrested if they stayed much longer. I won't run, Rita said. I'll explain everything. Whatever punishment they give me won't be too bad. And then I will make you pay for this. Maybe so, but you're forgetting about the potion I slipped into your drink. Daniel commented, curious about what it does. You've poisoned me? Rita said in shock. No, certainly not. Daniel answered with a shake of his head. The potion merely traps you in your animagus form. Judging from how much you drank, I would guess you will remain a beetle for almost a year once the potion takes effect. That should be any moment now, by the way. It took me months to finally brew that potion correctly. I do hope you enjoy the fruit of my labors. You've made your point, Rita said finally, lowering her head in defeat. What do you want from me? Are you going to imprison me in that? Rita asked, the fear beginning to show in her voice. No. Well, yes, but not for long. This is actually a port key which will take you somewhere that you might feel a little more at home in your animagus form. There must be billions of insects in the Amazon rainforest, wouldn't you think? Although I must ask you to be careful, some of them probably eat beetles. You wouldn't, Rita yelled, although she clearly wasn't convinced of it. I would and I will, Daniel yelled back. Did you really think you could attack my family and get no response from me? If so, you are a fool. If you do live through this, I suggest you stay out of England and try to forget you ever heard of me or my family. Cross me again and my next response will not be so lenient. Are you really going to do all that? Harry asked. Do you think she'll live? Harry asked once it was gone. Maybe. Her chances will dramatically increase if she's able to make it back to civilization. Daniel commented. I guess we'll find out in a year. That may have been a little harsh, Dad. Daphne said. Even for a vile piece of trash like Skeeter, her attacks on Harry and Dumbledore served no purpose but to help the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters. Daniel answered. She may not have officially been on their side, but she may as well have been. Make no mistake, this is a victory for the war effort. Harry could see the man's point and felt it would be silly to argue with him about it now. Daphne shrugged at the answer but did not say anything else about it. Come on, Harry. Let's go outside and I'll introduce you to our hippogriff, Daphne finally said, to which Harry happily agreed. They spent the rest of the day together, and after a while Harry even stopped wondering if Rita Skeeter had been eaten by a frog or trapped in a spiderweb somewhere on the other side of the world. When Harry returned to 12 Grimmauld Place through the flue later on, he was in an excellent mood. That, however, quickly changed when he saw that Professor Dumbledore was sitting down waiting for him. Harry considered walking out the door, but his curiosity on what the old man wanted got the better of him. Hello, Professor, Harry said. It's good to see you again, Harry. Dumbledore replied. Why don't you have a seat for a while? I'd like to talk to you. Fine, Harry said as he sat down on the couch across from Dumbledore. Why don't we start with why you tried to keep me at the Dursleys? Dumbledore sighed as if he would rather not discuss it, but began to answer anyway. Voldemort has still not found a solution to his weakness due to the ritual to return him to his body being performed incorrectly. As of now, that is our greatest advantage over him, and we must do whatever necessary in order to maintain it. Dumbledore explained. When Severus explained to Voldemort that the only way he knew of to restore his strength was to perform the ritual again, Voldemort told the Death Eaters that their top priority was to capture you. He seems to believe that your blood is the key. Why? It was Wormtail's part of the ritual that was wrong, not my blood, Harry pointed out. True, but Voldemort has apparently experimented extensively on Wormtail and decided his flesh does not hold the secret to correcting the ritual. Dumbledore answered. I believed then, as I do now, that we must prevent Voldemort from capturing you at all costs. I fear that if he does somehow get to you, he could kill you and increase his strength in one fell swoop. If that happens and the prophecy holds true, our world could be plunged into a darkness from which it may never recover. You are safest living with your relatives, despite the animosity between you. I disagree, though I understand why you think that. Harry replied. But what I don't get is why you decided to try and trap me there without even discussing it with me first. It was perhaps a mistake on my part. However, I knew you would never agree to such a request. Dumbledore said as Harry nodded in agreement with the statement. You must survive, Harry, not only for your own sake but for that of the entire world. The prophecy again? I'm not sure I even believe in it. Harry commented.
Ido.
And Voldemort does as well. Dumbledore pointed out. He will keep coming for you. There is no doubt of that. We can better oppose him working together, not separately as you and Sirius seem to be doing. And what do you mean by that? Harry asked. I am no fool, Harry. I know that you have destroyed the Horcruxes contained in Ravenclaw's diadem and the one in Marvolo Gaunt's ring. I did not attempt to prevent you from doing so. Why didn't you help me then? Harry said, surprised that Dumbledore knew. What have you been doing to get rid of the Horcruxes? Nothing, as I suspect it must be. Dumbledore answered. According to the prophecy, it is your task to vanquish the Dark Lord. I find it hard to believe that it was a mere coincidence that you destroyed the Horcrux in Tom Riddle's diary, and were able to gain extensive knowledge on all of Voldemort's Horcruxes if this task were not up to you. And since then you have destroyed 2 more, further evidence that this point of view is correct. But you can't know that. Harry replied. No one else has tried to get rid of one yet. Could be just one big coincidence. Perhaps, but I still saw no reason to stand in your way. That day at the Gaunt's old house, I was there watching you and Sirius. Dumbledore said, prompting a look of surprise from Harry. Yes, I suspected you did not know that. If I felt that either of you were in any danger, I could have arrived in a few short moments. But in the end you did not require my help, and I commend you for your efforts. There are still other Horcruxes out there. Harry pointed out. Are you going to help me or not? If you wish, Dumbledore said with a nod. Now, are you going to tell me what it is you and Sirius are up to? I will find out even if you don't tell me. Harry looked a little angry at that comment, but knew Dumbledore was right. We want to attack the Dementors while they're still at Azkaban. Harry said. Most witches and wizards don't even know how to cast a Patronus, meaning there is not much they can do to fight one off. But we can kill them. Just think of how many lives we could save if we acted now and didn't just sit around waiting for them to attack. The idea has merit. Dumbledore agreed. The Dementors are monsters, not men, and I do not oppose destroying them. Sirius and I have discussed it quite a bit. Harry replied. And we realize that this will be hard on the Aurors since they will have to guard the prison now, but the Dementors are going to leave eventually anyway. That is likely, Dumbledore said with a small nod. We think that with a couple of people who can cast the Dementor-killing version of the Patronus and a dozen or so other who can cast a normal one, we can trap the Dementors inside Azkaban and destroy them one by one. Harry explained. Interesting. Dumbledore replied. I will consider it. And by that, do you mean I won't hear anything about it again? Not many other people can cast a Patronus like mine, so yes. Harry said. Haven't I proved by now that I can handle myself in dangerous situations? I suppose you have. Dumbledore said. That brings up another point I wish to discuss with you, Harry. I am worried about your reaction to killing Fenrir Greyback and Rabaston Lestrange. I'm not sure what you want me to say, Professor. Harry answered with a sigh. I wish they had never put me in that situation. I wish there wasn't a war going on and that my friends weren't in danger. But they are, and it's their fault. I refuse to mourn the same men who killed Moony and drove Neville's parents insane. They started this, not me. I worry that this is not you speaking. Very well, but I do hope you will consider that everyone should have the chance to redeem themselves. Dumbledore said. Sometimes your greatest ally can be someone who was once your greatest enemy. I'll think about it. Harry answered, but internally he was thinking how ridiculous it would be to expect Voldemort to repent of his sins and beg forgiveness. If that's all, I'll be going now. Indeed. Dumbledore replied as he stood up from the chair. I do regret our disagreements, Harry, but I believe we can get past them and work together. The idea. He hated just waiting for Dumbledore's decision, but at the moment there was not much more he could do. Ron got his start on the road to redemption here. How far he'll be able to go is still an open question, but he is not a villain in this story. Neither is Dumbledore for that matter, despite his actions during the last few chapters. He made, and continues to make, mistakes, but he has good intentions. The problem is that the more responsibility a person has, the larger their mistakes are likely to be. That's just my take on it. Hope you guys are still liking the story, and thanks as always for reading and commenting. Harry was in the library looking through a book on potions he had found when he heard the front door to 12 Grimmauld Place open. A few seconds later he then heard the sound of something crashing to the ground, which awoke the portrait of Walburga Black. The angry magical picture began yelling obscenities as loudly as it could at whoever it was who had entered. "Shut up, you old hag!" Harry heard a familiar voice shout back. Mrs. Black, of course, did not comply with the order but continued to scream. Harry got up and left the library just in time to see Tonks walking down the corridor, still looking angry at the portrait. "Watcher, Harry. Look who I found." Tonks took a step to the side to reveal that Hermione had walked in behind her. "Hermione," Harry said as he rushed forward to greet his friend. "When did you get back?" "Just yesterday," Hermione answered. "Thanks for bringing me, Tonks." "No problem," Tonks replied. Sirius thought Harry would appreciate having someone around to bother him today since he isn't here. "Where did Sirius go?" Harry asked. "I didn't get the chance to ask him before he left this morning. It sounded like he was in a hurry. A couple of giants tore apart a little village in Yorkshire last night. The Aurors didn't get there in time to stop it, just to try and cover it up from the Muggles." Tonks explained. Sirius, Dumbledore, and a few others went to try and figure out why the giants attacked. They usually stay away from populated areas. Dumbledore seems to think that who has already started encouraging the giants go on rampages. You can't really control the giants, but you can get them pissed off and point them towards something you want them to destroy. "Did this happen last time, too?" Hermione asked curiously. "Sure it did," Tonks replied with a nod. "Luckily there aren't that many giants around, and even fewer that are willing to come to England and fight. But there will be some. And unless there is absolutely no choice, you should run when faced with an angry giant. Those guys are almost as hard to take down as dragons." "No giants here, Tonks," Harry said. "We'll be okay." "Yeah, you say that now, but what are you going to do when one jumps out of the closet at you?" Tonks asked, grinning. "Come running to me, that's what." "Alright, well I've got to get to work. You two try to stay out of trouble, or at least don't blame me if you do get into trouble." "Thanks again, Tonks," Hermione said. The now purple-haired Auror smiled and waved goodbye as she left the house and Harry and Hermione behind. Once she was gone, Harry looked towards Hermione and saw that her smile had been replaced with a look of worry and sadness. "Hermione, are you okay?" Harry asked uncertainly. Hermione responded by hugging him and beginning to cry. "I'm so sorry, Harry," she began. "I heard what happened to Professor Lupin. I can only imagine how you must feel. And then I saw those awful things that Rita Skeeter wrote about you." Hermione began, but Harry cut her off when he began laughing. "What, Harry, what's in that room?" she asked, pointing towards a closed door. "Oh, that's just where everyone's been putting the junk we don't know what to do with. Some of the things in there are dark and dangerous, but most of it is just garbage we need to throw away," Harry answered. He was about to show her something else when he noticed the look on her face. "You want to see it too, don't you? Okay. Prepare to be underwhelmed." Harry opened the door and walked into the room with her. In truth, he had not bothered to come in the room before either, except for briefly to throw something into it. Now that he was inside, though, his curiosity had started to get the better of him, and he began to wonder what hidden treasures might be hidden in amongst the trash. "Hey, look at this, Hermione. It's a remembrall just like the one Neville had in our first year," Harry said as he held the small sphere. Instead of being clear or red, though, as remembralls normally were, this one seemed to be alternating wildly between the two colors. "Oh, I think this one's broken. A lot of this stuff is," Hermione commented as she looked through a box that had been shoved into the corner of the room. Inside it was a large stack of parchment, which caused Hermione to laugh when she looked at it closer. "Harry, I found serious old-school work. Here's a essay he wrote on the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. Looks like Binns gave him a dreadful on it. You really should try harder, Harry." Hermione scolded him. "Especially with our OWLs this year." I suppose. Hermione finally agreed. Her attention was then caught by another item. I wonder what that is. Not really my color, but it is sort of pretty. Whatever it is, don't touch it. Harry warned, not bothering to turn and look at what Hermione was looking at. Even normal-looking things could have curses on them. I know. Hermione replied, clearly offended that Harry thought she needed the warning. Besides, a necklace with a big snake on it is a little tacky for my tastes. What did you say? Harry said as he quickly turned his head around. He rushed towards where Hermione was standing and stared in disbelief at the item laying in front of him. It can't be. This isn't possible. Harry, what's wrong? Hermione asked worriedly. This shouldn't be here, Hermione. Harry answered. Don't you see? This is Slytherin's pendant, the same one that Voldemort stole and turned into a Horcrux. But this should be in cave guarded by Inferi, not sitting in a cabinet at the order of the Phoenix headquarters. Is it safe to touch? Hermione asked, sort of. Harry replied. If it were open it could possess a person like the diary tried to possess Ginny, but since it is closed it will mostly just put you in a bad mood. I have to destroy it. Harry reached into the cabinet and pulled the pendant out, but as soon as he did, Sirius Insane House Elf creature appeared before them. You must leave Master's necklace. The house elf yelled as it threw itself at Harry, attempting to rip the pendant from his hand. Creature had caught him off guard and knocked him on his back, but Harry maintained a tight grip on the Horcrux, and the old elf was unable to take it from him. Incarcerus! Hermione yelled. Immediately ropes began shooting out of her wand and surrounded the house elf. By the time she finished, the spell creature was completely surrounded by ropes and unable to move anything except for his head. Thanks, Hermione. I owe you one, Harry said as he pulled himself up. Now, creature, I order you to tell me everything you know about this necklace. Filthy little half-blood. Not worthy to live in Master's house. Creature continued to shout. Now, creature, Harry commanded. The house elf looked at him angrily, but began to explain. Master Regulus told me that I must destroy it, Creature said. But I can't. I failed my master. Creature began to bang his head on the ground violently, and Harry suspected he would be doing much worse if he could move his entire body. Stop it, Creature, Harry ordered him. Creature stopped hitting his head, but continued to whine as Harry began to think about what he knew of the locket. From Voldemort's memories he knew where it was hidden and what protected it in addition to how it was created. He wasn't, however, aware of the Horcrux ever being moved. Harry was about to give up when a new memory came to mind. Voldemort had used a house elf to test the protections around the Horcrux. Voldemort did not consider the identity of the house elf to be important, and so Harry didn't have access to that information. But could it be possible that Voldemort had used Creature? Creature, I want to ask you something very important. You must tell me the truth. Did Voldemort ever make you drink poison so that he could see how well protected this necklace was? Yes. The crazy elf screamed. Bad man thought Creature was dead. But Master Regulus called me and I went. Master was very angry when he heard what Bad Man had done. I showed Master where Bad Man had taken me and then, Master. Creature began to cry and attempt to hurt himself again. Harry was forced to reissue his command to stop before Creature would continue. Master Regulus took the locket and ordered me to destroy it. He ordered me to leave him there to die. I did not want to, but he forced me. Can you? Creature asked hopefully. Harry nodded his head and the elf began bouncing up and down despite the ropes that constrained him. This time, however, he seemed to be happy and not trying to hurt himself. Defindo, Harry said, cutting the ropes that held Creature. Now, bring me the wooden box that is hidden under my bed. Creature nodded and vanished. A moment later the elf had returned holding the box that Harry had spoken of, which contained his basilisk fang. Harry smiled gratefully as he took the box and placed it on a table that had been left in the room. He set the locket down next to it and was preparing to open the locket so he could destroy it when an idea came to him. Hermione, why don't you do this? Harry said, holding the basilisk fang out to her. Me? But why? Hermione asked. Dumbledore thinks I'm the only one that can get rid of the Horcruxes, Harry explained. It would prove him wrong if you could do it. It'll be okay, Hermione. and I'll be right here to take over if anything goes wrong.
Okay.
Hermione replied uncertainly. What do I do? I'm gonna open the locket, and when I do I want you to stab it with the basilisk fang. Harry told her. The Horcrux will try and save itself by making you feel like your worst dreams have come true. But it isn't real. Just ignore whatever it is telling you and kill it. Do you think you can do that? Inside each side of the locket looked like eyes that were staring at them angrily. It immediately began to taunt and insult Hermione, and she hesitated as she seemed captivated by its words. You did great, Hermione, Harry said. And don't listen to what the Horcrux said, you know it isn't true. None of it is. I know. But it still made me feel so awful, Harry. Hermione explained. For a moment I almost believed that you all thought I was just a stupid, worthless little girl. Not true, Harry said. You feel better now that it's dead. Don't you? Yes, Hermione answered. Whatever it did to me is already wearing off. Creature will bring Master's Mudblood Pepper-Up potion, Creature announced before vanishing. Well, that was odd, Harry commented as he looked at where the elf had stood just moments before. I think you just found another elf hopelessly devoted to you, Hermione said with a laugh. I wonder what Dobby is going to think of that. Creature suddenly reappeared and offered Hermione a vial containing a potion which after closer inspection she confirmed to be Pepper-Up potion. Although she no longer felt like she needed it, Hermione drank the potion anyway in an effort to be nice to Creature. Can I do anything else for you, Ms. Mudblood? Creature asked hopefully. Just stop calling me that name. Okay? Hermione answered. It's Hermione. Yes. Anything you wish, Creature said as he eagerly nodded his head. You were wrong, Hermione, Harry said with a laugh. It looks like it's you he is devoted to, not me. Creature did nothing to contradict this point of view, causing Harry to laugh even more and Hermione to feel a little uncomfortable. For the rest of the day Creature hardly left her alone, insisting that he be allowed to bring her anything she needed. Hermione tried to convince Creature that she appreciated his offer but did not require his help, but he was not convinced in the least. Her explanation of the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare and its goals likewise fell on deaf ears. In the end she was forced to accept that there was nothing she could do to change Creature's attitude, even though that was difficult for her to do. Harry, although he was happy with the outcome of the day, was worried about the one of the other Horcruxes, Hufflepuff's cup. He knew Nagini could always be found near Voldemort, but the cup could easily have been moved. And if Voldemort ever figured out what was happening, he would move it without delay. That reminded him that there was nothing at all more important than destroying the last two Horcruxes. A few hours later Harry and Hermione were sitting in the kitchen talking when they heard Sirius come in. Once he found them, he took a seat next to them, and it was clear to both Harry and Hermione that he had had a long and stressful day. Are you okay, Sirius? Harry asked.
Fine, Harry.
Sirius answered with a forced smile. Did Tonks fill you in on what I was doing? Giants. Harry replied. That's right, Sirius said. Dumbledore had hoped that he and Hagrid could convince them to stay out of the fight, but apparently Voldemort got to them first. There weren't any giants left in England after the first war with Voldemort, so the only explanation for what happened last night is that he has started bringing them over already. How many giants are there? Hermione asked. Around 80 in all, but that counts the females and children as well. Sirius said. It's impossible to say how many are here. Is the Ministry doing anything about it? Harry asked, although not really expecting the government to do much. Last time around they had squads of specially trained Aurors out hunting the giants. I expect they'll do the same now, Sirius explained. But there's more going on than that. Take a look at this. Sirius pulled a copy of the Daily Prophet out of his coat and placed it on the table. The headline read Attack on the Ministry, and below it showed the picture of a man who had stripped of his clothes and nailed to the wall of the Ministry of Magic building. A group of Aurors were working to take the man down, and from the movement it was clear that the man was still alive but in horrible pain. Hanging above his head was a sign that looked like it had been written in blood that said Mudblood. Who is this? Harry asked, knowing that Voldemort would not go to so much trouble for just anybody. His name is Henry Collins. We were in the same year at Hogwarts, although he was in Hufflepuff, and both joined the Aurors at the same time, Sirius said. He was also Minister Bones' chief of staff and the highest-ranking Muggle-born in the government. The Death Eaters apparently didn't like that and used the Cruciatus curse on him until he was driven mad. Then they did that to him. They're trying to scare Muggle-borns. Hermione commented as she looked at the picture. Probably so. Sirius agreed. No, you don't get it. Hermione said. Whoever did this knows more about Muggles than the average wizard. I wouldn't be surprised if they were a half-blood or raised around Muggles. Why? Sirius asked. This man wasn't just nailed to the wall, he was crucified. Hermione explained. But from the look on Sirius' face, she could see that he still didn't understand why that was significant. The most common religion among British Muggles is Christianity, and crucifixion is a very powerful and symbolic image for them. Also, the word cruciatus uses the same root as crucifixion or excruciating. All of this was done in a very specific way meant to taunt and provoke Muggles. But what Death Eater would know enough about Muggles to do that? Sirius wondered. Maybe it was Voldemort himself. He was a half-blood and raised by Muggles after all. Harry said. I bet he would understand what message was being sent. That could be important if it's true. Sirius said thoughtfully. Up until now there haven't been any reports of Voldemort actually participating in attacks. It's not good news if he is feeling comfortable enough in his new body to start leading the Death Eaters into battle again. It was bound to happen eventually. Harry pointed out. If he doesn't fight, the Death Eaters might start to wonder if he still can. I've seen him though, and even in his weakened state he's more powerful than any wizard I've ever met. Dumbledore might be able to match him, but I'm not even sure about that. That's not good to hear, Sirius said with a sigh. I do have good news though. Harry replied. We got another Horcrux today. Harry, you said you were going to wait for me to come with you before you tried to enter that cave. Sirius said, the worry evident in his voice. Inferi, especially in great numbers, are incredibly dangerous. What would you have done if they had taken hold of you? Calm down, Sirius. Harry said. We didn't go into the cave. Turns out the Horcrux was here all along. What? How? Your brother Regulus betrayed Voldemort and died trying to make him mortal again. Harry explained. Creature brought the locket back here but couldn't destroy it. We did. You're not joking here, are you? My brother fought against Voldemort? Sirius asked. Harry shook his head no, and a small smile broke out on Sirius' face. Damn it, Regulus. Why didn't you come to me for help? Were you too close? Hermione asked. Not as close as we should have been. Sirius answered. I was an outcast in my own family, but my parents loved Regulus. He got sorted into Slytherin like they thought I should have and always acted just like they wanted him to. But maybe in the end we had more in common than anyone thought. Thank you, Harry, and you too, Hermione. You have both given me a gift that I will treasure for the rest of my life. The knowledge that my brother redeemed himself before he died. I'm glad we could help. Hermione replied. Sirius, Bellatrix Lestrange is your cousin, right? Harry asked, unexpectedly changing the topic. From the look on his face, a thought had just occurred to him. Yes, she is, you know that. Sirius said. Why? Well, her husband Rabaston is dead. So who would her vault go to if she died? Harry asked. Sirius leaned back in his chair a little and thought about the question for a moment. She never bothered to make a will, I know that much. Sirius began. I suppose I might have a claim to it as the head of the Black family, but according to Goblin law Rodolphus or any Lestrange would have a better one because Bellatrix is still technically considered a Lestrange. How many Lestranges are there? Harry asked. Just the two of them. Sirius replied. I see where you're going with this, Harry. It's not a bad plan. Harry argued. But it'll be difficult. Easier than breaking into Gringotts, don't you think? Wait a second. Hermione said, interrupting them. Are you seriously considering killing two people just so you can take what's in her vault? That's awful. They are both evil people, Hermione. Harry explained. They tortured Neville's parents into insanity. They are part of the reason Moony is dead. And if by killing them we can bring Voldemort one step closer to being mortal, then I am in favor of it. I'm not arguing that they are good people, but isn't there another way? Hermione asked. If you have a better plan, I want to hear it. Harry replied. All I'm saying is that if we do run into either of them again, it might be a good idea to try and take them permanently out of the fight. I don't like it, Harry, Hermione said. And I'm gonna figure out another way to get the Horcrux. I hope you do, Harry answered honestly. But until then, this is the best plan we've got. We have no idea where they are or where they're going to be, Harry, Sirius commented. I can't help but feel like your idea is very dependent on luck. But Bellatrix wants the both of us dead. Harry replied. We're bound to run into her again. And wouldn't you think that whatever she is trying to do, Rodolphus would help? It was his brother that died after all. Perhaps so, Sirius agreed. I'm not saying it's a bad plan, Harry, but I'm just not sure it is one we can act on at the moment. I'll keep it in mind, though. Many miles away, the Dark Lord Voldemort sat upon a throne and reviewed the previous day's events while trying to ignore the screams of pain from the Muggle one of his Death Eaters was torturing. Convincing the Giants to join him had indeed been a major success. With the loss of the werewolves, it was more important than ever for him to solidify his control over the Giants. He, of course, promised them land and revenge against the wizards that had hunted them, and then laughed at the fact that they were stupid enough to believe him. He fully planned to eliminate the idiotic beasts once he was done using them, a fact neither the Giants nor the werewolves had grasped. The vampires, on the other hand, had always been leery of him and reluctant to offer any support. He did not like that fact, but it did raise his opinion of them slightly. As Harry had guessed, it had been Voldemort who had led the attack on Henry Collins. He had done so without the aid of the strengthening potions that Severus had been bringing him. McNair, Voldemort yelled, the noise finally annoying him. Just kill the Muggle and be done with it. I'm tired of listening to it whine. Yes, master, McNair immediately replied. Avada Kedavra. With a flash of green light, the screaming man he had been torturing was dead, and the room was silent once again. Seeing that the Dark Lord wished to be alone, McNair dragged the dead body out of the room as he left. All things considered, Voldemort believed the war was going well for him. The Order of the Phoenix was as useless as ever, and the Ministry, even under new management, had more problems to deal with than it could handle. Progress may have been a little slower than he wished, but why should an immortal being like himself worry about time anyway? Had he not just shown that death had no power over him? Yes, no matter what happened he would remain, and soon his power would be undeniable. The wizarding world would have no choice but to admit that. I'm trying to find the right balance of action and plot here, and I hope everyone who reads is happy with the mix I have come up with. That is one of the things I have worried about. So what say you, readers? Not enough action or about right? I'd love to hear your input. As he watched his girlfriend yell at a Bulgarian, a speck of gold suddenly caught his attention. The snitch! Harry dove forward on his broom and gave chase, but the little golden ball was doing its best to avoid him. Crumb must have seen Harry flying after the snitch because he was soon on its trail as well. Eventually the two seekers were side by side battling for position. Crumb, the larger of the two, should have been strong enough to bash Harry out of his way, but in his dream Harry bravely held his position, and with a powerful shove sent Crumb tumbling to the ground. Now nothing separated him from the snitch. He could see it more clearly than ever now, and as he began to close the distance the crowd began to chant his name. Harry! 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 Wake up! Huh? Serious? Harry said, still not fully awake. What time is it? About 3 in the morning. Sirius answered. Get your clothes on, we don't have much time to waste. Harry nodded and began to change into his normal clothes. As he did, Sirius paced around the room impatiently but did not explain what was going on. By the time Harry was tying his shoelaces, he had finally woken up enough to demand an explanation. Sirius, what is going on? Harry asked. Dumbledore's finally agreed. We're attacking the Dementors tonight. Sirius said. We leave in less than a half hour. And he didn't have a problem with me participating? Harry asked, the shock evident in his tone. He's going to try and talk you out of it before we leave. Sirius warned him. But Kingsley and Moody are both on your side. They aren't sure that the plan will work with just 3 people capable of casting the Dementor-killing Patronus, but agree success is likely with 4. Why now, though? I didn't think he would ever agree. That's the other part of this, Sirius said. Little Whinging was attacked by Dementors tonight. What? Harry gasped. The Dursleys were supposed to still be protected, that was why I stayed. I know. Harry answered. Was anyone hurt? Quite a few in the surrounding towns, but as far as I know only one person actually in Little Whinging got kissed. Sirius said. A Muggle boy, named Piers something or other. Piers Polkiss? Sounds right. Sirius answered with a nod. Did you know him? He was a part of Dudley's little gang. Harry replied. He was a jerk and a bully, but he didn't deserve that. I don't see why this makes a bit of difference to Dumbledore though. I don't live there anymore. I'm not in danger. That's true. Sirius agreed. But I think Dumbledore is still holding on to the hope that you will go back there next summer. Don't underestimate how persistent he can be. If they're smart, the Dursleys will be gone by then. Harry said. I sent Petunia away to contact me if they were ever in danger. But she hasn't done it yet. They probably don't even know anything strange has happened. Let's get downstairs. Sirius said as he walked towards the door. Harry, who was now ready to leave, nodded, followed him. The others are meeting here first. Then we will all head to Azkaban together. The decision to go tonight was only made a few hours ago, so we should have the element of surprise on our side at the very least. As they walked down the stairs, Harry could hear several people talking before they even reached the kitchen where the Order of the Phoenix was gathering. Already present were Mad-Eye Moody, who was grinning about something as he talked to Kingsley Shacklebolt. Tonks, Arthur and Bill Weasley, Amos and Cedric Diggory were all sitting at the table drinking coffee in an effort to wake themselves up. A very nervous-looking Mundungus Fletcher was talking to Hestia Jones, who looked like she would rather be somewhere else. Severus Snape stood in the corner looking on indifferently at the I didn't realize it was bring a child to work day, Black. Snape sneered as Harry and Sirius walked towards the part of the room he was standing in. Shut up, Snivellus. Sirius replied. I'd rather have him watching my back than you. Are you sure you'll even be able to produce a Patronus? Snape asked. I've heard that long-time prisoners of Azkaban often find it impossible to do. My Patronus? Snape laughed. If you only knew, Potter, then you would be most surprised. But I'm not about to tell a brat like you. Snape turned and walked out of the room, but from the look on his face it seemed as if he had found something about the conversation very amusing. Harry shrugged, not understanding what Snape thought was so funny, and let the man go. Sirius seemed to have relaxed a little after the verbal confrontation with Snape, as if the familiar event had put him at ease, and pulled him into a worried hug. Daniel, meanwhile, went to join the ongoing conversation between Moody and Shacklebolt. I'm glad you're here, Harry said quietly as he held her. Are you going too? No, Dad doesn't want me to, Daphne replied. He wants me to stay behind and get things ready for if any injured people get brought back here. I told him I'd rather be there with you, but he wouldn't budge. They're only letting me go because they need my Patronus, Harry commented. Otherwise I'm pretty sure I would be right here with you. Stupid, Daphne said, a little angrily. I've faced the Dementors twice already. That should be enough to prove that I could be useful. I know, Harry replied. But we never would have been able to get this much help if it wasn't an official order of the Phoenix mission. I think everyone is still a little bit shocked that this is actually going to happen. According to Sirius, things like this almost never happened during the First War, especially after Dumbledore heard the prophecy. I'll try my best, Harry said. Daphne sighed, knowing that she could not reasonably expect anything more than that. Harry sensed her uneasiness and leaned in to place a comforting kiss on her lips. When it ended, Harry saw that Daphne was smiling, hopefully a sign that his idea had worked. Their moment was interrupted, however, when Harry heard someone loudly clearing their throat behind him. When he turned, he saw that it was Professor Dumbledore, who was eager to talk to him. Certainly, Professor, Harry answered. I'm sure you won't mind if Daphne stays, will you? Dumbledore frowned a bit at this, but did not fight it. Of course, Dumbledore replied. I would like you to reconsider participating in the morning's activities. The Dementors are dangerous at normal times. I am unsure how they will react when their very existence is being threatened. You need me, Professor, Harry responded. Even Moody and Shacklebolt know that. I can help make the world a safer place, and that is something I would gladly do even if there is danger involved. You are a brave young man, Harry, with a noble and mature personality, Dumbledore said with a smile. I only wish you would give greater concern to your own safety and to the lengths that others would go to ensure it. Protecting you is perhaps the most important role the Order of the Phoenix has. If we fail in that, then we have perhaps failed in everything else as well. I don't believe that, Harry replied. I've thought about the prophecy a lot since I heard it, and I don't think that it means I am the only one capable of beating him. Perhaps not, Dumbledore allowed, but that does not change the fact that your safety is paramount. I will not stop you from coming because, as you have pointed out, your participation will make our efforts much more likely to succeed. I only ask that you not take any unnecessary risks. I'll try, Harry promised. Good, Dumbledore said with a nod. Now, I believe Professor Moody is going to give a briefing before we leave. You should not miss it. With that, Dumbledore walked to the kitchen where everyone was gathered. Harry grasped Daphne's hand and together they followed him in. At one end of the kitchen, Mad-Eye Moody was attempting to get everyone to quiet down so he could speak. Eventually they did, and Moody began his speech. All right, now that we're all here, let's get down to business. The old Auror began. Our target tonight is Azkaban, but more specifically the Dementors that live there. As you all may know, there are anti-Portkey and anti-apparition wards that extend for more than a mile in all directions around the island. We will be operating to a point outside the wards and traveling by broom to the island itself. For those of you who don't have a broom of your own, we have spares. Once we reach the island, we will break off into 4 teams, each consisting of one wizard able to cast a Patronus powerful enough to kill a Dementor and a couple of others to back them up and try to keep the Dementors on the island. The defenses of Azkaban are powerful, but they were designed to keep prisoners in and any who would wish to free them out. Neither of those apply to us, and so you will find that the Dementors will be quite open to attack. Any questions so far? Who are the 4? Amos Diggory asked from the back of the room. Me, Kingsley, Albus, and Potter, Moody answered. The last name caused some brief surprise amongst many members of the Order. My group will come in from the north, Kingsley's to the east, Albus's from the south, and Potter's from the west. You're free to join whatever group you want, as long as they end up being equal in size. We will need the rest of you to use your patron uses to contain the Dementors while we attempt to kill them. What about the guards stationed at Azkaban? Tonks asked. I know some of them, they're not bad blokes. They shouldn't be harmed by the patron uses. You are all to remember not to engage the guards in battle unless they attack first, which I don't think they'll do. With luck, we should be out of Azkaban 20 minutes after we get there, Moody explained. He then reached into his coat and pulled out a bag which he threw onto the table. As it landed, it came open and few chocolate bars from Honeydukes fell out. It's chocolate. Everyone needs to eat one as soon as we get to Azkaban. Keep a few on you for if you feel like you need it. I'd also recommend eating one once we get back. Well, that's it. Anybody else got something they want to say? Harry will all be accompanying you tonight, Sirius informed him. Is that okay with you? Sounds good, Harry answered. He looked around the room and saw that the other groups had similarly been formed. You two better take care of each other, Daphne demanded as she looked back and forth from Harry to her father. I mean it, Harry, you'll find that my daughter often has stubborn and demanding tendencies, Daniel said, smiling. Harry, however, was smart enough to agree with him. I wouldn't change a thing about her, Harry said, earning a smile from Daphne and a laugh from everyone else. Listen up, Moody yelled from the front of the room. We leave in 30 seconds. At least one person in your group should have the apparition coordinates. Just side along apparate with them. Good luck, and good hunting. Shouts of agreement and nervous laughter met Moody's announcement. Daphne, knowing it was time for them to go, reluctantly let go of Harry's hand as the rest of them made sure they were touching another member of the group. The last thing Daphne saw before they disappeared was Harry waving at her. Then the house was eerily quiet and empty. It made her feel a bit sad. But then she remembered she had work to do and got started on it. When they arrived, Harry found that they were on another, smaller island not far from Azkaban. The impressive prison fortress was easily visible in the moonlight, and Harry was briefly glad that their objective was not to invade Azkaban. West side of the island, and landed quietly. All 4 of them began to look around for any sign of trouble, but it was clear that they had not been spotted yet. We wait for Moody to send up a flare. That is our signal to begin. Hestia Jones said as she held her wand out ready to cast. Harry did not know the woman very well, but she seemed to be confident in her abilities. Realizing that the time to act was drawing near, Harry began to concentrate in preparation of casting his Patronus. This mission was important, and he was eager to prove that he deserved a place on the battlefield next to anyone in the Order of the Phoenix. Moments later, he felt a small drain in power from the magical creature and knew it had just killed its first Dementor of the night. Suddenly shouts could be heard from inside the prison as its guards realized something out of the ordinary was going on. Lights turned on all over the island, and several guards ran outside to see what was happening. Thankfully, they realized they were outnumbered and made no move to stop the Order of the Phoenix. The Dementors, meanwhile, had continued to fall at a steady pace. But with only 4 patron uses capable of destroying them and over 100 Dementors, it was clear the process was going to take some time. After only a few minutes, the Dementors seemed to all realize at once that the battle was lost and attempted to escape the island. The evil creatures poured out of every exit in the castle until the night sky was darkened by their presence. Knowing that their part of the fight had arrived, the rest of the Order began attempting to contain the escaping Dementors. They were soon trapped between the out-ring of patron uses and the 4 more powerful patron uses behind them. In the initial moments, a few Dementors were able to successfully flee the island, but as their numbers continued to drop, it became easier for the Order to prevent them from escaping. Sweat poured off of Harry's head as he continued to pump as much of his strength into his Patronus as he could. As he watched prongs tear into another Dementor, he smiled in pride at how well the ambush had gone so far. 10 minutes after the battle began, there were fewer than 50 Dementors left on the island, and their numbers were dropping constantly. Harry guessed that it would take less than 5 minutes to destroy the rest. Incoming! Harry heard a voice shout, but he did not dare turn away from his task to look at what was approaching them. The others, though, turned and saw a group of wizards in dark robes flying on brooms towards them. Although they were still far away, they were coming in from the south, which meant that they would run into the group led by Professor Dumbledore first. "Damn! Death Eaters!" Sirius yelled. "Probably still 3 or 4 minutes away. Do you think we'll be done by then?" "It'll be close," Daniel replied. "A guard must have contacted them somehow." "How many?" Hestia wondered aloud. "I can't tell. Maybe a dozen," Sirius answered. "But I have the feeling Voldemort will be with them. At least we've got Dumbledore here." Hestia replied nervously. "Harry, can you cast and fly at the same time?" Daniel asked as he glanced back and forth between the dying Dementors and the approaching Death Eaters. "I can try," Harry answered uncertainly. "What do you want to do, Albus? We might be able to make it out of here before they reach us," Moody said as he landed next to Dumbledore. He took the time to look around at their group, which was unharmed from the attack on the Dementors, but most were a little tired. Snape had fled, apparently in accordance with Dumbledore's instructions, when the Death Eaters were first spotted. That still left them with a group capable of repelling most attacks, though. "No, old friend. That is not an option," Dumbledore answered sadly. "They all appear to have the fastest brooms available and could pick those of us on slower brooms off one by one. We must drive them off before we can make our escape." "Fine by me," Moody replied with a grin on his face. The others heard the conversation and understood what it meant for them. Mundungus Fletcher, one of the less reliable members of the Order, decided that he had had enough of the fight and hopped onto his broom and flew off in the opposite direction of the Death Eaters, leaving the rest behind. Since he was alone, the Death Eaters probably would not even attempt to chase him down, but it left the Order with one less wand to use. "You're outnumbered, Tom," Dumbledore said calmly. "It would be foolish to attack us now." Before anyone could respond, Voldemort cast a spell aimed at the water around the lake. For a moment nothing happened, but then the first corpse pulled itself up onto dry land. Soon Inferi were climbing out of the water all around them. Every dead body that had been thrown into the sea for the last 30 years had been caught in a spell that Voldemort had cast, which turned them into his mindless slaves, and now he was calling on them. In all there were about 75 of them, and although they could not do magic, it did tip the scales in Voldemort's favor. "Flame spells," Moody yelled, instructing the others on what to do. A moment later the calm that had existed shattered and the battle began in earnest. As the rest of the Order began casting spells which hurled fire at the Inferi, Dumbledore concentrated on shielding them from the attacks of the Death Eaters. For a moment the plan was successful, mostly because Voldemort had not yet entered the battle but instead stood by laughing at the spectacle before him. But as his Inferi started being pushed back into the sea, he realized it was time for him to make his presence felt. The Dark Lord began with something simple to get Dumbledore's attention. An Avada Kedavra aimed at his head. The Inferi were rapidly falling to the combined efforts of Mad-Eye Moody and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Moody was using all of his power to create a whirlwind that he sent spinning through the ranks of the Inferi. As he did this, Kingsley poured his efforts into sending flames at the tornado. Normally the flames would have been blown out by the wind, but the experienced Aurors were able to combine their spells and create a whirlwind of fire that sucked the Inferi towards it and then spit them out in a ball of fire. Together they managed to destroy more than half of the Inferi before they were interrupted by attacks from the Carrows. Harry, meanwhile, was being shielded from the Death Eaters by Daniel and Sirius so that he could focus on attacking the Inferi. Luckily for him, the Inferi were not fast or able to defend themselves from his well-aimed incendios. The Inferii were simply a distraction, something they all realized, but they could not be ignored. Finally, all of the Inferi around them had been burnt or driven back into the sea, and Harry was able to rejoin the battle against the Death Eaters. He happily took over the task of dueling Barty Crouch Jr. from Daniel, leaving him to focus on his brother Gabriel alone, while Sirius yet again battled Bellatrix. "Don't you dare mention him!" Daniel roared as he cast what would be considered by most to be a dark spell, which conjured a magical band of energy around his brother's neck that began to constrict, cutting off his flow of air. Gabriel would have died if it were not for Bellatrix noticing the curse and casting the counter to it on her fellow Death Eater. "I know it was you, Gabriel. I know what you did to earn that dark mark. Father was a fool not to join the Dark Lord," Gabriel countered. "He deserved to die." Throughout the brief conversation the two had not slowed in casting spells at each other. But Gabriel's admission that he had killed their father enraged Daniel, and he ceased caring what anyone might think of the spells he was using. "Crucio!" Daniel yelled. Gabriel was caught off guard by his brother's spell and unable to avoid it. He immediately fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Harry looked at Daniel in shock that he had used an unforgivable, but other than him or Sirius no one else seemed to have noticed. Eventually Daniel was forced to release the spell to block an attack from Bellatrix, allowing Gabriel to roll away and seek shelter behind a boulder as he regrouped. Harry was beating Barty Crouch Jr., and they both knew it. This time around Barty had not managed to land a single spell on Harry, and was beginning to seriously consider retreating in order to save his own hide, like he had done the last time he faced Harry. A high-powered Reducto had forced Barty to produce a shield which rapidly drained his magical reserves, and he knew that the fight would be over for him soon unless he escaped. And so he turned and ran, leaving Bellatrix to face Sirius and Daniel alone. Harry, unwilling to let Barty escape again, jumped onto his firebolt and soared towards him. No man is fast enough to outrun a firebolt, and so within seconds Harry was only feet away from Barty. He conjured a whip made of flame from the tip of his wand and swung it with all of his strength towards the fleeing man. As the spell hit Barty in the neck, even Harry was surprised by the power behind the spell. It did not knock Barty to ground. Instead, the force of the fire whip combined with the speed at which Harry was traveling on his broom enabled the magical energy to slice cleanly through the man's neck, decapitating him. The momentum caused the rest of his body to run a few more steps before crashing down to the ground. Harry stopped flying and hovered in the air above Barty's body, still quite surprised by what had happened. He did not realize in that moment how vulnerable his position was. Voldemort had seen Harry chase down Barty, and when he stopped to observe the damage Voldemort knew, he had a chance to strike at the boy who lived. It would have been so easy to kill him, but Voldemort knew he needed the boy alive if he hoped to regain his former strength. He knew, however, what he thought was the perfect spell to use in the situation. The spell that erupted from his wand was a swirling ball of yellow and purple light. The moment Dumbledore saw it, he also knew that he would not be able to prevent it from hitting Harry. Harry turned to leave just in time to see it soaring towards him, but could not move in time to avoid it. As the spell hit him, Harry fell to the ground, though he was unconscious before he hit it. The battle continued to rage around him, and though eventually the Order of the Phoenix would be able to drive off the Death Eaters, Harry was not aware of it. Barty is finally dead. But Harry was stupid in how he did it and will have to pay the price. What evil will Voldemort's spell do? You'll just have to keep reading. Thanks again for the input. Most of you seem to think I have done a decent job balancing action and plot. And for a question I have gotten a few times, yes, this will be going into the next school year, but there are a couple of things that are still going to happen before that. Someone get Pomfrey here, Sirius yelled as he operated back into 12 Grimmauld Place, carrying Harry's unconscious form in his arms. The others were operating in as well now that the battle was over. For the most part it had been a success, but it had not come without cost. Emmeline Vance had been struck down with the Avada Kedavra curse by Lucius Malfoy, and other had been injured. Amos Diggory even lost a hand to a cutting curse from Rodolphus Lestrange. Harry's condition was the only one that was uncertain, however, and repeated attempts to inebriate him had proved that the spell Voldemort used was more powerful than a simple stunning spell. "Did you recognize the curse that hit him?" Sirius asked as he placed Harry on a cot that Daphne had set up for wounded Order members. "I didn't."
No.
The Dark Lord could have simply killed Harry if he wanted to. But he didn't. Daniel replied. "So this spell either isn't fatal, or it's designed to make Harry suffer before he dies. How can you say that so casually?" Sirius said angrily. "It's the truth and you know it." Daniel retorted. "I like Harry and I want to see him get better. But lying to ourselves about his condition won't help." Daphne, meanwhile, was only vaguely aware of the conversation taking place next to her. She had pulled up a chair next to Harry's cot and was holding his hand and worrying about him. To her, admittedly untrained eyes, he looked like he was simply asleep. He was perhaps a little paler than usual, but aside from that there was no sign of injury. "Wake up, Harry," she whispered into his ear, hoping that he would be able to hear her. "I know you're in there." Harry did not respond, causing Daphne to frown. She hadn't expected him to, but she had hoped. She sat by his side until nearly a half hour later when Madame Pomfrey, looking as if she had just been woken up, stepped through the flue with Professor Dumbledore and asked her to move so she could examine Harry. Daphne nodded and complied with the request but did not leave the room, nor did Sirius or Dumbledore. They all silently watched as she cast a wide variety of diagnostic charms on Harry. Finally she stopped working and simply stood over the cot looking at Harry with a confused expression on her face. "Well, Poppy, what have you learned?" Dumbledore asked. Pomfrey turned to the professor and shrugged slightly in disappointment. "Physically speaking, he's fine." Pomfrey began. "Whatever that spell did, it doesn't appear to have hurt his body in any way. He seems to have used quite a bit of magic tonight, but did not reach the point of magical exhaustion. His magical power level has gone up quite a bit since the last time we checked at the end of the school year, either due to him maturing or his specialized training. There is, however, a small but consistent drain on his magic taking place. It's as if he were attempting to use his magic to do something, perhaps heal himself." "Can you confirm that is indeed the case?" Dumbledore asked. "I don't believe so. Honestly, it could be anything, but whatever is happening is quite weak. Perhaps it's nothing to worry about." Pomfrey replied. "I also ran a scan on his brain which confirmed it was still active. The results, however, were not consistent with sleep or even a coma. This is something else entirely." "Will he wake up?" Sirius asked nervously. For not the first time he felt as if he had failed James and Lily, who had trusted him to watch after their son. "I don't know," Pomfrey said sadly. "It would help if we could identify the spell used on him. Any ideas, Albus?"
Unfortunately, no.
Dumbledore answered. "It is unlike any spell I have seen Voldemort use in the past. It could be one of his own creation, or a spell he found in his extensive dark arts library. I must admit that even I do not have access to as much information on the subject as he does. The Blacks have books Hogwarts doesn't," Sirius pointed out. "We could start looking there, and I will talk to Severus, perhaps he has learned something." Dumbledore replied. "You mean besides how to run from a fight?" Sirius scowled. "Sirius, he did so on my instructions." Dumbledore responded. He is far more important to the Order as a spy than as a soldier. Forcing him to openly fight the Death Eaters would only put him in a more precarious position, which would not help us or Harry. I will return when I know more. Dumbledore, we should consider moving Harry to St. Mungo's. Pomfrey suggested. I can't be here to watch him constantly like they could, and there is always the chance they know something I don't. Doubtful. Dumbledore answered with a small smile. No, that is out of the question. Harry must stay here. Why? Sirius asked. I want him here as much as anyone, but if they can help Harry, he needs to be there. Harry is a symbol to the wizarding world and for the opposition to Voldemort. Dumbledore explained. If they see that he is injured, it would be a serious blow to morale, which is quite unneeded at the moment. Besides, there is no healer in all of England more skilled than Poppy, and we have access to all of the resources St. Mungo's does. If there is a cure for what has happened to Harry, we will find it. Fine, Sirius said. Can I move him to his room now? Yes, that will be fine. Pomfrey answered. Please call me if he wakes up. If not, I will be along later today to check on him. Madame Pomfrey gave Harry one last look over before heading back through the flue. Dumbledore followed her a short time later, explaining that he was going to research the spell Voldemort had used. Daniel and Daphne accompanied Sirius when he carried Harry back to his room and carefully placed him back in bed. It was hard to believe that only a few short hours ago he was waking Harry up to go on the mission. Perhaps Sirius thought he had been wrong to do so, but Harry would never just sit back and do nothing if given the chance. It's not your fault, Daniel said, understanding what Sirius was thinking. You don't know what it's like. I failed him, Sirius answered sadly. I do know what it's like. Believe me, Daniel replied. Years ago I had a son. There was an accident and he died. Do you really think I didn't blame myself for not being there? For not being able to do something to prevent it? Well, I did. In the end, though, you are going to have to accept that this was what he wanted. His choice. You did your best to protect him, I know that because I was there. But best of all, Harry isn't dead. You can still help him. Sirius nodded as he thought about what the other man had said. He was right to point out that he could still help Harry. Perhaps he wouldn't disappoint James and Lily after all. Can I stay? Daphne asked quietly. You've been up all night. You need rest. Daniel answered. If it's okay with Sirius, you can come back in a few hours. 2 days later, Harry's condition had not changed. Madame Pomfrey had stopped by each day to ensure that Harry was not getting any worse. Despite her best efforts, she had not found anything to help him. Neither had anyone been able to determine what spell Voldemort had used even after days of research on the parts of Dumbledore, Sirius, and Daniel. Cures for various sleeping spells had been attempted, but none had been successful. As a result, they knew as little 2 days later as they did when they first got Harry back to headquarters. Research continued, but their hopes were beginning to decline. Daphne, meanwhile, had been come back to sit with Harry as she had asked. That lasted several hours before she realized that her time would be better spent helping the others look for a cure than simply sitting at his side. The Black Library was huge, even larger than that of her own family, and Sirius was in obvious need of help going through it looking for clues. By the end of her first day in the library, Daphne knew she was going to need additional help and called in Hermione and Neville, who eagerly agreed to do anything they could. The Longbottoms also had an extensive library, but it did not contain nearly as much information on dark curses as the others. What if it isn't here? Neville sighed as he set down yet another useless book. Maybe you know who made the spell up himself. It shouldn't matter. Hermione answered, we know the effects of the curse, so if we can find something similar, we can use the counters for that as a starting point. It might take some variation, but we should still be able to find the answer. But that's the problem, Daphne said. We don't really know what the curse is doing. Sure, we know it's put Harry into some kind of magical sleep, but Madame Pomfrey said something else is also going on and she doesn't know what it is. I have an idea, Hermione said thoughtfully. I know a healer that could help us. I've heard that there's no one better than her at repairing physical damage. Why do I get the feeling this isn't someone from Street Mungo's? Daphne said. She not from our world, is she?
No.
Hermione answered. She was still unsure of how her friends would react to the abilities she had gained at the end of the last year. What they did not know was that Hermione had spent much of her time this summer experimenting with it. She still felt ashamed of how she had gone about everything though, and for that reason had not wanted to remind the others of it. But now, finally, she saw a chance for her to use the results of her mistake for a good purpose. Pomfrey should be leaving soon, Daphne said, looking towards the part of the house where she knew Harry's room was. You could try it then. Do you want to tell Sirius what's going on? I'd rather not, Hermione answered nervously. I asked Harry to keep this ability a secret, and I don't think he's told Sirius yet. Fine. We'll have to distract him somehow, Daphne said. Do you really think it will help? Can't hurt, Hermione replied. Daphne nodded in agreement and went back to looking at the book she had in front of her. After long hours of searching, frustration was beginning to set in, and Daphne was beginning to feel that she and others were getting desperate. Nothing they did seemed to have any effect on Harry's condition.